Michelin Endurance Cup also, the number 74 car leads that as well. He's got it going again, but he's going to lose at least a lap, I would think.
Right, he's got reverse, now he's got to go through the procedure of getting it out of reverse and into first. Has he lost the window on that car? I think he's lost the, yes he has. He's lost the driver's side plexiglass. He's got damage to the left rear. He's going far too fast for the fact that his left rear is down, or he's broken suspension there. Oh, that's what's happened. When he went past the 54 core car, he must have just clipped it as he went through, and it's broken the left rear suspension, Jeremy. That's what I reckon there, and that's why Fabio Scherer couldn't turn in. He wasn't on an optimum line, in fairness, but with probably the left front wheel, off the ground, and the right front wheel off the ground, unable to get that car to turn. So now that is the long road back. Well done to race control. Again, get things running. Official retirements. So nearly trip over there. For the number 12, Aaron Tielitz's Vassar Sullivan Lexus. That was a big accident coming together down the S's. The number 52, Ben Keating at turn 1. That has retired. It's not shown as an official retirement yet, but they have packed up at the back of the paddock area. The 39, Robert McGuinness and the car park team. His electrical problems effectively have taken those out. And the number 44 for John Potter, contact and then an issue as the 74 car has made it into the pit lane with all kinds of damage on the left rear of that car. Well, it looks like they've changed the wheel on that and the tyre, and they're about to send it out. And that incident involving the core and the 74 Riley is under review. They're taking the front bodywork off there as well, because there's damage to the left-hand front and it's unseated that particular part of the bodywork. Andrew is down there.
Yes, I am, John, and I think they're still putting on that new front section, and otherwise that's the only work going on around here now. So, oh no, they're taking the front bodywork off, sorry, and having a little look at the front. Oh, they've got a new bodywork coming on, new nose cone, new nose section is going to be clipped into place by the Riley Motorsport team, who run this 74 Ranch Resort. Ranch, of course, owned by George Robinson, father of Ger Robinson, a very good racer in Trans Am in his day, and the crew having a little bit of a problem getting this to fit. Now I think they've done it, but still losing time, and yeah, they're still competing this fix, but maybe I can grab the drive in a moment, but go back to you, John.
Well, whilst the 74 was lounging in the pits being mended, the number 20, the high-class racing, I think it's made its about 53rd drive-through penalty. I mean, that car has been in the wars with the officials. This is apparently for an issue on the pit entry, but yeah, another drive-through for the 20. At some point, you know, they'll get a few laps right, but of course at the moment, with the 4.5 hours to go, you've still got a chance to get it back.
Felipe, if I can just grab you, he says, wait a minute, please. He's going up onto the pit perch to have a little discussion with his engineer. So, John, I don't think I'm going to get him for a minute or two. And he's put his headphones on. He definitely doesn't want to be interviewed at the moment, which is not that surprising, really.
No, indeed. The car is back, but it is damaged, as you heard Andrew saying. Welcome to the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre from Gradient Racing. Declan Brennan is with us. Well, what an early part of the race for all three of your drivers. Had to start the back after that turbo issue, reared its ugly head again. Good news, you found what it was and fixed it. Better news, you ended up at the end of the first set of 3 driver stints at the front of the field.
Well, we did, and entirely on merit. No, you know, nobody fell off or like the other 14 cars ahead of us didn't all have drive-throughs at the same time. It was absolutely, no, on merit. Tail's stint was ridiculous. He is fast becoming our secret weapon. Kevin was fantastic, and the most important thing, and Kevin obviously in the car right now, Kevin is 17 years old. He has, you know, he wouldn't have a lot of experience at this level with this intensity. He did work with the HPD Academy last year, where they helped to, you know, to mold you so you can do restarts and pit stops and work with traffic, but nothing prepares you for this.
No.
You know, and he's doing an absolutely sensational job.
What's the aim, Declan, for this? Effectively, the team over the last 2 seasons has done a full season, because you did the short race, the sprint championship,
Yes,
in 21, and now you're doing the long championship here, the Michelin Endurance Challenge. Does that set you up for a full? I'm doing the progression here, which is not statistical, but just I'm just making it up as I go along.
Well,
does that mean you do the full season next year?
Our aim, of course, would be to do the full season. We will look at options that allow us to do this again, you know, the NAC again, or even the sprint championship. But we're working on a package right now, and we're getting closer to the finish line. Nothing, you know what it's like. Nothing.
Does that mean you're looking for sponsors and money?
No, not looking for sponsors and money. We're basically moving some pieces around through with the help of HPD, and that could allow us to, for example, to do some more stuff with Kiffin. And I think we'll end up with I'd like to think, if things go our way, we'll end up with a full season next year with a really nice driver lineup that everybody's very happy with. That'll be quite quick.
Staying with the NSX, because you seem now to be getting the best out of that car, and certainly understanding it more than you did reasonably so when you took the car on in the first place.
Like evidenced by, for example, at the start of this stint, Kiffin went purple in GTD AM. Effectively was the quickest car, and just beaten by Martin in the car to race in Aston Martin by 0.05 of a second. So he's doing a great job. And just on him, and the reason kind of extrapolate it and extend out that the discussion about what we do next year, we'd love to have him back, and I think there's a desire for them to come back if we can, because, and this is it's analogous with other sports, it's increasingly through research becoming apparent that if you want to excel at a sport at a young age, you should play more than one.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeremy was saying that earlier on with young drivers as well. Stay with us, Dex.
Yeah.
We've got a battle beginning to heat up for the lead in your class, GTD, Robbie Foley.
Yes.
Liquid Molly BMW is being closed down on by Sebastian Priaulx. Now, Sebastian's won here at Road Atlanta in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in the Mustang, but he's not won this race before, and he's
packed an enormous amount into what seems like a 15-minute career.
He's doing a lot of racing. Just to your point, Brian Sellis is another 11 seconds behind in third for Paul Miller Racing. So it is BMW versus McLaren. Here comes young Seb Priaulx. He's got the draft, and Foley's defending to the inside at turn 10A. This is for the lead in GTD, and they've got people Durrani coming up behind them in the number 31. He passes one of the cars. He's going to come down the inside at turn 18. Here's a chance for Priaulx. Tries to follow him through. Can't make it done. That was really smart driving by the young Guernseyman. Almost got the nose down the inside. Couldn't quite make that one stick.
It is strange, isn't it, to see a Priaulx trying to pass a BMW, though.
I think Andy is probably somewhere shouting, no, don't do that.
Not there. Andy and Joe.
Yes. My emeritus contract is in danger of it.
Andy and Joe, Seb's mum and dad, aren't here this weekend, so I'm sure they're tuned in.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them enough recently. Phil Ellis for Winwood Racing's just put the fastest GTD time in, a 1:20.6 at 1:04. So there's pace out on the track there, Declan, as you were suggesting. Temperatures still sitting around 70 Fahrenheit, so drop down 5 or 6 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 or 3 degrees Celsius since the absolute heat of the day. We've got a tiny bit of cloud over the sun for pretty much the first time today, and there's a little bit of shadow. And this track does lose its track temperature quite quickly when it's not got direct sunshine on it.
And that's one of the problems we had in terms of chasing our overall pace this week, was because we tested here, and we learnt a lot, but we tested here in early September in 95 degrees.
Oh. So learned a lot, but nothing that was any
and then
useful right now.
our first session on Thursday was in 60 degrees.
Yes, absolutely.
So it was like being almost on a completely different track.
Battle for second place now with the 0-2 of Earl Bamber chasing down Philippe Albuquerque. Now into the pit lane for the Robbie Fawley second place Turner Motorsport BMW, and Robbie is out of the car.
If I'm allowed be a professional bigger upper of people, Kiffin is doing a great job. He's now catching. Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear. Kiffin is catching Derek Muller hand over fist.
Half a second last time around.
Yeah, and it was like 4 and up to 5 seconds. It's now under 3. And
how far is Kiffin through his stint?
He's got about 10 minutes left.
Right.
And he will have probably at least one more, I think. But this, to the bigger point, will learn, have learned so much from this.
If you can get close to the back of Derek Muller and follow him around.
And the confidence that would give you
absolutely.
to, he may not be thinking about it right now. He may not even know who's in the car.
Yeah, somebody should tell him. Nick Dearman down there in the pit lane. Is that BMW with Conor De Filippi?
Conor just grabbing himself a hydration drink to put. That looks lovely. So you're getting the hydration, so it's obviously still pretty warm out there.
No, it's not too bad. Just I sweat a lot, so I have to try to, even when it's cold, to stay hydrated, obviously.
How is it going? I don't know why. It just seems it may have slightly calmed down a bit. Is that just because 4 or 5 cars are out?
Yeah, it's so hard to pass here. I think we have a really good car, but following in dirty air and the torque some of these guys have off the corner, it's really hard to be close enough to make a move. So it's a little frustrating. Also, some of the GTD, non-pro cars, some of them have pretty good, non-pro drivers, obviously, and they sometimes put up a bit more of a fight than necessary if we're not racing in the same class, and it causes a bit of chaos. So it's not really the ideal situation out there, but just trying to be patient and be there at the end. Obviously, I think we have a good car. I think there's a couple cars that are maybe a little stronger, but hopefully we can put ourselves in position at the end.
A lot of teams and drivers think, our car's going to come good once it gets dark, once it cools down. Are you in that position as well, or are you just thinking, let's hope for the best one way or the other?
Yeah, well, that was actually my first stint in the sunshine. My first laps were on Thursday in the evening practice, so I didn't really know what to expect there. The car was pretty good. There was a little bit rear limited, but I think as the night comes closest to us, I was happy with the car during night practice, so I'm hoping it goes that direction.
Doing a lot of other BMW work at the moment. How did the test of the new GTP at Watkins go?
Yeah, everything's been all right. I mean, just still a lot of things to get ironed out, a lot of little system stuff. It's all new for everybody, not just the teams and the manufacturers, but also the suppliers. So, it's been a lot of people trying to work together to solve issues. And, next week I think there's going to be a lot more of that going on. And just really lucky to be part of that. And it's going to be a really exciting year next year.
There was a rumour that there had been a bit of a crash there. Was that true?
No, everything was more or less fine there. And we haven't had any issues. Reliability-wise, everything's been all right. We've had a few teething issues here and there, but everything else has been fine.
Great, thanks, Conor.
And by the way, it was Bill Oberlin who took over that car from Robbie Fawley, the 96 car, when that came in the Blickman Molly BMW. Dex, before I let you go, here's something that's panic-inducing. It's 112 days from today to when we're back on track at the Raw. It's not an awful lot of time to get things done if you're a motor racing team.
It's insane, and I had a lovely, somebody told me a lovely story a couple of days ago where they're discussing some business about next year, and they were speaking 2 weeks ago at the last event, and those people were saying, well, we're not going to worry about it right now. Like that's 2 weeks later, the same people, hair on fire. It's like suddenly next year doesn't appear until this weekend, and then suddenly realise that it's insane the way. But in fairness, you've got to focus your energies. This is serious business, and it's an incredibly difficult business but commercial balancing act to be able to get through, close all this off, and then be also ready to just hit the ground running literally tomorrow for the Roar.
By the time you take out a couple of 3 weeks for the holidays, because people have to have time with their
Yes.
families, that 112 days is probably 85 or 90 at the most. So we're not talking a huge amount of time. We'll let you get back to your job.
Thank you.
Pass on our best to the team. And that was a driver change while Declan was talking. Kevin Simpson out and Mario Farnbacher for Gradient Racing now in that number 66 Honda NSX GT3. Thanks for
Acura, sir. Acura.
Did I say
Honda.
Well,
Johnny Cade is somewhere.
That was just for our European. That was just for our European listeners, and for everybody who was listening in the continental US. That actually came out as Acura.
Wow.
We have that facility to do that.
You could in real time. You could localize your voice. I'm impressed. The pleasure, John.
Thanks, Declan. Declan Brennan joining us here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth from Gradient Racing. Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf with 4.5 hours. We've just gone through another half hour. Here's a quick rundown for you. Pico Derani leads by 8.5 seconds. Cadillac DPI number 31, that's the red and white Whelan car, ahead of the Konica Minolta blue and black Philippe Albuquerque driven number 10, and Earl Bamber in the dark red and black Cadillac, the number 02 for Cadillac Racing with Chip Ganassi. Championship contending Meyershank Racing with Kerbag and Janey in number 60 came into this weekend leading the championship in 4th position, and with that number 10 car in second, that would not be enough to seal the championship. They'd lose it to the number 10. Tristan Nunes for PR1, Matheson Motorsport, the number 11 car, the remaining PR1 car with the 52 car out after hitting the wall hard at turn 1, is some 15.5 seconds ahead of Louis Delatraz for Tower Motorsport in the Tangerine and Black number 8, and Sebastian Montoya is a further 13 seconds back on the road. It's VP Racing Fuel update for DPI and LMP2 as we have a battle in that DPI category. For second place, Jeremy, as they're charging down underneath our feet and down towards turn 1.
Yeah, we've got a 3-car battle on track. Only 2 of those cars are battling for position, however. Whoa, yikes, that was awfully close. That was the Gradient Racing Acura that got so sideways, trying to stay out of the way of some of the DPI cars that are flying through there. But that battle for second place, Philippe Albuquerque still has it in kind of a 10.
And Jeremy, that Ferrari that's in there as well with the Gradient car, that is a battle for position in class as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the class. No, it's not, because it's the race. Oh no, it is. It's the Air Force
02 car just swept around the outside of the number 10 car of Philippe Albuquerque. So count Earl Bamber up into second position now in car number 02. Right with them also is Kamui Kobayashi, who's turning some really good laps, but he is a lap down to this pair in the Ally Cadillac.
And that is a battle for position between Mario Farnbacher and Luis Perez Compang, 5th and 6th in GTD, the Gradient and the AF Corsa, the red Ferrari with the Italian tricolore flash across the roof of the car. We've been talking Gradient, and Kevin Simpson has been doing a good job today. He's with Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, Kevin just out of the car. We had Declan up in the booth, and he was really bigging you up, but you were doing some great lap times there.
Yeah, I felt really comfortable in the car right then, and yeah, just really comfortable in the car, so I was able to do some pretty good laps whenever I had clean air, but just a little bit difficult in traffic here.
6 hours of rubber, of course, down now. Did you notice it's difficult offline?
Yeah, definitely once I got offline with the prototypes passing me, it got a little bit difficult trying to keep up the pace, because if you collect all the marbles and it mess you up a little bit, but it was not too bad. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it.
Certainly learning a lot here at the Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, for sure. I've never done this race before, and this is only my 4th endurance race, so I'm pretty happy with how it's going.
Kevin Simpson.
Busy pit lane. We've had the number 3, the Corvette, come in. That was Nicky Katzberg stayed aboard on that one, tyres and fuel. And then we had the Vasser Sullivan Lexus come in. That actually had Carl Coker get out. Let's draw. So, Carl, quick word. How was that run for you?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I think we got a bit lucky. I mean, we made it through traffic and everything very well. The McLaren was really fast in the GTD category, so pretty much just let them by and let them race with the BMW there. They're racing really hard right ahead of me, which was nice because I could get a bit of a tow off of them and save some fuel. But the Ferrari was just on rails. They passed us and kind of left everyone in the dust there, but we're pretty fortunate that they got a drive through there because that just put us right back in the lead. But still 4 hours and 20 minutes ago. It's going to be hard to hang on to it for sure, but I think we've got a good race car right now.
So where is this Ferrari so much quicker then? Because they normally moan about being very bad on the BOP.
They're definitely not bad on the BOP. I don't know if they're maybe haven't shown their hand and this is their last race with that car that they're racing. But they're quick everywhere. They're quick in straight line, they're quick in the braking, quick in the high speed, quick in the low speed, and they've got virtually 0 tire day. So it's going to be hard to compete with them for sure.
Nice it is, Carl Cole. Jack Hawksworth took over the Vasser Sullivan Lexus car, the one remaining car. Of course, the AM car ended up in the barriers, unfortunately, due to an incident with the number 5 car driven by Loic Duval an hour ago, I suppose now.
Yeah, Aaron Thielett's getting out of that car under his own steam. 4th position for Tom Blomqvist as he comes past the Corvette, dives down past us to cross the line now, down towards turn 1. Something hanging off the front of that number 60 Meyer Shank Racing car on the left-hand side. I appreciate this is merely a right-hand circuit. So has he picked up some debris from someone else, or has he knocked off a dive plane on the front of that car? Can't decide what it is. No, he's knocked off a piece of bodywork. One of the pink dive planes has come loose there. It's the middle of the 3 canards on the left-hand front of that car. So presumably either a little bit of tyre debris being thrown up or some light brush past contact. Yeah, sticking out at almost 90 degrees there down the back straight. See if he comes in this. When's that car due in, Jeremy? The 60 Acura. He's done about. Well, we've had some yellows.
22 laps, he said. No, it's been green
right.
since 22 laps since his last pit stop. So another 10 laps or so, I would imagine.
Okay.
I think the first of the leaders to make a pit stop should be the number 31 car.
Yeah.
And we could probably expect that anything about 3 or 4 laps time from now.
The worry that they will have, I suppose, is in the window, to be honest. But the worry will be if IMSA decide that is a danger to other people, or it might fall off and end up in the road on the track surface and have to cause a yellow. They might get a black and orange flag for that. Sun beginning to sink over turn 7. That's where it goes down here. That's the west end of the circuit. Starting to be a little bit of a visibility problem for us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, but that is as of naught as compared to the windscreens of these cars. No open top cars now, of course. All of the prototypes are closed, and the GT cars always have been, of course. Well, unless you go back to the 1920s and 30s at Le Mans, where you could have a convertible, but you had to run the first 4 laps with the top up before you put it down. Great start that, isn't it? In the supplementary ranks, we've changed the amount of laps you've got to run with the top up this weekend for this track. Another lap completed for Tom Blomqvist. Put the car on pole position, this number 60 Acura, down to turn 1 in the GT traffic again, and has one of the Ferraris he's just gone by. How he can see out of that window when he's pointing up towards turn 5, I've got no idea. In fact, it wasn't a Ferrari, there you go. It was the number 25 Motul BMW. And it won't get any better. There is just a little bit of cloud gathering and blowing in from the west, actually. So as the sun comes down, you might get a little bit of respite from it. Sundown is now, big lock up by Blomqvist. He's in behind the Inception McLaren, coming out of turn 6. The foliage on that part of the circuit does provide some shadow there, and it's already stretching across the back straight. As into the pit lane comes the leader of the race, Pipo Derani, and heads down into the pit lane. It's Nick and Andrew down there. This looks fairly standard stop, Nick.
Yep, it's just, well, they've got some tyres in the car, they're putting some fuel, they're cleaning his windscreen. Both doors are shut already, so I don't think he even took an extra slug of drink. And, of course, a lot of dust coming. They took it. Oh, now there's a little bit of a okay, the front right seems to have a seating problem. Luckily, this isn't causing them too much problem because there's fuel still going in. If this had been a non-fuel time stop as the heart of racing Aston Martin 27 comes right in front of them and slightly blocks their exit. Okay, this is a stop that's gone slightly wrong, mainly due to the fact that Aston Martin is right ahead of them. I'm not sure, they may just have run over one of their airlines as well, but certainly they lost about 5 seconds being pushed back. Yeah, they hit something, they could be in for trouble there. But also, that all went wrong when they effectively were blocked by the 27 Heart of Racing car. It's having a full service, by the way, including driver change. That's not great. I mean, obviously, with enough time to make it back up again, but they've certainly lost 5 or 6 seconds at least, even before any action that may or may not happen for that pit item infringement.
Thank you, Nick. Durrani staying in the car is the headline there. He's left the pits. Now, Earl Bamber assumes the lead in the dark red and black Cadillac. He will be into the pits for his stop in a minute.
Yeah, so on lap 233, the number 02 car leads for the first time since lap 63, so a long time ago. But it's a car that doesn't have any penalties. I don't think they've had any penalties, have they?
How many cars have led DPI, Jeremy?
6.
6 of the 7. So
Yeah.
which is the one that hasn't?
Good question. The number 60. No, that's 60 of the first 5 laps.
48?
48, yeah, 48.
Okay. Nick Remolli, BMW, in the hands of Bill Oberlin, second place. Just put that car's fastest first sector in as he tries to chase down Sebastian Priaulx. Earl Bamber on the pit lane, big lock-up as he came in. That's a surefire sign that he'll be changing those Michelin tyres when he comes in. He's not going to need to put another set on that, another set of laps. That's going all the way down to pit out. If I peer through the TV booth, I can see Nick Damon is there.
I am, and waving. He's waving. That's a bit of a 1980s reference for you all. Okay, this looks like a much more standard stop than the Cadillac of Wheel Engineering. This is the tyres going on. It's all relatively calm, isn't it? 'Cause it's all timed by the fuel stop, of course, because we are in IMSA and it's parallel work, unlike, of course, in WEC, where it's in series. You need the fuel first, then decide to the tyres. A situation I much prefer. But away they go, and that was at least 7 seconds faster pit stop than we saw from Pipo Derani a couple of minutes ago.
Thank you, Nick. So that means that Philippe Albuquerque will cycle to the lead, but he's not yet done his 8th pit stop. In the number 10, Cunningham Minolta Acura. As Kamui Kobayashi comes in, a lap off the lead. We'll keep an eye on that as Earl Bamber leaves, as described by Nick. Final Aston Martin race for Maxime Martin out of the heart of racing at number 27. Been an up and down day for them, but the championship still within reach, Nick.
Maxime, it was going well. You've had some problems over the last couple of hours. Can you explain what they were and the effects they've had?
Yeah, we had some electronic issues, which created in the first stint power issues, and then in the second stint we had a steering issue, so we had to box again because I couldn't shift anymore. We had some issues, but then afterwards we had no issues anymore and we could run. But I don't know exactly where we are, but it's a bit of a shame, but we continue, we keep pushing.
Only a few hours left of your last Aston Martin run. You're going to break a few Aston Martin fans' hearts. And what's the highlight of your Aston Martin career?
Yeah, for sure we had really good races, up and downs, but for sure winning Le Mans in 2020 was one of the highlights. Winning some races here in the US, Watkins Glen Motorsport was also very nice. So in the end, I felt like it was the right moment for me to move on and have a new challenge.
And when will we find out what a new challenge is?
No, I can't say anything, but you will know soon.
Thanks, Maxime.
Thank you.
Good effort, Nick. I did like the fact you did try, though. Well done. Maxime Martin, another one of these drivers who is just so consistent. Good on the long runs, and has been a mainstay of Aston Martin around the world for such a long time. It's going to be like Jimmy Bruni, isn't he? Still haven't quite got used to Jimmy Bruni not wearing the scarlet overalls of the Modena brand, and he's been gone for a few years. It's going to be the same with Maxi. Don't forget he was at BMW before that, as Shea rightly reminds me. And hello to Shea Adam, who rejoins us in the pit lane.
Hello.
Oh, you're back on your own pack as well there. 4 hours and 10 minutes to go, Shea. Still very pleasant temperature out there, 20 degrees in the air, and on the track, that's 68 Fahrenheit. That wind still blowing straight down the front straight, pushing the cars into turn one.
Wait a minute, it's only 68 degrees on the track because the racing seems like it's about 170 degrees on the track. I do have one quick update for you regarding Era Motorsport. They went back behind the wall a little while ago. That was a right front suspension failure. They have since come back out and are continuing to run, because if something should happen to the number 8 who leads the championship, they can still overtake them for that championship win.
That's bold of them, being out there and staying out there. That's the essence of endurance racing, Jeremy. Yep. Get there, get it to the end. Now, Tower Motorsports, that number 8 car that Shea was just talking about. Louis Delatraz is carving his way through traffic, the black and orange, and a white on there as well, down the back straight.
Change of place in GTD for, I guess it was 7th place. Phil Ellis moving ahead of Luis Perez Componk. That's the number 57 Winwood Racing Mercedes, getting past the number 21 Ferrari. He's been charging along for this lately.
Into the pit lane for the Tower car, so through goes Dragon Speed and Sebastian Montoya. Has JP been in that car yet, Jeremy?
Yeah,
he has, right.
He's done a stint, I think.
A stint, all right. So here is the orange, black and white number 8 Tower Events car, and that will be coming into Shea's end of the pits, who's just joined us. Shea, that you speak about that car and you draw it magically to your feet.
I summoned it to come into the pit lane, and thank you, Louis, for listening to actually come make your stop. Fuel, tires, cleaning out of the vents at the front of the car, and other than that, not even a drinks bottle for Louis Delatraz, so clearly feeling very comfy at this. As we rapidly approach what would be considered happy hour of this race, and the timing streets were definitely reflecting that about 15 minutes ago. Ooh, windshield tear off for Louis as well. I wonder if they, they really need to figure that out on the virtual racing, so that when you come into the pit lane, all of a sudden your screen gets a lot clearer. That's something that I'm sure he hasn't been used to in the past for Louis. Perfect stop by Tower Motorsports. As into the pit lane comes the number 10, the Koenig Minolta Acura of, who is behind the wheel right now? It's Philippe Albuquerque, I believe, yep. And he's coming in, as John told me in my ear, they already do that on virtual racing, just a sign that I haven't done very much of that. Ricky Taylor is up on the wall, off on the wall, running around the left-hand side, and thrusting himself into the car as Philippe Albuquerque trips out of it, but no harm, no foul. 4 tires and fuel for this Acura, and it is going to trigger a slew of pit stops for the other cars in class, including a spot. Tim Gray's answer to every question. It's Mr. Scott Dixon up on the wall for the Cadillac.
Only ever car question, Shea, in fairness. Just talking about Maxime Martin there, talking to Nick a moment or two ago. Josap 97 has tweeted at IMSA Radio. He's done quite a bit of racing with Porsche at Nordschleifer and Spa in recent years. And didn't we hear John de Geese saying that there's a Porsche GTP seat in IMSA open for a driver from outside of Porsche? Ooh, 2 + 2 equals 963. Possible. Into the pits for the number 01 Cadillac, and Ricky Taylor's just taken the number 10 Acura out. So Tom Blomqvist has cycled to the lead, but Ozos a pit lane. Slight problem with the left front, but it was on before the fuel hose came out, so no time lost there. Now, what Nick was saying earlier on is it is the fuel that is the determining factor for these pit stops. You are allowed to do other service work on the car when the fuel's going in here in IMSA competition. Unlike if you're watching us and you're normally watching the WEC, you can only do fuel or tyres one at a time. Now it's normally fuel first and then it goes up on the jacks and you do the tyres. So if you change tyres, that is an additional amount of time in the pits. So it actually pays you in IMSA, in WEC competition, excuse me, to make your tyres last longer, whereas it matters not whether you double stint them in IMSA, apart from the fact that in both series there are no tyre warmers. So you pay a slight penalty in the opening laps with going out on cold Michelin rubber. Into the pit lane then for Tom Blomqvist. I said he owed us the equivalent stop to what we've seen from what we've just seen from everyone else. And Shadam, if you look very carefully, there's a bit of bodywork loose on the left-hand side front. It's on the wrong side of the car from you, but it just seems to have popped open a little bit, almost as if it's smiling at you.
Oh, I am on the outside, John. I saw this on the previous pit stop on the cameras. Now, I thought that this was in connection to the high-class racing kerfuffle coming into the pit lane, because that was right as the Shank 60 was into the pit lane. But this damage is quite significant, actually. It's a giant gap into the nose cone of the car. They whip off the old bodywork, the nose, and chuck it at Tori, one of our pit officials, who nimbly moves out of the way, run over to the wall, grab the new piece, carefully put that into place. Oh, the wheels are moving on the jack stands, John. If the car was engaged in gear, it wasn't moving at full aggression, but the wheels were spinning while the car was up in the air.
It's a no-no. Meantime, we've had two little offs, one at turn 1 and one at turn 10, and they were little offs. Fairly lucky, particularly at turn 1. Dirk Muller off at turn 10 in the number 32 team caught off Mercedes, but he has rejoined, and the 81 is off at turn 1. That is Seb Montoya in the Dragon Speed car. So Montoya's gone off at turn 1 and has now resumed. You don't have small incidents at turn 1, so young Montoya, third generation Montoya that's here this weekend. His dad and his granddad are here this weekend, and Adam can give us more on that.
Because the wheels were not spinning at any rate of speed, i.e. they were just gently turning, that is not actually what the spirit of the penalty is meant for. So that will not be a drive-through penalty. And another car that has had that exact same incident earlier on today, the car you were just talking about, the Montoya Mobile.
Yeah, and it was a big sideways moment at turn number 1 for Sebastian Montoya. It looked like for a moment the Korthoff car had cut out completely coming out of turn number 10. And is this another steering wheel problem for a different manufacturer? It was the Aston Martin, the Harter Racing car. It looked very much as though the 32 and Dirk Muller wasn't going to get any further, but he has continued. And we'll keep an eye on both of those cars, because that was a very sideways moment for young Montoya. Coming down to the end of another hour. Just 4 to go at the end of this one. So does that mean another tranche of points, Jeremy, for Michelin Endurance Cup? It's at 4 and 8.
Yes.
Right, so we've got 2 minutes away from that. People to run.
No.
4 to go? Oh, sorry, no, that's only 6. I'm reading that the wrong way. My apologies.
It's 4 and 8, isn't it?
4 and 8, yeah. We're only 6 in and 4 remaining. Doing that the wrong way around. My apologies. Befuddled brain from Hindhoff, but that's not exactly a headline, is it? Top of the shot, Pipo Derani leads Earl Bamber by 1.5 seconds. The number 31 Whelen Engineering red and white Cadillac from the 02. That is the dark red and black Chip Ganassi Cadillac racing machine. Ricky Taylor's the best of the Acuras, and at the moment is in championship winning position in the black and blue, the glossy number 10 Connington Minolta car. Tom Blomqvist is some 14 seconds further back For Meyershank Racing, that's the white and pink car. Scott Dixon back in the Cadillac 01, the white and black car. And there are the first 5 cars in DPI on the lead lap. The only one still on the lead lap now. 50 seconds separating them. Josh Pearson leads by 23 seconds for PR1 Matheson Motorsport over Tower Motorsports. Louis Delatraz in the number 8. That's the tangerine orange, black and white car. And Seb Montoya, after that spin, has dropped 20 seconds back from Tower Motorsport. Remember, they were having a battle before their pit stops. In LMP3, Josh Burden for Andretti leads by 5.4 seconds from Nolan Siegel for Junior 3 Racing, 36 from 30, and Sean Creech Motorsport another minute further back in the Stars and Stripes 33. Seb Prio for Inception Racing by 7 seconds over Bill Auberlen, and the white, red and blue Litwin Molly Turner Motorsport BMW number 96. Then there's Brian Sellers in the Paul Miller car, another 11 seconds further back. Mario Formbacher for Gradient is another 17 seconds further back. And then it's Jaden Conwright for NTE. That's the white and blue, light blue, number 42, NTE SSR Lamborghini. He's 2 seconds further back and has 5 seconds on Phil Ellis in the black and blue Winward Racing car. And in GTD Pro, BMW team RLL lead in the number 25 by 7.7 seconds from the bright yellow Vassar Sullivan RCF GT3 Lexus, the number 14, and Nicky Katzberg in third, also in a yellow car, the Corvette C8R at the number 3. That's how it stands with 4 hours to go. You're listening to IMSA Radio. We are live from the 25th Motul Petit Le Mans, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, around the world on RS2 in sound and vision at www.imsaradio.com, Sirius XM 207, and here at Road Atlanta on 98.1 FM. So, Jeremy, we move into another racing hour. Not quite back timing yet, with just on 4 hours to go, but this is boiling up nicely in the championships and in the race as a whole. Plenty of decent racing going on here.
Yeah, lots of great racing going on here, isn't there? And the number 31 car certainly has been in control for a little while now, but the gap back to the number 02 car before this latest round of pit stops was, it was around about 10 seconds. It's now just over 2. So that's come down quite a bit during that sequence. Number 30, no one's really on exactly the same pit stop schedule at the moment. Number 31 car is coming in earlier than everybody else, but it's still going to be a while before it comes in. It's got another 16 laps or so before we expect to see that car as the first that leaders onto the pit lane. The gap back to number 10 car has grown quite significantly between the number 02 car and number 10. Before the round of pit stops, it was about 4 seconds. It's now 16. So it's number 02 car that's been on the charge here. It's pulled away from the number 10 and closed in on number 31. The gap from the number 10 to the 60 is, it's around about the same. It's now 17 seconds, which is a little bit more than it was maybe 20 laps ago.
Just a note from Ian McCarthy. Thank you, Ian, for dropping us a line at IMSA Radio. The dive plane on the left-hand side of the number 60 Acura was knocked awry by Mike Conway as he executed what Ian's called a robust pass when Ollie Jarvis was in the car. Thank you very much indeed. Jeremy, are we expecting the FAF Porsche in anytime soon? They're up on the rope wall as a big sideways moment last time around for AF Corsa and Luis Perez Compang. Well, that was all right. He got his left-hand tyres on the dirt, but he used to do World Rally Championship, so he'll be perfectly au fait with a bit of dab of opposite lock there and keeping his foot in.
No, not really expecting any of the GTD Pro cars to be in for a while, for quite a while yet. They can do around about on a stint. Certainly over 40 laps. It's only been about, the last stint around about lap 210. They're only about 16. So they're about halfway through a stint now, I think, most of the GTD cars. But in that category, or in GTD non-pro, of course, they are still ahead of all the GTD Pro cars. Number 70 car, Seb Prio, running 18th position overall in the McLaren for Inception Racing. The gap over the number 96 car is about 7.5 seconds. The Inception McLaren took the lead right after the pit stops. It had been trailing the Turner Motorsport BMW. That gap has extended out to about 7 seconds and then has kind of remained there for quite a while. The number 1 car has definitely got a little bit closer to the number 96. Those 2 BMWs then. Turner Motorsport for number 96. Paul Miller Racing for number 1. Brian Sellers at the wheel of the Paul Miller Racing car at the moment. He's only 10 seconds behind the number 96. And then next up on the road is Mario Farnbacher in number 66 car. The number 32 car is once again the car that's slipping back during this stint. That's Dirk Mueller. He's down to 8th position in that class, and the guy who's moving forward certainly continues to be Phil Ellis. We talked about him about 10 minutes ago. He's up now into the 6th place in that class behind Jaden Conrad. Really good run by that NTE SSR Lamborghini team. It's a relatively new team and haven't won all of the races this season, but Jaden Conrad really has done a super job at the wheel of that car at the moment. So the order in manufacturers in that class: McLaren, BMW, Acura, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes and Porsche. So there's top 9 cars remaining on the lead lap in GTD.
That's the VP Racing Fuels in-race update with Jeremy Shaw. Another warning, the only warning that the number 96 Turner BMW will get for tyre requirements, which is likely to be under pressure as they went out of the pit lane. Got a report as well of debris on the front straight. I'm looking at the flag marshals and I'm not seeing the orange and red flag out there, so that might be a spurious message that came out a couple of minutes ago. Certainly not on the starter stand. There's another one about halfway down that I can just about see from here. I have to look over Dave Burns' head through the TV booth for that. No, definitely not being shown there, and nothing down at turn 1 either, so that might have just been a flash message. There's a lot of dust down there, I'll tell you that, because we're grinding out a groove by the starter stand just after the start-finish line and under the Michelin Pilot Family of Tyres bridge. I certainly can't see any major bits of car, at least. Jeremy.
Yeah, look at the Earl Bamber one once again closing in on the number 31 car of Pipo Derani. So 2 Cadillacs out the front, and the 3rd place car has closed in a little bit over the last few laps. The gap was 16 seconds, 3 or 4 laps in a row. It's now down to about 14, but the gap certainly between those 2 Acuras, Ricky Taylor, is definitely pulling away from Tom Blomqvist.
It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindove in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Shea and Nick down in the pit lane at the moment. Sun just starting to drop down to give us a problem. Ironically, it's almost low enough in the sky to be behind the trees at various parts of the circuit. We still have that little bit of cloud that's blowing up from the west, and that might help the drivers. Turn 5 and turn number 7, always the issue when you are driving in these cars looking straight into the sun, particularly with the muck and rubbish, the detritus that you get on the windscreen. Need to get Jeremy Shaw a little visor so when he's looking into the sun he can see what's going on the screen.
A bit problematic at the moment, I must admit.
Yes, like a croupier's visor. Here comes the Earl Bamber driven 0-2. This is a battle for the lead coming down to turn 10A and 10B. If you're down there in that amphitheatre, Pipo Derani is being caught by the New Zealander as they come through, down through turn 12, crossing the line now. embankment, just a little bit delayed there by the GT cars. It was Paul Miller Racing BMW that he's just gone by. Now they climb the hill. Still a huge amount of fans. Nobody's moved all day today, and why would you? It's been a cracking day. RV parking on the... someone else putting a wheel off there. I think that was the NTE Lamborghini there. A bit more RV parking through the S's, I've noticed, stretched further up. The handling pad at the 6 and 7 end is absolutely chocker. A couple of years ago, there was also some RV parking added to drivers left down the back straight, and that is full as well. It's been a really good turnout, despite the uncertainty about the weather and the potential uncertainty that gave on people's travel plans. There's been a big crowd turned up today. People were coming in from very early morning, so a good Saturday crowd, perhaps a little down during the week, Jeremy, but you can understand that with the various reports, all of which were wrong, of course, about the weather. But this morning there were an awful lot of people coming into the track and deciding to make it. I think once they'd seen the weather forecast yesterday, possibly even part way through yesterday, to make the trip here to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, I came in pretty early this morning, and there was certainly a pretty good queue at the front gate to come in, and it's been really good to see. I mean, it's just been perfect weather, hasn't it? I mean, today
all week actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been jolly
lovely.
lucky. I mean, you know, the hurricane could easily have come this direction. There's no question about that. And it was looking pretty grim earlier on, but it is now perfect. And just seeing all these campers here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it's just so much fun to see. And it's been a tremendous motor race. Yeah, we've had a few cautions, but there's been some tremendous racing. And
look how busy the amphitheatre is at this time of the evening. A lot of people sitting on drivers left there, so the sun's still in their face. Bit of a lock-up coming in for ERA in the number 18, the blue prototype. They've had some ups and downs today. That's Christian Rasmussen, 5th in LMP2 and a little off the pace of the leading 4 cars. 3 hours and 50 minutes to go, 5-0. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us.
Yeah, is that car out again?
Which car?
Rasmussen.
Yeah, no, it's just come into the pits now, so yes, it has been. Yeah. Christian's just come in the pits, and Nick Damon is watching that.
Yes, I'm standing on the pit walls. I'm enjoying very much, actually. It's a lovely view, but a lovely view of turn 1, all the dust being brought up as well. Yeah, let's trundle down the pit lane. This is the car that's going around in the hope that somebody else breaks down. But they just did tyres and fuel there, and they dropped up and away. We're about to get a whole slew of LMP3 cars in, I think. So that's the next group to come in and try their hand at the pit lane. But yeah, it's a lovely evening. It's a really lovely evening.
The only thing is missing is a little cocktail. Obviously not whilst you're down on the pit lane. It is that sort of sundowner time, isn't it? Little off again for Dirk Muller in the Korthoff Motorsport AMG. I can't help thinking that Dirk is fighting a bit of a problem there in that number 32. We saw it slow out the turn 10A, 10B, and he got it going again.
Battle on again in LMP3. Josh Burden has done a really nice job for that Andretti Autosport team. Just doing the long distance races this year, the Aussie. But he's holding on to that lead. That car at least has had battles with everybody, it seems, in this race so far. And he's now being pursued pretty closely by young Nolan Siegel. Again, in that number 30 car for Junior 3 Motorsport. And I think that pair's about a minute ahead of Nico Pino in the Sean Creech Motorsports entry. That's car number 33. Kyle Marcelli is a lap down in car number 76. Then 1 lap behind him is the number 74 car that is looking for potentially for Gar Robertson to win the championship. and then a lap behind number 74 car is number 54 that currently does lead the championship. And if he can stay one position behind number 74, then, excuse me, the number 54 can stay one position behind number 74, that'll be enough for Core Autosport to win the championship.
Minute and 10 seconds actually that gap is from Junior 3 back to Nino Pino. But you're right, Jeremy, Nolan Siegel is under a second now behind Josh Burton, so we have got a battle again at the head of LMP3. That number 36, the black and white car with the green on that car as well. Not sure there's anybody who's had an absolutely clean run today, and some people who's had penalties and bodywork changes and been off the track and been in the tyres. Actually running rather well, I think, particularly of the number 20. Down to 4th place now for high class racing in Atlas, and they have dropped some laps away, some 3 laps away from Sebastian Montoya. He's back of Louis Delatraz. Marco Holter has taken over the NTE SSR Lamborghini. Is that the driver change there, Nick, for the NTE, the light blue and white Lamborghini?
Yeah, it was a full service. I was just wander down and see if I can find the driver who got out.
It was Jaden Conwright.
Jaden Conwright got out. Oh, he's already up the top of the ladder.
The problem is, Nick, these drivers are so young and spry that they're hard to track down. We need a big net, like a big butterfly net.
Because you just see me just trying to get up and off the wall. That takes half an hour. The old knees.
And
Andrew's way too spry for his age. Way too spry.
He's really spry, full stop. Never mind the rest of that sentence. He just seems to hover around at the Peter Perch level and sort of levitate along the line. I'm thinking he must have a zip line in there. Sitting next to us at the moment in the Heine Global broadcast.
I thought he was right here a few minutes ago.
And he's got whoosh. Sam Pearce. Hello, Sam. Not sure where you are in the world. Feeling more envious all the time for the fans' trackside at Motul Petit Le Mans. It's a photo happy hour as the sun's going down. And hello to Jerry Z. Seriously thought about leaving at midnight last night and driving through the night, but I got word that I needed to work this morning. You're down in Florida, Jerry. Hope everything's all right with you, your friends and family. I know that parts of the state's taking a really big hit, but nice to know you're tuned in to us now. Hopefully we're bringing you a little bit of sunshine as well. Let's hear from Jaden Conwright. He's just got out of that NTE SSE Lamborghini.
I'd like to point out I did climb up the Pratt perch, so I deserve at least one benefit. Jaden, just out of the car, how is the Lamborghini going at the moment?
Right now, I feel like we have a really solid car underneath us. So far, I think the pace felt pretty good. I'm not sure what the times the others were running, but the car's just been getting better throughout the race. So far, it's been pretty good.
How do you feel the Lambo compares to the other cars in the GTD class? We've heard some guys think they are moaning about other cars being fast. Have you got that straight line speed you need?
We're kind of somewhere in the middle. I think our strength is honestly just our pace over race stint. Because as you can see yesterday in qualifying, some cars had a lot of pace in qualifying, and then we couldn't quite match them. But then as soon as the race starts and we start going into a stint, I feel like that's kind of where our car comes in on its own.
A few hours to go. You're going to get back in the car again in the dark?
Yeah, that's the plan. So we have to see how everything plans out. But at this moment, it's just me and Marco to finish off because Don's already finished his drive time.
And are you a fan of driving at night?
Yeah, I actually enjoy driving at night because, I mean, it's cold and the track's quick. So it's enjoyable. It's just a bit difficult with the lights. But honestly, right now with the sun setting, I feel like it's even more difficult because with the sun in our eyes, it basically, we have backwards cameras and stuff in the car, but the glare on the screen is so bad that I can't even see what's behind me. So I think once night rolls around, it should be nice.
Great stuff. Thank you, Jaden.
I love driving at night. Great to hear from Jaden, the Diversity Scholarship recipient from IMSA for this year. Another slew of candidates have been announced. It's back at Road America.
Wow, what's happened to Scott Dixon all of a sudden? He's all of a sudden lost quite a bit of ground to the number 60 car ahead of him. the gap, number 01 car, of course, had 2 penalties for, we're assuming, improper tyre pressures, 2 improper tyre pressures, 2 low tyre pressures, and 30 odd laps ago, it was better part of half a minute behind the number 60 car. 5 laps ago, that deficit was down to 13 seconds. It's now out to 22, which is curious. Just in the last 3 or 4 laps, he seems to have lost ground pretty regularly. Whether it's just unfortunate
Traffic.
through the traffic, I don't know, because the gap was pretty stable for around about 17 seconds. It came down to 14, and then down to 13, and now it's down to 22. So that's quite a lot.
Jeremy Shaw with John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Where are you in the world? Let us know at IMSA Radio. Just after midnight, midnight in Europe, 11:30 in the UK, 6:30 here, which means 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. This is a time-certain race now, has been for a few years. The engine you hear in the background is that of the number 14, Jack Hawksworth driven Pro, Vassar Sullivan GTD Lexus. Trying to chase down Dirk Müller, who's ahead of him, not in his class. He's 8th in GTD. The GTD Pro's got off kilter and lost a lap to all the GTD cars who've been trying to, well, they don't have to fight back in their own category, but it's Jesse Krohn that leads for BMW. It's about 9 seconds further up the road from Dirk Müller. Onto the back straight there, so you can hear the engine right on the rev limiter, now down towards turn 10. Meantime, the leader goes through, Pete Motorani, past us in the Michelin Tower. Earl Bamber, who was challenging a little while ago, now dropped to about 1 3/4 seconds, so we're in second place. 20 seconds further back in third, Ricky Taylor. Tom Blomqvist, another 14 seconds. Here comes the LMP3s. Kai van Berlo for Riley Motorsport, pits from 5th position in LMP3.
Yeah, number 30 car was out of second place a few laps ago. I think Josh Burden probably owes us a pit stop fairly soon now, maybe another 2 or 3 laps perhaps for the leading kind of a 36. Here's the Andretti Autosport entry. It's been out front for quite a long time in this race now, has that Andretti Autosport number 36.
Certainly has. Into the pit lane for, well, I thought I saw Pete Motorani coming in. I did see Pete Motorani coming in. I'm not going absolutely mad. He was delayed actually by the Andretti car
right.
Ahead of him down the pit lane, and we'll take the leader first of all as it comes to the pit stop with Pete.
This will be a lengthy pit stop for Pipo Derani, for him personally, not for the car, because he's going to be staying in the pit lane, I would imagine, for, roughly 2 hours before they put him back in for the end of this one. But Pipo is out of the car. Olivier Pla is getting in. 4 new Michelins, brand new with stickers on them, and a lot of fuel for this Whelen Engineering catalyst behind them. We've got the number 25 BMW into the pits. It is Jesse Krohn out and John Edwards in. That just rolls right off the tongue, because that's how it's been for years. Set of brand new sticker tires for John as well. Nick, what's happening on your end?
The P3 leader, the 36 car, the Andretti car, come in for tyres and fuel, but no driver change. But looking to my right, I can see the 17 section McLaren, that car from GTD, that's had a full service, including driver change. But only a flash of helmets. I couldn't tell who exactly was who's getting in.
There's only 2 of them left, Nick, because Brendan Aree is halfway to Barcelona.
Does that mean he can't drive?
Probably not from this distance, no. I think that might be beyond even his considerable talent, in fairness. So it's Jordan Pepper. He did invent the Oculus virtual reality system, so if anybody can make it happen, it's probably Brendan. But at 40,000 feet, Imagine what the latency would be like for that. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Shane, down there in the pit lane. So just wait for a moment or two. Josh Burden for Andretti Autosport is back out again in that leading LMP2 car. A moment ago, another problem for the Caught-Off Motorsport car. This is Dirk Muller, and he's fallen off the track at turn 6. And I think that car's cut out again there, Jeremy. That's about the 3rd time that that's happened. Yeah, that car cut out on him as he was going through turn 6, pitched the car sideways. He's clearly frantically pressing the reset button and trying to get that car going. Now that's the engine you hear in the background now, so it is running. Meantime, out of the lead, here comes Earl Bamber, Cadillac Racing in the DPI. Shea Adam will watch this one as the Kiwi comes to a halt.
He's trundling down on the pit lane speed limiter. Waits for a late turn and well past me. That was impressive, Earl, and that does manage to hit his marks perfectly. Alex Lynn taking over this car as they don't even have a seat insert between these two gentlemen. Very similarly built guys, as they are doing new tires around the inside now. They don't do a staggered stop. They do the left sides and then the right sides. And yep, they still have the stickers on them. So these are brand new. They did do a windshield tear off as well. Very important at this time of the night. And the bodywork is actually loose on the right rear of this car. The latch has broken, so that will affect it as the night car in the air gets thicker.
33 car has come in from, I think, 2nd place in LMP3. Sean Creech Motorsport. Nino Pino got out. I have to be honest with you, I can't see who got in because I was shoved out the way by a man who had something far more important to do with the fuel line than I am. So I hit at the back to follow what's going on. Do you want to grab one quick word with Seb Prios? He's got out the 70 Inception. Seb, quick question. Seb, is it getting easier without Mr. Uribe just showing between two of you?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. A physical track. This is a really physical track. We've got a great car today. I mean, I led the field there for a bit, so I mean, the car's on fire. I'm feeling really ready for this race, and I'm ready to get back in.
I mean, it's really now it's controlled aggression, isn't it? You've got to be in position with a healthy car with an hour to go.
For sure. I mean, you know, we've still got 3 hours to go, so a lot to play for. But hey, we're good to be out front. You know, that's always a good sign. So keep pushing, keep going. Track's getting quicker and quicker every minute. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Thanks, Seb. And it was Hal Barbosa got in that 33 Sean Creech LMP3.
Back at my end of the pit lane, the 48 Ally Racing Cadillac has come back into the pit lane. They are doing full service fuel, tires, and a driver change. And why is this driver change significant? Jimmy Johnson's drive time has been met, but this is Petit Le Mans, training for Grand Le Mans. And Jimmy Johnson has his eyes very firmly on that race. He's about to discover what it's like to drive at night on one of the darkest circuits in North America.
More than that, Shea. If he's in now for any kind of time, what time is it now? He'll be in at sunset for the transition. It's just over 50 minutes away. 19 minutes past 7 official sunset, and it gets really dark really quickly. Dirk Muller's come into the pit lane, and he has got his four-ways on. I think, Shea, that they've got an electrical problem with this. I wouldn't be surprised to see a steering wheel change here.
I wouldn't be surprised either. They are doing a driver change as well. It's Stephen McAleer back into the car, sticker tires going on. Now, when they put their four-way flashes on, that tends to be something that comes with their pit lane speed limiter, so don't read too much into that. I've been seeing that all week. This is ultimately giving the championship contender his own destiny in his own hands. They're doing the data stick change as well. Well, they've got the opportunity. They've got to do that between certain hours of this race. This is one of the times where it is applicable. So they've reached in to the compartment of the passenger side, if there were a passenger, and now they're telling Steven to go. We've also got Juan Pablo Montoya into the pit lane, but that will be down on Nick's end of things.
Actually, he's just taken the car over, my apologies. Meantime, the 96 Liquid Moly BMW in. Stephen was waiting to see when that number 32 goes out, if Stephen McAleer can clear that problem. Josh Pearson in the second place. Well, actually, it was the leading car, wasn't it, in LMP2 before it came in. Shea is down on that one.
Unintentionally in the way of their pit stop. Couldn't get back up to the other end of the pit lane or out to the pit wall before they came in, but it was fuel, tires, drinks bottle change for Josh Pearson. So clearly they like the young man, keeping him hydrated through this stop, but the new tires are nearly completely on. Fuel nozzle is still attached, so this is a good time of the stop, but Josh is not getting a windshield tear off. He's just getting a windshield clean, so that will be more difficult for the 16-year-old as he drives into the sunset.
Jordan Petmer not having any issues with his vision, just set the fastest lap of the race in GTD for McLaren. And the Inception Racing number 70, 120.601. That's 120.601. Jeremy, for GTD, how does that compare with race lap records?
Good question. The lap record is...
While you're looking for that, I'll tell you at 6:38, 2 minutes to go. If you added all the laps together, completed by the field, it was 10,000 in the race. Quite extraordinary.
What was the question? Lap record
GTD
for what?
lap
GTD
record.
lap record. 1:19.3.
All right, so we're 7/10ths of a second away at the moment from Jordan Petmer.
Last year.
Three and a half hours to go, with half an hour then on to the next tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points. Nick Damon has the third place car in LMP3. It's the 76 car, the yellow and black AWA.
Yeah, it's a full service. Josh Sargent getting on and Carl Marcelli getting out. The interesting thing about, of course, about these P3 versions is they are, of course, right-hand drive. So it's kind of like it's a bit odd seeing them getting the driver out the side. I'd normally expect to get out in a car park, but they are doing a full service. They're also having to do a little bit of remedial action on the number. The 76 number on the right-hand side is having the hit with a hand, not a hammer, but also, oh yes, excellent, nice bit of tank tape on there now. So they're getting going, because of course if those illuminated numbers come off, that'll involve having to come back to the, as he left, he has just flicked back a large amount of carbon fibre. So something's fallen off that car, and it's been picked up by the IMSA official. Probably it was very expensive when it was in one piece, but now it's just a bit of a carbon control. It's about the size of a paperback book. Just fell off the car as he drove away.
Thank you, Nick Damon. Down in the pit lane with Adam, who has Dirk Muller with her. He's been having a few problems with that corner of BMW off the track at least twice that we saw in one stint. Now, I can't remember Dirk Muller being off the track twice unprovoked in probably 2 or 3 seasons of racing. So what was going on there?
No, that definitely is not Dirk Muller driving a car off-road intentionally. Dirk, you were clearly having issues with the car. What was going on during your stint?
I'm so gutted for the team, for myself. We were going so strong. I think at the moment I was P2 or P1 behind Brian. Car was super rapid. I was probably, no joke, I was fastest car out there. And not even trying for it. Car was absolutely on rails. I'm super happy. And then out of nowhere, we started to get gremlins in the car, electrically. In the beginning, I kind of get warned, and I knew how to react, and that's why it wasn't so bad. I had to reset the car 2 times at the place where it was quite safe, and then at the end it was just doing it randomly without any sign before. It's just a self kind of protection kicking in. We don't know why, really. There's no real fix at the moment. We did a hard reset at a minute now at the pit stop. We are hoping that could something. It's just unfortunate.
Dirk, I'm so sorry.
Yes, we are not giving up here.
A bit further up pit lane, just out of his P3 car, it's Carl Marcelli. Carl, it's certainly pretty hot out there as you rehydrate yourself, and full of action as well.
Of course, I have
a double stint all green flag. Man, that was a lot of work. It's been a long time since I've been in prototype racing, and I'm not the full-time guy here. I'm just sort of plopped in as the third shoe for this weekend. So ergonomically, I'm pretty uncomfortable in the car, and a lot of aches and pains. Also, just not enough time in the car, really. I didn't test at all. We just kind of showed up. I didn't even do the first free practice. So I think I had about 20 laps before the race, and you know, we're treating this like a test, but the competitor in me wants to go faster, and the competitor in me wants to win. But I don't feel we have the car to do that. It's a lot of work right now to put together an okay lap.
But I suppose the plus point is by getting an hour and a half in the car, you're learning every lap. You're getting more at home with this car. You're able to exploit it more.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm learning where the limits are. But right now it just feels so knife edge that it's hard for me to get to the limit. I've had a couple of big snap oversteers, and in a prototype, that's not what you want.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Carl.
He sounded really, really worn out there. Carl Marcelli, who's Fitness Butcher's dog's personal trainer. And Nick just telling me he looked tired and was very, very sweaty. He needs to go and rehydrate. And he's the Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion from the IMSA series in the Pro class this season. So he knows how to pedal fast cars.
He does, and he's driven a few races this season in LMP3 cars, including Watkins Glen and Canadian Tire Motorsport Park.
Jason Anzalone joins us from Michelin Motorsport. Hello, Jason. How are you?
Hi, John. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm all right. You've had a busy day, haven't you? You've been a blur all day today, in and out of meetings. Have you seen much of the race?
I have only enjoyed a few minutes of the race. It's been a very busy day, but obviously excited to be here and
please sit down. If you've been on
Take the weight off your mind.
Yes, sit down. We've still got a race to go, 3.5 hours, but of course you guys are planning, forward planning all the time. Michelin, the supplier for all of the tyres across the major IMSA series now, including the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, Pilot Challenge, of course, and this championship. That was a huge undertaking that Michelin took on a few years ago. You had the global pandemic in the middle of it. Have you managed to get back to some form of normality in terms of supply in motorsport?
I would say that we're not completely back to normal. Our teams are working incredibly hard to ensure that we have enough tires to be here on the weekend racing, and we protect the race activities almost at all costs. We do not want to show up without enough tires, so it's a primary focus for us.
We were talking about the WEC and the IMSA calendars earlier on, and some of the almost inevitable clashes, and one thing that came up was transport and transport costs. They've gone up massively. Sea freight became a lot less reliable, and that's gone up, but air freight now has gone up massively as well. You've got to factor that in, I presume.
Absolutely, John. You know, we look at air freight as a kind of a last resort option, and we try to plan ahead, taking into account the incremental lead time in order to get the products here to the States. But you know, again, it's all part of our planning process managed by our team.
Shea Adam is down at the far end of the pit lane where the number 60 Auto Nation Sirius XM pink, blue and white machine is coming in, and there is a brand new set of Michelin slick tyres. Shea?
And a very excited driver who gets behind the wheel now. I'm just waiting for his helmet to disappear. There we go. That's Elio Castroneves getting those stickers. He was dancing on the pit wall. He's so amped up for this stint. And that's a mark of how much Acura and Meyer-Shank Racing trust Helio, that they put him in the car at this point in the race when normally most of the other third drivers, they're already sitting on the pit box in their street clothes. We also have the Corvette into the pits. This is fuel and tires only, no driver change, but they are changing out their data stick. Perfect stop for the 60 Acura as the DPI rumbles back onto the racetrack. And now we just wait for the roar of the Corvette. It was a slow right front tire change, but no time lost while fuel was still going on. And wow, windshield tear off. I really appreciate teams that give their drivers windshield tear off instead of just the clean. Waiting on the fuel, we're 27 seconds in this pit box. They do go to 40 for a full fuel, so it's going to be a while longer.
So Elio was dancing with the cars there, was he?
I let the Corvette answer for that one. That was a badum from GM.
I'll get my coat.
It was more of shadow boxing than dancing, but it looked like happy dancing.
Thank you, Shane, down in the pit lane. Jason Antononi with us from Michelin Motorsport. Jeremy.
Just very quickly, that stop for Tom Blomqvist, he did 34 laps on that stint. That's the longest stint I think we've seen in this race. And turning, pretty reasonable lap times. He's certainly losing a bit of time there toward the end, but he stayed out a lot longer. Most of the number 10 car, its last two stints were 31 laps and then 32 laps. Been green for quite a long time now, as we're getting full stint lengths in. The Cadillac has turned last time 31 laps as well, and that's kind of the norm. Number 31 car was also 31 laps. But that number 60 car, 34 laps on that stint.
Jason, I'm keen to know, in these different days for racing now, we see, and Michelin's been at the forefront of this for years, and particularly with Le Mans, we see series trying to extend the life of tyres. I remember, it seems yesterday to me, but Audi, I think, did the whole of Le Mans on a ridiculously small set of tyres, quad stints, quintuple stints during the night. It's not quite like that now, but the pressure is on you guys at Michelin to be able to deliver quality, safe, performance-based tyres that can do 2 or 3 stints?
Yeah, John. It is our ambition at Michelin to race sustainably, and part of that is by developing tires that can double stint and also provide the highest level of performance and safety for the race teams. So it is part of our strategy to create double stint tires, and you can see that that will come to life in the GTP class here in IMSA next year.
Well, I'm pleased you brought that up. We had the 4 cars on static display before the race started. The fans could have a good walk around. The testing here Monday and Tuesday. You've taken on an incredible challenge there, because just there's 4 different manufacturers, there's 4 different engines, there are 3 different chassis, and you're going to give them 1 Michelin tyre in terms of 1 slick and 1 wet to make all of those guys happy. Now, come on, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, well, the good news is we have incredibly smart engineers at Michelin that can
so
solve
that's
it.
Not your job.
No, that is not my job, thankfully. No, it's a huge undertaking for our engineers at Michelin, but this is, again, part of our DNA to use the racetrack as a laboratory, and we work very closely with our OEM partners to develop these tires. So we're continuing to push the envelope and develop new technologies.
And will that be the same tyre that the Le Mans hypercars get? So the Toyota, the Ferrari, the new cars coming in under ACO rules, because we've got a convergence now, and those cars are going to be racing together in the WC, potentially here and certainly at Le Mans.
Yeah, yes, John. So same tire, slightly different rules in WEC versus IMSA, where we bring 1 spec to the racetrack per weekend, where there can be multiple specs for WEC, bringing them to the weekend, but overall, same tire.
Wow. Okay, that's even bigger a job when I think of how that's going to work, because you've got all-wheel drive cars in WEC against rear drive cars with the additional torque of the hybrid systems here.
Yeah, so...
And that's 1 spec of rear tyre that's going to do all of that. That's amazing.
Yeah, so as you can see, a very complex problem, again, for our engineers to solve.
The guys at Clermont-Ferrand are burning the midnight oil. What do we get out of this as motorists? You said it's a laboratory. Are you learning things that you can apply to, say, electric vehicle technology, which are cars that have huge amount of torque, to performance car technology? Are we getting the benefit of this?
Absolutely. Just like our teams out here racing on Michelin product, lap after lap, getting quality, safety, and performance out of the tire. We take those learnings and we bring those learnings into our consumer tires. So for when consumers purchase Michelin product, they know that we have tried very hard to bring the best technology we possibly can for the consumer to deliver value.
And if we look at the whole family of racing that you're supplying just here in the IMSA paddock, the variety of cars, front engine GT cars, mid-engine, rear engine, front wheel drive TCR cars, prototype cars. I mean, that is a huge amount of knowledge you're gaining.
Yes, absolutely, and that is the beauty of being here in the paddock and being involved in racing, because again, it's pushing the envelope of Michelin and understanding what we need to do to deliver value for race teams and for consumers.
With these environmental concerns, what about recycling tyres? What about using different constituent components of tyres to be able to be a little kinder to the planet? Because most tyres aren't rubber anymore, are they?
You know, it's a complex. A tire is a complex manufacturing process.
It's a piece of engineering, isn't
it? Exactly. It's very technologically advanced, and so it is our mission at Michelin to get to a point where we are racing more sustainably, using more sustainable material in our tires. And if you people here at track can come to our tire workshop and see on display a 53% sustainable material rate tire, that we continue to try to increase that and get closer to 100%.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on the track, and out on the back straight at the moment, the number 60, that's Elio Castro Neves trying to pull back Ollie Pla, who's about 8 seconds up the road, but Elio doing what Elio does, Jeremy, and carving his way through traffic.
Indeed so, and a little bit far down the order, well, 7th and 8th positions. That's the lead in LMP2. Rui Pinto Andrade holds the lead in car number 8, but young Josh Pearson in car number 11 for PR1 Matheson Motorsports is right on his tail there. Yeah, he hasn't made the pass. He's actually dropped back a little bit on that lap, so probably a little bit of traffic in between those two, but that's a good battle going on there for the lead in LMP2, and Juan Pablo Montoya is closing in on those two. He's less than 20 seconds behind them in the third position, actually 14.7 this time around. He gained 5 seconds on that last lap alone.
Yeah, he's on it. He had a bit of clear track. Yeah. One of the drivers who's going to be experiencing and benefiting from Michelin's experience in GTP on GTP tyres next year is down with Shea Adam now. That's a Mathieu Jaminet for Porsche.
Matthew, once the green flag came out today, you and Matty Campbell joined some rarefied air. Patrick Pilet, Earl Bamber, Lawrence Vantor, Patrick Long, Jörg Bergmeister, and name a list of factory Porsche drivers who have won IMSA championships. Getting that out of the way, I asked Matthew earlier, how much of a relief was that to then just be able to focus on the race?
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at the season, for sure the target was the championship, but to come into the last race and just having to start, for sure takes out all the pressure off the shoulders of everyone. And yeah, I'm just super pleased and super happy to add our names with Fab Motorsport winning back-to-back championships in GTD and GTD Pro. So it really shows the level of these guys, and for us also as kind of rookies, because we were doing only endurance racing, and for the first season, full season, and learning a couple of tracks on the way and on race weekend to win the championship, I think didn't happen very often. So yeah, super happy with this.
It was you in the end of the race at Daytona with a great battle with Lawrence Vantor this year that ultimately resulted in you at the Rolex. I'm reading into the pattern of this. It's going to be you at the end of Petit Le Mans, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, if you look back at Daytona, I couldn't won without the help of my teammates and the team. And if you really look back into details to the strategy, Matt closed the gap and save fuel like crazy in Daytona, which allow us to come back in front and then fight from there. So that's kind of, I think, the same mentality that we have here. He's super strong at fuel saving and turning some crazy fast lap times. So he will be doing his part of the job, and I will try to fight and take risk if there is a restart or something, try to win it today.
I know that Lawrence is listening and watching back at home in Belgium, and man, Larry, we wish you were here. But for you, Matthew, it's a busy couple of days. You've got this race today, the banquet tomorrow, and then testing starting on Monday. How do you try to focus on the one thing at a time when there's so much excitement coming?
Actually, we are not testing on Monday. It's going to be in a few weeks' time. Yeah, it's going to be in a few weeks' time. So yeah, I'm going to enjoy tonight's party, tomorrow's party. Have a few days at home to rest, look back at the season, train a bit, and then be prepared for for the LMDH cars which are coming next year and some testing over the winter.
There's a lot to celebrate, so congratulations on one championship. Good luck with the race win.
Thank you. Thank
Gerald
you, Shane.
Bleekelmolen listening in as well. 18th for Porsche testing at Sebring, so the week after next. But now we know why Porsche aren't here, because two of their 963 drivers are going to pick up a championship and will be celebrating hard on Sunday night. There'll be in no fit state to do anything. It'll be complete recovery mode, as Shay has just said in my ear. Jeremy, the sun now at least is out of our eyes, and I think it's gone down low enough behind the trees at turn 7 as well.
Maybe just about. And that'll be a relief, because visibility's been really tough through there. That battle for LMP2, by the way, is absolutely tremendous. Number 8 and 11 completely nose to tail now. The last couple of laps have been in that formation. The guy who's struggling at the moment, though, is Helio Castro Neves. He's lost 10 seconds to the number 31 car, and also to Scott Dixon, who's closing in very rapidly behind him.
So you're seeing behind the velvet rope now, the third wall's being taken down, Jason. Lee Diffie doesn't have to do all this running around while we turn it. We've got Jason Ancelone here from Michelin. A beautiful day it's been today. And he's catching up on a little bit of the racing, watching very intently there as we've been doing the pit reports. You guys don't get an off-season then, do you? It's short enough anyway, with just 112 days between the end of this race and when the cars are on track competitively at Daytona for the Raw. But we've just heard testing Monday and Tuesday. We've got Porsche testing the week after. We've got the December test, and that's just the new GTP cars.
Yeah, John. Our team is very busy here. We don't get much of an off season. We have a lot of testing, but it's good for us. You know, again, it's an opportunity for us to work with our OEM partners, develop tires that will push the limits of technology.
And that motorsport work, is the potential there to open doors sometimes to OEMs that perhaps you're not working with? There's such a wide variety of cars. I think there's 16 OEMs in IMSA competition, and you're providing tyres for 15 of those. Does that give the opportunity for your original equipment guys to start knocking on some doors as well?
I think you have to always keep the options open for it to become a business opportunity. We are here to develop relationships with OEMs and the hopes that we win some business at the OE level.
And I presume that the developing of tyres now, as cars become, particularly sports cars, hyper sports cars, 400, 500, 600 horsepower is not unusual nowadays. You use the same sort of modelling techniques, the same sort of data acquisition that you use in motorsport. Some of those tools, is that transferable assets?
Yeah, I would say we're pretty technologically advanced around simulation technology, and so I think use all of the resources that Michelin has in order to develop great products.
Michelin have been around for a very long time. They've been in motorsport for as long as there's been motorsport. So you guys have seen all kinds of things come and some things go. In terms of motorsport and in terms of tyre technology, what's the next big thing? You don't need to give me any trade secrets, but what is the thing that you think Michelin, and indeed other tyre manufacturers, what are you going to have to look at and have to work on in the next, say, 5 to 10 years? Because I know that's how far you guys will be looking down the road.
Well, no, it's a great question, and really, I think if you look at in the short term, the OEMs are developing more and more BEV vehicles, so we need to push the limits on technology to support the higher torque that electric that are heavy. So in the short term, we need to develop tires that can handle the heaviness and the torque of electric vehicles. But then again, Michelin's roadmap to be fully sustainable by 2050, that is our goal, 100% sustainable tires by 2050, and that is our goal, and we have a roadmap against that.
And also having to look at emissions from tyres now, which is something that I didn't understand until I looked at it. Again, the heavier vehicles, battery electric vehicles, yeah, great, there's no tailpipe emissions, but because they're heavy, they can degrade the tyres quicker.
Yeah, no, that's a real problem, John. And again, our engineers are working incredibly hard to develop the technologies to solve all the problems. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a problem, but doesn't mean it doesn't have a solution. And we have great people at the company.
You live for challenges, whether it's on the racetrack or on the street, Michelin, don't you?
Absolutely. We try to be a technology leader, whether that's here at the racetrack or building street cars, street tires.
Do you think people pay enough attention to their tyres generally, particularly on street cars?
Yeah, if I'm speaking honestly, no, it's not something most consumers think about, but that's where Michelin has a great responsibility to educate consumers on why tire maintenance is important and why they should really think about tires on their vehicles.
I was talking today about checking your tyre pressures when we were talking about some of the infractions that we had, and I was always taught to do it at least every 10 days to two weeks, and particularly now with lower profile tyres on your street cars, you're really actually quite, relatively speaking, quite high pressures in your straight tyres. So tyre management on your street car and tyre maintenance, super important. Jason, I know you're busy. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Thank you for a great season at IMSA. Good luck with the challenges that you have ahead, because you've boggled my mind, and I'm sure our listeners' mind and viewers' mind as well, with how much you've got to do, because you can't give in motorsport, you can't give anybody an advantage either, can you? That's the other thing I was just thinking of.
Yeah, no, we have to bring the same tires for all teams, and at the end of the day, it's supporting them to the best of our ability with the products we have.
So either you need, in next season when all the hypercars and GTPs are there, either you need everybody to love you and all be very happy, or all hate you at the same amount. Is that
I think that's the world we live in, but again, that's why we work so closely with our OEM partners to make sure that we're developing the tire to, I'd say, make everybody happy as best we can.
And just on the IMSA side of things, the relationship with IMSA has been very strong and continues, we should say.
Absolutely. We have a great relationship with IMSA. John Doonan is a great partner as the president, and working with the team at IMSA is a wonderful experience for us.
And with Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta as well, and the Michelin Tower that we're sitting in, such an upgrade on what was here before. You haven't had really a chance to use it as you would have expected over the last couple of years, for reasons that everybody understands.
Yeah, no, obviously it's been a couple of challenging years, but we're so happy to be here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, which is our home track, because Greenville, South Carolina is only 100 miles away. So we have a lot of Michelin employees here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We have some consumer activation, so it's a really great weekend.
Thanks for all you do for motorsport here in the US and worldwide. Jason, thank you very much indeed. That was Jason Anzalone from Michelin Motorsport. Tell everybody you're still talking to us, and just sit around, watch if you want to, or slide away so you can watch a bit of motor racing.
Okay. Well, yeah, John, no, I appreciate it. I'm going to take off now and go watch some racing.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jason, and thanks again for all the support over the last few seasons here in IMSA. Jeremy Shaw's been watching this wonderful segment of the race, Jeremy, just unfolding. You're just starting to see some patterns building now. Alex Lynn's built up a almost 20-second lead at the head of the field from Ricky Taylor now in the Koenig Minolta Acura. That battle for the championship. The number 10 car in second, that's the black and blue car. The number 60 car, so the only car in the championship hunt. Elio Castro-Neves is about 30 seconds, a little bit under that, away from Ricky Taylor. Those are the two cars that are battling for the championship, but of course everyone else in the DPI category, and certainly the top 5 who are all still on the same lap, Jeremy, they're all battling for the race win. They don't care about the two Acuras.
No, they don't. You're absolutely right. And it's a fascinating contest at the moment. Number 60 car is getting really good fuel mileage. They're extending their stint lengths, and potentially could do this race on one less stop than everybody else. The question is, are they going fast enough to do that? They're losing a little bit of ground to some of the other contenders, and they're being caught still by Scott Dixon in the number 01 car. Remember, the gap was as much as a half a minute back to Scott Dixon. It's now down to 7 seconds, so it's coming down little by little or by chunks, depending on how the traffic unfolds. In GTD, Jordan Pepper has extended his lead in that Inception Racing McLaren to Robbie Foley, Bill Oberlin, who's now driving in number 96 car, out to a full, it was 22 seconds. So he's
24 seconds last time.
24.
Yeah,
okay, fine.
24.3.
Well, that's on this lap.
Right.
That's in real time. So he's definitely pulling away. Is the McLaren? He's turning very consistent lap times, and he's about the same difference here, 24.1 seconds. And Bill Oberlin now, he's got his mirrors full right behind him in that battle for second place with Madison Snow, the pole sitter, hot on his heels.
Coming down to another clock hour, and quick reminder that you're listening to 98.1 IMSA Radio on Radio Atlanta. Oh, off! Hard point. Just about to go down to Shea, right on the 3 hour mark, and this is a full course caution. 3 hours to go, and the hard point Porsche is off with front end damage. Now let's see
just over
where that was.
hours.
It was Rob Ferriol who was in that car, and that is turn 5. 2.5 hours of green flag racing, and that is a substantial impact on the front of that car. The AMR safety team in the Porsche Cayenne already on site. Turn 5, yes. The safety car will have to come out. Let's keep an eye. We're hearing from the team that Rob has been talking to them, and there's quite a bit of debris to clean up there. This is not going to be the work of a moment, I'm afraid. Shea, I was about to come to you for a little LMP2 Championship update, so let's do that right now. I'll keep an eye on what's going on and let you know when Rob is out of the car.
Okay, well, we came into this race with the possibility of 3 different drivers, actually 3 individuals walking away with the championship. Four, sorry. I discounted Dwight Merriman and Ryan Dial as 1 person instead of 2. They have officially now retired. And because they have retired, they will finish last, which means that Stephen Thomas can't win the championship because he would have needed John Ferrano to finish last, by my math, if my memory is correct. So that means that John Ferrano tentatively has the LMP2 championship wrapped up.
Thank you, Shea. That was a very nasty incident for Rob Ferriol. Started the slide coming out of turn 5, thought he caught it, and then the car went back to the right, and heavy contact, driver's right-hand side, right on the front of the car, just at the rise. Fortunately, caught the banded tyres there. Yellow flags out immediately from the marshal's post there. Rob's out walking around, taking his helmet off. He's already taken his gloves off there. Really sharp work by the marshals, who first of all had to move out the way because the car was coming straight towards them. As soon as they realised they weren't in danger, the yellow flags came out. Thank you once again to our ladies and gentlemen who are flagging around the circuits. Many will be tuned in from Europe just after midnight in the UK, just after 1 a.m. In Europe. They'll have been out working today, army of orange workers.
Yeah, now note here, number 31 car is going really slowly. He's not packing up behind the safety car. I reckon he's almost out of fuel. He elected not to come in and take on emergency service there. He's about due for a pit stop. His last pit stop was on lap 263. He's done 31 laps now, and that's about the limit of that car. So that's a bit of unfortunate timing for number 31.
Yes, because he'll have to come in for a splash of fuel in emergency service if they don't open the pits relatively soon. And that is the car sitting in 3rd position. Andrew Marriott is back in the pit lane. Good evening, Andrew.
Good evening, John. And I was going to tell you that the ERA car had retired, but Shea was in front of me there. But I can tell you that Mercedes-Benz we've seen limping down, the Team Korthoff car, but that's due to a fuel pressure problem. We thought maybe it was an electrical, but actually it's something with a fuel pressure regulator is causing that problem. They're trying to sort it. Meanwhile, I'm down at the O2 area, and everybody poised, 4 men up on the wall here, tyres at the ready. Don't see any sign of a driver on the wall, so I think probably we'll stick with Alec Lynn in the car, but I'll be monitoring that, John.
Thank you, Andrew. Quite a lot of... right, we've got the pass around going on. I was about to say there's all kinds of passing going on the circuit, but that has been sanctioned by race control. Into the last 3 hours then of this race. We are on lap 296, 295 completed. Great work again by the recovery and track services teams. Already Rob Furiel's grid rival Porsche is on the flatbed, the rollback truck. Might take a little longer to repair that tyre wall in front of the concrete at the exit of turn 5. They've had a busy day, our recovery and rescue services, haven't they? This is the 6th? 7th.
Yeah.
I'm one behind somewhere. I must have
Two
forgotten
in quick
one.
succession.
Ah, right, maybe that was it. I've put them together in my head. Beautiful sunset off to the west, just a little bit of cloud there reflecting the Etruscan orange light in a beautiful pale blue sky. Very reminiscent of Gulf colours, isn't it, really? So where are you watching and listening from? Thank you for those of you who've stayed at the track. This is enthralling, isn't it? Championships still to be decided, and 98.1 FM Road Atlanta radio. We'll go right through to the end, have the excitement of the finish, grab some interviews for you before we hand over the formalities. But if you stay with us on RS2 IMSA Radio, it's Michelin Post-Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT. Start thinking about what you want to ask us, whether you've seen something you want explaining or you have points arising from anything that we've been talking about. And I see prototype cars in the pit lane, the headlights beginning now to be picked out. We are still 3 minutes away from official sunset, but quite clearly the light is fading, and down at the leader, Alex Lynn, and Cadillac Racing, it's Andrew Marriott.
Yes, indeed, just waiting for the car to come. The boys are all poised to jump over the wall, off the wall. There it comes, stops on its marks, fuel going in, 4 slicker tyres. Lynn definitely staying in the car. They have practiced this on many occasions. I just noticed the rear deck, one of the clips seems to be not properly closed. Rear tyre goes on. But I don't think they're going to worry. I thought they might put a bit of tape on that right rear clip, but I don't think they're going to. No, they're not. They're going straight to the wheels and smokes it out. And I said this before, John, but you know, you smoke the tyre, you make nice black lines. When you leave, you get a cheer. In the WEC, you get a penalty.
Fuel and tires for the 4 LMP3 cars that came down on my end. They included the Corrado Sport Car, no driver change there. Same story for the Riley number 74. It was a driver change though for the number 13, Matt Bell. British Matt Bell is now aboard that car, 2014 Petit Le Mans winner. And for the sister car, that would be the number 76. They did fuel and tires as well. We had fuel and tires for the Tower Motorsport LMP2 number 8, and still in the pit lane receiving fuel, and well, it was just fuel at that point, was the Dragon Speed car. Now it rumbles back into life. A bit of time lost as the fuel nozzle came out, and almost a stall when leaving, but managed to pull the clutch back in and get it going.
Got to turn my mic on if I want to talk. Well, actually, no, I have to turn my mic on if I want to be heard. Don't I? I can talk as much as I want. So, as you might imagine, this has triggered a whole host of pit stops. As Jeremy was mentioning, there was a few cars on fumes out there, including the Whelen Cadillac, the number
Yeah.
31 machine, but that was a clean stop from them, full fuel load of VP Racing fuel.
And the car that would have needed least fuel at this stop would have been number 60 car. Came into the pits in 4th position. He came in, he made his last pit stop 4 laps after the number 10 car. Those are the 2 Acuras, of course. So he would need a little bit less fuel. I wonder whether they can get ahead. We'll have to wait and see how they emerge from pit lane, what the order is.
Shea Adam watching the GTD field come in.
First of the cars to come onto the pit lane was the Inception Racing McLaren. I'm a little surprised because, of course, with the MEC points coming in, I thought they would stick to their strategy for that, but no, they are doing fuel tires, and Seb Prio is getting back aboard that car. We've also got the Gradient Racing Acura in, fuel tires, and it looks like maybe they're putting Mario back in, so super Marioing that car. We've got fuel tires and a Robbie Foley going into the number 96 Turner Motorsports BMW. Fuel and tires for the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW. No driver change there as Madison Snow stays aboard. Also staying aboard is the number 57 Windward Racing Mercedes. I believe that's Marvin Deans in that car, but he is getting 4 new Michelin tires. First car to roll was the first car that came in. That would be the McLaren that belongs to Inception Racing. The Paul Miller Racing BMW had a little bit of an issue there as they pulled the air hose release to let the car off the air jacks, and it did not go at first, but then it did. The second car back out and rolling in GTD was the Turner Motorsports BMW, then Paul Miller Racing, then Gradient, then we find Windward, a pretty slow stop for them. I'm not used to that, honestly. And down in the GTD Pro ranks, we've got the Mercedes that have come in, as well as the Aston. Both of those are the last 2 to leave, but I think Corvette might have been the first car back out, John.
Thanks, Shea.
25 was leading.
Yeah. Let's go down to Andrew, who's at the Whelen Cadillac, number 31 pit.
I think they made a very quick stop there, although they had to tighten Olivier Pla's belts up. Pla stayed in the car, but I've just been told, did they jump a couple of people on that stop?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, because they would have needed more fuel than everybody else.
Unless
That's a
they
great
didn't full
stop.
fuel.
Unless they didn't full fuel, of course.
Yeah.
Where are we in terms of the next?
Very good point.
No, next points are what, an hour and a bit away.
49 minutes away. It's 8 hours, isn't it? It's 4
True,
and
good
8,
point.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's 2
Andrew?
just to go, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, just talking to one of the senior Cadillac engineers, he said, well, this is all down to the fuel now. We know what we can do, but we're not quite sure if Honda can, Acura can eke it out of it. But yeah, I think that's going to be absolutely key.
Right. Last race for these DPIs, so if they've been hiding a bit of performance somewhere, number 1, very well done to keep it away from the IMSA technical team. Number 2, doesn't really matter now, you might as well put it all on the table. Let's go back to Andrew, who's with Aston Martin driver Alex Riberas.
Yeah, I am. I was just having a bit of a debrief here. Alex, so what about that session then?
Well, that was pretty special. You know, like the the last stint for me this season, which has been definitely a very special one with the art of racing. The car does feel good out there. I feel like from now on, it's only going to get better for us. The darker conditions definitely suit our Aston Martin. So I do believe we're going to get a chance to give it a good go at the end when Ross gets in the car and we give it all.
Absolutely. So, as you said, a great season for you. What do you go and do now? You're going to go and have a meal and then come back to the end and watch?
Yeah, well, after this one, it's all about preparation. Obviously, we all need a little reset after this season, but after 1 week, we are all ready to go back again. So.
But you're not going to New Zealand for a year and a half, eh?
Yeah, I hope not. I like it here, so no, we have a lot of activities planned already with the team, so looking forward to next year already.
Thanks very much. Just to explain, Alex during the pandemic got caught in New Zealand and stayed there a long time. Got involved in motorsport there. think John knows a lot more about that than I
Yeah,
do.
they won a national championship, actually, whilst they were down there. Andrew, whilst you're still next to Action Express, you might ask them how many tyres they put on that car. I think that last stop there was a timed stop with their fuel to time it with just left-hand side tyres, and that's why they turned them around quicker. That probably saved them about 10 seconds. Now, you fuel and tyre at the same time here, so if you're going to do that, then you just pull the fuel hose once the side tyres is on. I don't think they took full fuel there, Andrew. You might want to check. Thank you, Mr. Marriott. Whispering gently in my ear via the talk back there. We've spot on a sprint race now, 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's almost, as we're behind the BMW M4 safety car, it's almost as if we're on a formation lap. It's getting quite dark outside now. There are very few lights around the circuit, although some of the corners are spot lit. 2 hours and 45 minutes exactly to go as the stragglers come in for their spots. Let's go back to Andrew for an update on that pit stop strategy there. We said in our Porsche Keys to the Race, Andrew, track position was key. If they pulled a bit of a flanker here.
Not 2 tyres, not 4 tyres. They took 3.
Wow, 3 tyres. And then, was that a time stop on the fuel, Andrew, as well? So once they were done, they were just gone?
Yes.
Right, very
We're
interesting.
playing a strategy out here now.
Yes, very interesting. So we are about 5 minutes past official sunset. It will get dark very quickly. In about half an hour, it will be proper dark. It's that beautiful sort of twilight gloaming at the moment. It has to be said, our TV cameras make things look a little brighter than they are. No, a lot brighter than they are, actually. The cloud has cleared that was over in the west. Our waning crescent moon is on the rise over the top of the Michelin Bridge at the moment. It sort of hangs about and drops down as it gets up in the sky, up towards the Fox Factory Bridge. Great chance for some good pictures from the bottom of turn 12 with the moon in the background there. So the pass around the final wave by has been initiated. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to be there. Hello to Josh, who says, this is my first time at Petite, and within 5 minutes of arriving, I already determined I'm going to go back every year. This has been so much fun. A very spectator-friendly track. By the way, thanks to the Racing blog for spotting that time stop for the number 31. Back to green flag racing. And down towards the first corner, Olivier Pla for the number 31 has taken the lead with that pit stop strategy. If you're just coming back to the race, a timed fuel stop, Jeremy, for that 31. That's a nice piece of the strategy there. They actually put 3 tyres on, not 4, but as soon as the tyres were done, they did not wait for the fuel. They sent the car as soon as it was ready to go, and that's what put them at the front of the queue. And Ollie Pla trying to make the best of his track position for the next 3 or 4 laps before he's in traffic. So track position, one of our Porsche keys to the race, certainly a factor there for Whelen Engineering. And here's the strategy. People are starting to count back from the end of the race now, Jeremy, with effectively a sprint race on the clock now. 2 hours and 45 minutes as we went back to green.
Indeed so. And just 1 second, let me just catch my breath here. So the last car to get the wave around there was Jimmy Johnson in the number 48 Ally Cadillac. So that number 48 goes back on the lead lap now, and able to fight with everybody else. He wasn't able to quite catch up with the back of the pack when we were back to green, but he's certainly in good shape there.
And we've had 6 of the 7 DPIs leading the race. It is only that 48 car that has not led the race overall. Well, I don't think we've had a chat with Ollie Jarvis during the race. Let's put that right on the Michelin Racing pit perch. Andrew Marriott has climbed up to speak to the tall Englishman.
Yeah, and this is the tallest pit perch there is in the whole lane, I think, so we're well high up here. Ollie, what a dogfight we've got going on here.
Yeah, it's a tough race, I have to say. I mean, we struggled a little bit with the car in the heat, but I think the track's coming to us. But the 10's found some pace from somewhere, and it's going to be a hell of a fight to the flag.
I suppose 4 or even 5 if you win it.
Yeah, I think anyone. I think the 48 is back on the lead lap. I think anyone can win it. You know, you only need a safety car at the right or wrong time, and it mixes things up. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of strategy, fuel saving, and, you know, on-track battles to come.
And Whelan just did a stop. They just changed 3 tyres, not 4.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, the Whelan car changed only 3 wheels, not 4.
Yeah, I think they've short-filled. So I expect them to stop a bit earlier. Gave them track position. Let's see if that's the right call at the end of the race.
Is it easier to fuel save with your turbo engine is with their big V8?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think it's the same for all of us out there. It's very difficult, especially with the traffic, you know, to try and fuel save. You get held up here, you lose 3 seconds in the S's, and you know the car behind you is right on your tail. So I think we're all trying to do the best we can with that and try and manage it. And you know, it could be crucial at the end of the race.
Ollie, thanks very much for your time. We'll keep our fingers crossed for a British win, maybe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another British win. There's Alex Lynn in the battle as well.
Oh, so we're guaranteed a British win, is what you're saying, Andrew. Okay, fine. Hello, Chelsea. I know you'll be listening either here at the track or back at home. Not sure if you've made the trip. Good to hear Ollie Jarvis's voice. What a driver. Very well thought of, highly thought of at Audi. Did a lot of the development work for the original Audi GT3, the R8. Co-opted into the LMP1 team before that was wound up, and he's found employment in a number of places with the GTPs and the LMDHs and the hypercars. I would not be surprised to see him pop up in the top class of either WEC or indeed IMSA next year. I know that he would be an asset to anybody's programme, and such a nice lad to talk to as well, a tall fella. Jeremy.
The number 10 car in second position, Ricky Taylor, he's just set that car's fastest lap of the race last time around on lap 303. We went green as we completed the 300th lap here with 2 hours and 38 minutes remaining in this race. And there's you know, the six surviving DPI cars, because we lost number 5 car with a big crash earlier on. The other 6 cars, they're all back on the lead lap. Now, Jimmy Johnson's got quite a bit of ground to make up because he got the wave around, then he came in to top off with fuel, and he wasn't able to catch up to the back of the field before we went back to green. That's the way the cookie crumbles. But in LMP2 now, with pit stops during that caution period for the number 8 and number 11, that's put JPM or Pablo Montoya into the lead of the class. He'd been chased in the number 8 car by Rui Pinto de Andrade.
And a new fastest lap in GTD for the 4th place car from Gradient Racing, Acura NSX GT3, a 120.440. It's a couple of tenths, I think, quicker than the previous best. That's Kiffin Simpson in the number 66 car. And that is a purple time, fastest lap in the overall for GTD for Kiffin Simpson in that Gradient car.
By 2,000ths of a second over Tony Vilander.
Frankly, if it's over Tony Vilander by the smallest of margins, I think that young man will be quite happy with that. Even if he doesn't hold on to that, that's a feather in that cap, and clearly some pace in that car. And for Kai van Berlo, who improves to a 1:16.377, in the recovering Riley Motorsports number 74. They are a lap away from Sean Creech Motorsport and 2 laps away from the 2 leaders, being Junior 3 and Andretti Autosport. But with a couple of hours and more still on the clock, they are not out of it. Seeing a lot of bright colours on my timing screen here, Jeremy. People are using this cooler air. It has dropped a little, not massively in fairness, as Ollie Pla comes into the pits. This is the 31 car, back into the pits. Now they short-fueled this car, but this is too early.
They can get from here to the 8-hour mark in the race.
Ah, is that what they're doing?
So if there's another full course caution, and if everybody to come in, I don't think they'd need to actually, but if they were, then that would brought this car to the front.
Are the 31 in contention in the MEC? I'm not sure. They are.
Everybody's in contention with the MEC.
They are fueling that car, and this is going to be a long fuel because they short fueled it last time. The door is open, and there's no tyres. They only put 3 tyres on before. Well, this is an odd one for me. This is an odd strategy. Let's see what they do. They got the position. That's going to leave people scratching their heads. Are they in with a chance, Jeremy?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, they're only a couple of points out of the lead.
Our Porsche keys to the race, Michelin Endurance points. That is 35 minutes away. The tails away shot, by the way, over turn number 2. From the top of 2, if you're looking up from the bottom of the hill, where rooftop Ray is on the camera. The cars silhouetted against the night or the evening sunset sky. Absolutely extraordinary look at the car. I do like a good tails away shot as a still, and particularly on TV. Sort of frowned on up until a few years ago. Very cinematic, I always think. But remember Billy McCoy bringing it back in the Michelin Le Mans series days. Tails away shot. You really see the cars working, particularly when they're going uphill and over that rise there at turn 2. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, we will have hashtag Michelin PRT. Once the checkered flag has flown, it ends the race and the championship season, but starts our conversation. The original user-driven show in terms of the editorial. You ask the questions, make the points. Any points arising from this race, or indeed the weekend, and we might as well throw in the season now, since it's our last opportunity. We will be continuing with Midweek Motorsport every Wednesday. The live show at 3 Eastern and 8 UK. Right, we've settled down a little bit now with 2 hours and a half to go. Let's go down to Andrew in the pit lane. He's been hanging around the Wayne Taylor pit for a little while. What's going on, Andrew?
Yeah, I was, but I came up to see if Pla had got out of the car. He hadn't. But something I've just intrigued me. They've got a very nice timing screen here. I'm just looking, and the last time round, actually it's changed now, it's cycled through now, the fastest man out there was Juan Pablo Montoya in an LMP2 car. It was quicker than all the DPIs on the previous lap.
1:14.914.
But it was 1:12 the lap, if he did 1:12 something the lap before.
Really, yes, 1:12.8 for Josh Pearson last time around.
Yeah.
So yes, Pearson was the last, the young lad, teenager, and a 1:11 for Ollie Pla at that time. That's put it back right. But my goodness me, those P2 cars are finding a bit of pace there, Jeremy. And you said before, 3, 4, 5 seconds can disappear very easily in traffic, even from the DPI cars. In the class, Seb Prio leads GTD for Inception by 6 seconds over Turner Motorsport. The number 96 car just gone through with their fastest lap of the race, 1:20.994. Madison Snow is another, well, only half a second behind, actually. The 2 BMWs in lockstep there, and it's 3 seconds back to Kevin Simpson, who's just put the fastest lap of GTD racing, 1:20.440. And he's just backed that up with a 1:20.752. So that was quicker than Robbie Foley in the BMW. That was that car's fastest lap of the race. Top 6 made up by Winwood, Marvin Dienst, in the number 57 AMG GT3, excuse me, and Zachary Robichon for Wright Motorsport. It's a blue number 16 car coming back into it. Been a quiet race for them so far. 2 seconds away in 6th position. In GT Daytona Pro class, Ben Barnicat leads by a second and a half. That is Vassar Sullivan Lexus from Pfaff Motorsport, the plaid Porsche. They're back in it now as well with Tonio Garcia. Never won here at Petit Le Mans in the Corvette. He's another 2 seconds further back in third. Fourth, 3/4 of a second away from the back of the vet is John Edwards in the number 25 BMW. Then the Racing Competizione car. That's the Ferrari, of course. Not just a car, it's a Ferrari. James Collado in the 62. He's another half a second further back. And then a bit of a gap to Tom Gamble in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, 7/10 of a second. Let's look at the LMP category. In 4th position, Kai van Berlo is a couple of laps off the lead. No, he's only 1 lap off the lead now. Joao Barbosa, Sean Creech Motorsport is 52 seconds behind 3rd place. Junior 3 Racing, Garrett Grist in the 30 Junior 3 car. He's 1.3 seconds behind Andretti Autosport's Gabby Chavez in the 36. The green, black and white car leads that category, and Shea is with his man who literally has his name over the door. Well, so does his co-drivers as well, but this is Jared Andretti.
For Jared, this is a very odd position to be in because your job is done in this race. You're back in your street clothes already. This has to be the worst feeling in the world, the feeling of no control, but you trust Gabby and Josh to the end of this one. Is it Gabby into the end?
Yeah, we're not entirely sure right now. We just have to wait and see how the race plays out. I mean, this place is pretty physical, so it's tough to do a very long stints here. So, but we'll see. But yeah, you're right. It's pretty awful sitting on the pit box just waiting, and I don't really know what to do, and I'm just watching that ticker count down. So it's about a sprint race left to go, so it's still quite a while.
Is there any way that you can disconnect from the race, or it's not in your blood? You have to pay attention to each lap.
Yeah, I try to just go to the bathroom. I just keep, and I walk to the far one, and then I walk back, and it kills like 10 minutes, so that feels good. And I guess I don't feel like anything bad can happen if I'm not watching.
That's a good point. I mean, superstitious, yeah, but you know, it's all for the driver, right?
Yeah, I guess we're not the smartest group in the bunch. You know, drivers typically aren't. So if that's what makes me feel better, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, hey, I'll let you go for another lap.
Thank you.
Andrew Marriott is back at Wayne Taylor Racing. We'll check in with him in a moment, see if we can get a word with Wayne and see what they're feeling at the moment. Currently leading the race, in position to win the championship, but the gap between themselves and losing the championship, or at least not winning it, is only 5 seconds. So Andrew just climbing up the steps down there. Under 2.5 hours to go, and the night has come. Beautiful, beautiful pictures for those of you watching on our international TV feed. The sky going a much more indigo blue. It was sky blue earlier on, but still that little hint, the vestiges, the last vestiges of the daytime light out to the west, which are bright orange. Fabulous sky this evening. Great to see Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta absolutely packed to the gunnels with sports car fans. What an event was created by Dr. Don Panos 25 years ago. He'll be looking down, and there'll be a wee smile there, I'm sure, from Dr. P, watching this event and what it's turned into. In fact, in fairness, it turned into a pretty big event fairly quickly, but to see it having continued and so consistently built, the best in the world, is superb. Let's go to Andrew at Wayne Taylor Racing with the boss.
Wayne just taking his headset off. Wow.
Yeah.
2.5 hours to go. You're about 5 or 6 seconds in the lead, and it's all to play for.
You know, we had that unfortunate start to the race, but you know, everybody is so competitive. It comes down to track position, and sometimes, and especially now in IMSA, where it's so bloody competitive, so many good drivers, that it's almost impossible to pass on the racetrack. So you've got to do a lot of strategy and you've basically got to make track position in the pit lane. So this is why I think we have such a great team and great drivers, because they do whatever we say.
About 25 years ago, you came to me and you said, I've got my 2 boys, they're going to go racing, and I wonder if you could recommend a karting team or something. God, you must be so proud of what they've achieved, both Jordan and Ricky.
Yeah, it's, you know, the most amazing part about it is that most people certainly are impressed by their talent, but are more impressed by their personalities, and that's what I'm happy about. They're just good, innocent, no egos. They just think their dad's got the biggest ego, and that they are just no egos, and they really don't, and they just love what they do.
And they do a superb job. I'm going to let you get back, put the headset back on, because there's a bit of cunning going to come up in the last few hours.
Yeah, I've got a few hours to go. It's not over yet.
Not over yet. He knows cunning.
Oh, yes. Mine, having said that, there's a few up and down the pit lane, Jeremy. We often say there's as much talent on the pit wall as there is behind the wheel. And that was an interesting point that Wayne made there. It is difficult to pass. These drivers are so evenly matched, and the cars, of course, are as well. So the strategy has to play a part. And with 2.5 hours to go, they're already working out different scenarios. And you do the same as everybody else, and you're 5 seconds behind. You're going to stay 5 seconds behind, aren't you? Pretty much.
You're right, and you know, strategy is such a huge part of these races, and it's not just aiming for the win at the end of the day, or even you're trying to win the main championship. There's the Michelin Endurance Cup thrown in there as well. That's why another reason why we see all sorts of different strategies. It's a fascinating contest, and it's sort of a cat and mouse in some ways. And you know, you're still looking towards that final hour or two of the race. So we're only 25 minutes away from the final 2 hours. So we're inside now the regular race distance, that being 2 hours and 40 minutes. You know, it's wide open, and it has been all the way along. And it's a great battle. Yeah, Juan Pablo Montoya still leads that LMP2 class, which is pretty cool. They're turning very competitive lap times. Yeah, very simple. Well, the LMP2 cars, quite frankly, are turning lap times not much slower than the DPIs. They're really, Juan Pablo hasn't really pulled away much from Rui Pinto and De Andrade in the tower modes, car number 8. He's less than 6 seconds behind him, and Josh Pearson is matching their pace in that 3rd place car, number 11. It's pretty impressive.
We've heard one side of the story in the championship battle, that from Wayne Taylor. What about Michael Shank?
Yeah, well, I've just talked to Wayne down there. Michael, it's your turn. Is this race going to be won on the track, or between you 2 guys, the strategists?
Strategists. It's going to be strategists. It's really difficult for us right now, but we're going to try to get this accurate up front here, and we're doing everything we can. It's been a very, very difficult race.
Well, I think I'll leave it with that for the moment. Very difficult race, and you know, I don't think he's pulling one over us. Michael does look really strained, to be honest.
I agree, Jeremy, and you know, we can see down in the pit lane, we get shots from our fabulous production team. Thank you to them for the whole year, from NASCAR Productions. All the camera feeds being sent up to Charlotte, where they are being monitored by the production team and replay team. It's fabulous tape apes, and then we get the mix back down the fibre to us here in the Hagerty Global broadcast booth. Thank you for all your hard work, everybody, and particularly to our camera operators who have been out there all day today, in fact all week, haven't they? And what a season it's been. They provide us with some great images, and some of the almost sort of candid images from the pit lane RF cameras, the radio cameras, show the strain on the faces of both Wayne Taylor and Michael Shank. They've both raced at the very highest level with their teams. Michael Shank at Indianapolis 500, as well as in the sports cars. Wayne Taylor, World Sports Car Championship. And they want this championship, Jeremy, don't they? They're both Acura teams, so there's a bit of internecine rivalry in some respect as well before we go into the GTP era, but there's no doubt in my mind that Wayne Taylor and Michael Shank, as individuals, never mind the rest of the team, they want this championship this year.
Oh boy, they really do. I mean, it's DPIs have become so iconic over the last 6-7 years, so they want to be the last winner of a DPI championship, not only for themselves but the manufacturers as well, their sponsors necessarily, it's all hands on deck. Whatever they can do. For a while there, certainly the number 60 car was trying to save some fuel, and that's worked out because it's now gone from 4th place to 2nd place during that last round of pit stops. The bad news is the number 10 car, as far as it's concerned, number 10 car, which is the other Acura, remains out front. I think the Cadillacs look to be maybe slightly quicker overall, but it's the 2 Acuras out in the front of the field right now. They've done a really good job.
Austin Hilliard Racing at IMSA Radio saying you could not fit another car in here, maybe a couple of motorbikes, but it'd be tight. Reckons there's over 60,000 fans on the grounds today, and a fabulous day for it. Still a fairly temperate 18 Celsius, that's what, 64 Fahrenheit. 18 Celsius is a decent day in the summer back in the UK. That'd be shorts and t-shirt for me. And again, I do come from the northeast. Good to know you're here, AHR.
Once again, Elio Castroneves, he kind of maintained pace with Ricky Taylor for the first few laps after the restart. Remember, of course, they started nose to tail. After the number 31 car had made its pit stop and come in to take on fuel and tyres, that gap between the 2 Acuras has ballooned out now to over 12 seconds. Last time around, it was by more than 3. This time around, Castroneves was a little bit quicker, but 12 seconds inside a dozen laps. It's a second a lap, isn't it, on average? So he's got to try and stem that one. But again, still plenty of time to go, and there's still the potential, if they can keep getting that great fuel mileage, not probably to get one less stop than everybody else, but at least a quicker pit stop because they're going to need less fuel.
Hello to Tommy Milner. He's just tweeted, it's taken to the bout now to stop feeling very weird watching Petit Le Mans and just enjoying the race. It's not involved, of course, this year. And hope to see you back in IMSA competition. Doing the WEC with Nick Tandy this year for Corvette in the GT Le Mans category. Not sure where he is in the world at the moment. I presume he's at home in Virginia at the moment. With Lauren and Eva. Top 6 then, separated by just on a minute. Check that, yeah. It's quick for Ollie Pla to come through. Yeah, a minute 2 seconds as they're working lap 321. GTD Pro, Ben Barnicat can't pull away from Matt Campbell. Navassa Sullivan, number 14. Lexus RCF GT3 from the FAF Motorsports Porsche 911 GT3R. A lot of cars getting their final runs in this race this weekend. The Porsche being one of them. There's a new version of that car coming out. We know about the DPIs, of course. The Ferrari 488 GT3, that'll be a 296 next year. My goodness, what a weapon that looks to be. Elements of prototype design in that car. Ferrari have spared nothing on that machine. And if you don't believe me, go and dig out the copy of Race Car Engineering that had it on the cover. I think it was maybe 2 months back. A really in-depth article. If you like the technical side of your motor racing, by the way, whether it's endurance, F1, NASCAR, or whatever, heartily recommend that Race Car Engineering. It's a monthly publication out of the UK. Can't get it around the world, and it's online subscriptions as well. Here comes the leader across and underneath us in traffic. Flash of the lights from Ricky Taylor. Pulls to the right-hand side. goes through at turn 1 on the high class, number 20, I think. Yes, it was. You just have to go with your gut feeling sometimes in the darkness as to which cars are there. Problem is, so many of them now have had extra body panels or change of body panels. They're not always exactly the same livery as they started the race. That high-class car's got a black nose cone on, a completely carbon nose cone from its trials and tribulations earlier on. Juan Montoya for Dragon Speed leading by about 8 seconds, 9 seconds from Rui Pinto to Andrade. The Tower Motorsport in the number 8 car. Josh Pearson now another 21 seconds further back. That's LMP2. And Ricky Taylor with an 11-second lead on Helio Castroneves. Those are the two cars battling for the championship. Seems in some ways rather fitting that they're at the top of the field, but Alex Lynn's not letting them get away. Just 0.7 of a second further back for the best of the Cadillacs, the 0-2. And his teammate, Seb Bourdais, is closed up as well now. So the top 4, Jeremy, within a dozen seconds of each other.
Yeah, and the gap between first and second has not only stabilised, it's come down a little bit the last few laps. 10.4 seconds now from Ricky Taylor to Helio Castroneves, the two Acuras. And as you say, the two Cadillac Racing entries, the 0-2 and 0-1 absolutely in lockstep with Helio Castroneves. So you know, that's I think, you know, they're not going to want to push the issue. They don't want to, I'm sure, affect the overall championship battle. They're not in that overall championship fight now. The Cadillacs is down purely to those two Acuras, and you know that there's still plenty of time for strategies to play out and maybe make a pass. But it's Castroneves working his way again there through some traffic. You know, this is really intense racing right now. There's no place on this racetrack really you can take any sort of a breather. You're just on board here with, I think it's it's one of the Cadillacs, I think, isn't it? The 0-1 car of Sebastian Bourdais, and just weaving in and out of the GT traffic or the other slower LMP3 cars, and you've got to have total concentration all of the time.
Oh, all of the time. I think this race, I talked to Johnny Morlam about this many years ago, and he was very much of the mind that Petit Le Mans, because of the nature of the track alone, I mean, the track alone, driving it on your own is not exactly, I mean, you've got the long back straight, but it's concentration, but 4 or 5 classes, add 42 other cars, and my goodness me, you've got to have a head on a swivel. And by the way, these guys are racing at the same time. Let's just remind ourselves of that. It's not like they're just cruising around in formation.
No, and I think Jimmy Johnson now might be getting towards the end of the tyres, the tyre life on that 48 car, because the last few laps he slipped back, another 4 seconds on that last lap to Sebastian Bourdais. And okay, Olivier Plas finally found a way past. Who's that off the road? That is Alex Lynn off the road at the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, Bourdais gone through as well. That was turn 10A and 10B at the bottom of the hill, as Jeremy said. Still a good crowd out on the amphitheatre area down there. Getting themselves a little bit more wrapped up as the temperature just starts to fall. Wind getting up a tiny little bit. It's still blowing from the final corner down to turn 1. Side by side as the AMG Mercedes is passed by the charging prototypes. Barely a moment's respite is there, Jeremy, when you're either being passed or passing. There's a skill to both of them, particularly if you're in a battle in a GT car. The last thing you want to do is lose 2 or 3 seconds letting one of the prototypes through, but by the same token, you don't want to be nerfed off.
Yeah.
Shea Adam about to go for a quick break before the end of the race, but before that, and before we welcome in Nick Damon to the pit lane. An update on the Luca Molly number 96 BMW show.
It is officially nighttime as far as Turner is concerned because they have turned on the light board that goes over their boom. It says tacos and it lights up TACOS and then with a little diagram below it, so it is officially flashing. And also up onto the wall, now the number 81 Dragon Speed crew is ready for their LMP2 car. That will be Seb Montoya's first time racing at night, but on the other end of the pit lane is our leader.
And our leader has just stopped on his marks, and Alex Lynn jumps out. And looks as fresh as a daisy, I have to say. And Earl Bamber has climbed into the car. And fortunately, they're the same size, so no problems with seats. Alex walks back and will take his helmet off. He's got his gloves off already. And then I'm going to dive in with him just when he's got his helmet is coming off.
Andrew, he had a little whoopsie the lap before he came in down at turn 10. Lost the front end of the car. And went through the gravel, and
I will be talking to him about that, yes.
You might want to ask him, did he get a little tap? Because Helio Castroneves has been investigated by the race control for that, and that could be really important when it comes to the championship.
Were you helped into the gravel then?
Sorry?
Were you helped into the gravel then, you think?
No. To be honest, no.
Your tyres were going away, I suppose, at the end.
Yeah, it was. It's a shame we got stuck behind the 60. I think we had a lot more pace than that, but anyway, let's see. I think I will have a good outlap, so I think we can make the difference.
This is a really tense battle, isn't it?
It is. I think we've got an extremely strong car. It's just how do we get ourselves to the front? It's very difficult in dirty air to do something. So yeah, we're trying our best.
So you're trying really hard to get past the Acura, and you said that the wind was too much.
Oh yeah, I'm giving it everything. It's just these cars produce a lot of downforce, so yeah, it's tough in the dirty air.
Thanks very much, Alex. Deserves a good rest.
I'm very, very honest there. Race control are looking at that incident.
I think it must be something separate, to be honest, John, because on that incident, he just got it way sideways under braking. It was nothing to do with Castroneves.
And off for the 31 as well. The Whelan Ollie Clark car at the same point. He lost the back end as well. But rear tyres are starting to give up, Jeremy.
Yeah, and after the number 2 car, 02 car came in the pits, Sebastian Bourdais in the 01 was able to get past Helio Castroneves. So finally, he has clear track ahead of him.
48 Ally Cadillac in the pit lane, brought in by Jimmy Johnson. I think we'll be getting out of the car here. Is that his second stint, Jeremy, or is he going on to his second stint?
He's been in there for a while.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he'll be getting out.
Great. Sebastian Montoya has just gone underneath us in the 81 car. When I say that, I actually kind of not quite exactly underneath us. The pit lane is actually right underneath us for the support categories, the left hand, the original pit lane, the heritage pit lane, perhaps. We can say that. Jimmy Johnson did get out of the car, and he's with Andrew Marriott now.
Yeah, Jimmy's just out of the car, as you said, just organises his gear. Jimmy, that was tough at the end. I think the tyres were going away.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to catch up and really pack up with the guys, and spotted those Slaters just a ton of ground to come catch us. You know, tires are going off a little bit, but just trying to get our lap back, trying to pack back up. Didn't work out like we had hoped.
Yeah, but you've done a phenomenal job, the Ally Financial, haven't you, to get back on the pace?
Yeah, we had a series of events cost us early when I was in the car on my second stint. A couple penalties, an issue with an air gun not working. We've clawed our way back, and sadly we might be a lap down now, but with Kamui and Rockefeller, I think we'll be in good shape.
Jimmy, racing, of course, you raced at Daytona on the Rolex 24 in the dark, but it's much darker here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's much darker, and there are few places to pass. There are choke points around the track that if you're not brave enough to make that pass, you get stuck and lose 3 to 5 seconds each time. With the big wrecks that we saw earlier with guys shooting gaps, I was probably a little more tentative than I needed to be.
Great, thanks, Will. We hope to see you at the Rolex next year.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Thank you.
Oh, he didn't say no, did he? Excellent. Jimmy Johnson, his work is done for this evening into Tower Motorsport. Coming in out the lead, actually, for Rui Pinto de Andrade in that number 8 car.
Yeah, the number 81 car was in a couple of laps ago. So the 8 and the 11 in now. On lap 326.
They were second and third, of course. They've inherited first and second. But Seb Montoya will come back through. Sebastian Montoya will come back through in the 81 Dragon Speed car in a moment or two. He's in a bit of traffic at the moment, coming down to 10A. He's got a huge amount of LMP3 and GT3s right ahead of him. Now comes round to the start-finish line and goes back into the lead of the class now as he goes through. Two Sebs leading classes at the moment, Sebastian and two multi-generational drivers actually as well. Sebastian Montoya leading LMP2 and Sebastian Priaulx in GTD. It's a shame we didn't have Sebastian Bourdais leading overall. He's come in to the pits and got out the car at the moment. And Renger van der Zande has replaced him in the 01 Cadillac. Tom Blomqvist goes out in the number 60 Meyershank Racing with Kerr Bagajanian Acura. And in from the lead, Ricky Taylor in the number 10 car. New set of tyres going on that car. Ricky is out of the car. And driver change going smoothly. Oh, now they're just taking... no, they were taking a windscreen film off the front of the car. A little bit of brake heat. And away goes that number 10. Straight out off the pit lane speed limiter. It was Philippe Albuquerque, by the way, who got in that car with the multicoloured helmet. So what do you reckon, Jeremy? I mean, really hard to say who's got any advantage at the moment. It's going to come down to... This might come down to who saves a bit of fuel before the last fuel stop, and therefore who has the shortest last stop.
Well, that's right. I mean, I said that a while ago. That seems to be what the number 60 car is trying to do here.
I agree.
Tom Blomqvist has now taken over from Helio Castroneves in that car, and he put the hammer down in qualifying yesterday. He's going to have to do the same now as well. He's currently we're still waiting to see where Albuquerque comes out on the racetrack in relation to the number 60 car, as we are just 4 minutes away from the 8-hour mark in the race.
Hello to Gordon Duguid. Says before the race is done, thank you to the whole team for the live streams and commentary throughout the year. Gordon, thank you for all the name checks, particularly for the on-air staff. But as the responsible adult, I think has already said, this takes a huge amount of effort from very many people, more than just the ones you hear and see on the majority of our broadcasts. We add extra people like Nick and Andrew to the longer races. Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones, Joe Bradley have all been involved this year. But aside from the voices that you hear, it is a massive undertaking to be able to bring you these races live throughout the IMSA year. And we simply couldn't do it without the help, first and foremost, of IMSA. It's a co-production between Radio Show Limited and IMSA, and our technical staff, the RSL producers and technicians in London in our main control room under the watchful eye of our exec producer Tim Gray, Kerry, Hugh, Rob, who've all been involved this year. The IMSA technical team on site who run cables and fibre, and the NASCAR productions team as well. Big spin for the number 3. Oh my goodness, more drama for Corvette at Petit Le Mans. They've been running so well. That was 3rd position for Tonio Garcia, and he's gone around. He's dropped 2 positions already. That was really tight for 3rd, 4th and 5th there at the exit of turn 10B. Now there was traffic in there And that was the Risi Competizione, and Colado's turned him around. That's the bump and run. And actually, he had thought he'd been taught that by law enforcement. That was an absolutely perfect tap on the rear quarter to turn it around. I'm being facetious, of course. I'm sure it wasn't deliberate, but Collado was up the inside there and he wasn't close enough in that Risi Competizione car. Great save by Tonio Garcia, clicking down the gearbox and getting it pointing in the right direction from drivers left on turn 10B.
The number 60 car, by the way, has got a warning for blocking. I'm pretty sure that would have been when Elio Castroneves was driving that car before he's handed it over to Tom Blomqvist now. But
that's right in front of the number 31 as well, the Whelen Cadillac. And
I wonder why that car had lost some ground on that lap, because he was on hot tyres, and number 10 car just come out of the pits, retained the lead, by the way, during that pit stop, did the number 10 car, and he's actually extended it now by quite a margin. Now nearly 13 seconds ahead of Ollie Pla, and it's not working out for Meyer Shank Racing right now, because that guy's back in 5th position, so they've gone from 2nd to 5th after that round of pit stops.
Wow. Just to quickly finish off the note to the guys who were saying thank you. It was Gordon, wasn't it? I missed out, or I didn't miss out, I didn't have the chance there with that to mention the whole team up in Charlotte as well. Of course, there's a tech team on site, including our camera operators. But the team up in Charlotte, Jim Nabty on audio, all the production staff, Keith, D'Alessandro, Alyssa, and many, many more who make sure that here at the track we can see all the way around. And even when we aren't all at the track, we work together to be able to get our audio back to the track and the local radio, and the Sirius XM, by the way, we should mention as well, giving us space on their airwaves as well, their platform. So a huge team effort, Gordon. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our listeners and viewers for the support across the year. The responsible adult would remind me we can't do this without our commercial partners. You know who they are. They do far more than just invest in the service, give us special access. It's been working through the year on special programs for our partners, so Porsche, Mazda, Michelin, VP Racing Fuels, we visit Cayman Islands, and they're all there on the IMSARadio.com site. We're coming into the last 2 hours. Now, Rob up in London, big fan of this form of racing. He'll be getting excited. Sirius XM 207, 98.1 FM, Road Atlanta Radio, and around the world on RS2, Sound and Vision at IMSARadio.com via the live video feed. This is the 2022 season finale for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Pit stop with just over an hour to go, and Inception McLaren. A little applause behind you there, Andrew.
Yeah, well, I'm down here with Bas Linders here, who's running the team. Sean Goff's not here today, so Bas is running this outfit, and lots of high-fiving. High five you as well, Bas. Can we talk? Can we talk a second? Well, it's all going pretty well at the moment. What was that celebration for? Points?
Well, yes, this is the 8-hour mark, and for the Endurance Cup, you get like 5 points. So we scored the 5 points, and I think, well, I will calculate it again, but I think they cannot catch us anymore, so we should be the IMSA Endurance GTD champion.
Wow, congratulations on that. Well, this car's going so well, but I mean, you've been in racing a long time. I remember you racing yourself, Matt. And it's never over until it's over.
No, of course not. No, we need to stay focused. We're going to try and obviously win the race, or at least be on the podium. But yeah, the drivers have done an amazing job until now. Also the crew, really pit stops has been like amazing, the best all year. So and also strategy-wise, I think we have been perfect till now. But now, yeah, 2 hours to go, so hopefully we can continue this streak.
And putting McLaren right up there, that's great.
Well, yes, I mean, we've been doing good results with the McLarens for a while now, and we're also Asian Le Mans GT champions and then GT Open champions last year, so the McLaren is just a good car.
How much of the team is British, how much is Belgian?
Well, I'm the only Belgian in the team,
Oh.
so all the rest is British, yes.
That's right. You know, John, this is the only British team here.
It's amazing, Andrew, considering the amount of British teams that we've had down through the years. Andrew with Bas Leinders there down in the pit lane. Inception clinching the Michelin, they believe, the Michelin Endurance Cup for GT Daytona. Welcome back to the pit lane, Nick Damon, who's taking over from Shea Adam. Hello, Nick.
Hello there, giving Shea a bit of a rest and greeted by a couple of classic American cars just as the American left the pit lane. The 31 Whelen Cadillac and the Corvette race number 3 both came in for just fuel and tyres and sent again. I'm just seeing now the 25 BMW also the same standard stop. So yes, they're running through the processes now after a more exciting driver change process a few minutes ago.
Nick, before I let you go,
yep.
Officially on the timing screens, it's still 18 degrees Celsius out there, 64 Fahrenheit. Does it still feel that warm?
No,
Is
it's
it
still warm.
pleasant?
No, it's still it's a very pleasant breeze. It's nicer than it was, but it's still, you know, I've still got, don't tell anyone, I've still got the fire suit mostly undone. Just get a bit of air in there.
As long as you do it up if you step over the hot pit wall. That's
Exactly, that's all, it's
fine.
all about that. Zip it up at the right time, as they say.
Moving right along from that, thank goodness it's 1:15 back in the UK. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane can always be relied upon for a quote. Waxing crescent moon tonight with an illumination of 39%. Goes up to 50% tomorrow, by the way. It's a half moon tomorrow. And it is a beautiful, clear evening. That moon clearly visible this evening. Helio Castroneves is just out of the Maishank Racing with Curb Agajani number 60. Young charger Tom Blomqvist, who put it on pole position, is back in that car. I feel it's not going exactly to plan for the number 60.
Elio, is it going to plan for the 60 or is it too early to tell?
Well, certainly it's still 2 hours into the race. Anything can happen. This place is always decided in the last minute. Certainly we were pushing as hard as you could. I got some really dodgy times at one point there and holding the 0-2 and the 0-1. But in the end of the day, this race is so long. Even that it sometimes doesn't look good, we're never going to lose hope, and I think we still have a great chance.
Everyone's been talking about how once it gets dark, once it cools down, their car's going to start to be great. Was your car great for the last couple of laps?
Look, Tom has been doing a great job together with Ollie. You know, for me, it was a little bit neutral, as I call, but the car is good, and we just need to continue doing what we're doing, and hopefully for a little bit of a yellow, and if that happens, then all bets are off.
Thanks, Elliot. He invites me up to his prep, but it's really nice up here. It's comfortable.
Not bad, huh?
Lovely. All we need is a gin and tonic.
Thank you.
Well, you've got something in common, Nick, of course. You could always talk about a bit of ballroom dancing, couldn't you, up with Elio? Under review, that incident between the Corvette and the number 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. Tonio Garcia tapped into a spin by James Collado. He's what it looked like. Let's see what the decision is. He's in exactly the same manoeuvre between two BMWs at the same point. And it's there
was no contact.
Paul Miller Racing car. No, absolutely. Paul Miller Racing car, Madison Snow, the inside of Robbie Foley. They fall back into line with prototype traffic. 3 different categories going into turn 1 together. Actually, mean that 4 different categories, actually. GTD, GTD Pro, LMP2 and a DPI, all going into turn 1 together. My goodness, this is the absolute essence of what we expect to see as into the pit lane from the lead of GTD has come Seb Prior. So this has now become a BMW battle for the lead in GTD at the moment.
And those two have been locked together for,
hours.
Seems like hours, yeah, it really does. Yeah, not far behind them, only, actually less than that now, it's only a second or so behind them, is not only Kiffin Simpson, but also Marvin Dietz in the number 57 Winward Mercedes as well.
So, GTD Pro, GTD, LMP2 and DPI all going into turn 1. Here's the inception. McLaren, is that back into the pit lane? That didn't seem to have been. No, that was
just going out now.
Right, so that is their stop after the top of the hour, isn't it? So they're planned to be out at the top of the hour so that they could get the points in Michelin Endurance Cup. We'll give you a rundown of that. GTD Pro leader, GTD leader, excuse me, Jordan Pepper has left, and Matt Campbell has come into the pit lane. He was leading. Matt Campbell has just gone by for Pfaff Motorsports. Nick, that means you've got a Lexus with you, the remaining Lexus, the Pro leader.
Indeed, Ben Barnicott has hopped out of that car, and a man with a green and white helmet got in, so I need to work out who that one is. Let's see if I can...
She is shouting at you.
I know. I didn't do my revision. I'll be in terrible trouble for that. I'll find out from Ben who replaced him. But so they've done a standard service, 4 tyres, fuel, driver. Barnicott has his helmet off. I might just go and see who doorstep the young man, see how he feels it's going. Ben, very simple question. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, we're leading, so that's where you want to be. The Lexus RCF GT3 was fine once the night hit, really. Felt pretty comfortable in the lead there, especially considering we only took 2 tyres in that last stop. You know, the guys behind us, the Porsche, Corvette, they all took 4 tyres. You know, that was encouraging. We're lacking a little bit of straight line speed against the others, but you know, the car's handling extremely well in the corners. So yeah, 2 hours to go. Just keep everything crossed. Jack's the man to close out this kind of race.
So Jack's into the end then, is he?
Yeah, Jack's into the end. He's the man for the job. So you know, he's no more experienced than him in this car, and yeah, looking forward to see if he can get it done.
Well, you can crack open a beer now, can't you?
Better not, just in case. But yeah, I don't think I'll be able to eat or drink anything until the checkered flag drops.
Thanks, Ben. That was the background. Ben Barnicott replaced by Jack Hawksworth. That car did kind of come in from the lead because as it peeled off from the pits as the lead, but of course when they crossed the start-finish line, that had changed.
You will not be surprised to know, Nick, that I had in capital letters Jack from Shea on the Twitter. Now that's on the Skype chat, should I say. Now that battle between the 2 BMWs, the Turner Motorsport and the Paul Miller Racing, they are separated by Core Autosport in the pit lane. Sort of reminds me of the 1973 Cup final, and it's a change in the pit lane as the BMW number 1 of Paul Miller Racing gets out ahead. So just kind of underlining what both Wayne Taylor and Mike Shank were saying. And now it's Bill Oberlin versus Madison Snow. So they came in together and they went out with Madison Snow staying in the car but getting a new set of Michelin tyres. They went out with Madison Snow at the head. Now it's sort of those two following each other. There was incident as well. Another incident in review, also the number 62. That's the second incident, but this time James Collado with the number 25 BMW. So seen it, some pictures, some stills actually. A couple of people at IMSA Radio saying, well, the Ferrari was on the edge of the track and held its line. Yeah, true. But again, that door's going to close. That's a gap that's getting smaller. Out goes the... I'm not saying right or wrong. That's up to race control. The 66 Gradient Racing NSX is heading out of the pit lane. Kiffin Simpson brought it in after a stunning stint from the young man. took the fastest lap in GTD, and he stayed in that car. All of the confidence that's been shown in him by Gradient and the HPD Junior programme paid off in that stint. Well, 2 stints actually. This is his 3rd stint, Jeremy Kiffin-Simpson, in that car. When it gets dark so quickly like this, it makes you think possibly it was longer than I thought, because he was in when Declan was here, but he's probably been out and then back in again.
Yeah, so yeah, we're now an hour and 47 minutes to go, so it'll be one more pit stop. Here's a side-by-side battle between the 2 Cadillac Racing entries. Number 01 of Renger van der Zande trying to get past Earl Bamber. Earl says no, and Renger tucks in behind him. Boy, that was tight down at the chicane.
2nd and 3rd position going down to turn 1. An hour and 3/4 to go. 1 hour 47 minutes up over the top of the hill. They've got a bit of clear track ahead of them. Surprisingly, it's the Riley number 76 going round turn 5, which is the next car they will come along, so they can race a little bit here.
Yeah, but that incident definitely cost them time. It cost them a couple of seconds compared to the race leader, Philip Albuquerque, who continues to pull away.
Now that number 74 is just out of the pits, so on cold tyres for that Riley prototype, and they will be back through. They left the pit lane with equipment attached. That's a drive-through for that number 74. They've worked really hard to get back into contention, and Felipe Fraga will have to come back down through the pit lane.
Incident involving cars 62 and 3 reviewed. No action. All right.
No action for that. It's getting busy, so the 62's in. James Collado is out. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go down to Andretti Autosport and to Andrew Marriott.
Well, remember a little earlier, Josh Burnham was doing a fantastic job for Andretti Autosport, leading LMP3. I spotted Josh down here, now in jeans. You're done for the night, but you must be pleased with what you achieved.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm still at the moment on standby. Yeah, there's an hour and 45 minutes to go. We've been in control most of the race. We got to finish it off. A little bit nervous.
Yeah, I bet. Now, Josh, my memory serves me right. 9 years ago, you were the big star of the Whelen Euro NASCAR series, weren't you?
I don't know about star, but I used to...
Well, I think you won most of the races there, and then I think there was some strange business at the end of the season and you got robbed of the championship.
Yeah, I was doing okay, yeah. It was my first racing in Europe from Australia. It was a little bit of a hard introduction and things, but yeah, I'm very grateful for that experience.
A kind of strange class to come to, really, from your background.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of different sort of racing now, predominantly in GT3 stuff in Europe, and now obviously LMP3 in IMSA. So as a professional racing driver, it's a very hard job these days. You go wherever the gigs are, so I'll drive basically anything.
I think this weekend you put a few ticks against your name, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Josh.
See if we can have a quick word with James Collado, who seems to have been at the centre of everything. Cleared of any fault in the clash with Antonio Garcia, but there's also a little bit of bumping with the number 25 BMW, the RLL BMW as well. Nick Damon is there to ask the tough questions.
James has just gave himself a very nice Ferrari branded drink. That's you can get a Ferrari brand everything now, can't you? Ferrari branded hydration, very nice. James, that was quite busy towards the end. We saw the number 62 come up on the instant report several times. What was going on?
Yeah, well, it's fighting for a win. I mean, we haven't got the pace, and I'm taking risks. But honestly, at first the BMW hit me off twice in the same corner when I had the line. So I did the same thing back to make it fair, and I gained the position. But honestly, it's quite scrappy out there. And then with the Corvette, that was another incident where I was on the outside for the last corner, but the inside for the right, and he turned in and he spun. So I was fully alongside, in my opinion. But yeah, it's scrappy, but this is Petit Le Mans. There's a lot of cars on track, and we're trying to make positions back.
Fair, there's no further action with the Corvette. It was 50-50 with you and the BMW. You said you were both easing each other off at corner. Which corner was it you were doing this easing off?
It's a chicane after the long straight. I don't even know the numbers.
10 A and B. That's quite a fun place to ease people off.
But yeah, so I mean, it's racing, and we're in America.
and you've got less than 2 hours to go. Daniel Serra's in the car. Is he staying to the end now?
I think it's difficult. We're struggling with pace compared to the BMW. They've got a lot more straight line speed, hence why it's so difficult to overtake. However, yeah, we'll see what we can do. Right? You know, it's hard to overtake.
Last run for this car, it's the Ferrari 296 next year. I mean, have you been involved in the development of that car?
Yeah, I mean, we've been flat out, honestly. I've not been home for a while. A lot of testing with the 296 and the LMH, and yeah, it's going to be good. Hopefully it's in Daytona, and it should hopefully wow a few people.
And will you be wowing with it next year, or do you have your eyes on a certain Ferrari hypercar?
Nothing's confirmed.
Oh, big smile. Thanks, James.
I could hear the smile in his voice there, Nick.
Yes.
I could hear the smile in his voice. He was a little tense when you were questioning for the witness statement on the 2 incidents, in fairness, but he eased up towards the end there. It doesn't matter what we think. Race control have NFA'd the Corvette one. I have to say, most people watching on our international TV feed thought that that was a racing incident. Didn't see the BMW one, if I'm honest. So, well, I'm sure I hear a wee bit more about that. Michelin PRT, hashtag Michelin PRT for post-race tech. We'll get you through to the checkered flag in an hour and 40 minutes, 100 minutes to go. We'll grab the winners and with a bit of look, the champions as well. Here comes Faf Motorsport. They are champions. They're in the pit lane now. And then we'll leave you here at Road Atlanta on 98.1 for the formalities on the already illuminated Motul Petit Le Mans stage. But we'll carry on for those of you online on RS2 as we have post-race tech. Jeremy?
Not sure what happened to the number 31 car on its last stop, because all of a sudden that car fell a lap off the lead. Who's driving it now?
Mike Conway.
Mike Conway's driving now. He's not really making much of an impression on Mike Rockenfeller, who's ahead of him now. So those 2 cars have changed places, and not much Mike seems to be able to do about that. So the 2 Ganassi Run Cadillac Racing entries certainly have the edge, very much so, on the Action Express cars again here this weekend.
It's Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, the booth overlooking the start-finish line. The driveway Haggerty Faf Porsche goes back out into the race. Porsche keys to the race then. Championship points all at stake. With no penalties won, I might have just scrubbed that out because nobody's listening to that. Get to the dark. We're in the dark now. Who's got the car for the darkness? In comes the number 1 BMW. This feels a bit early to me.
Yeah.
For this car, unless they feel they can go
this must be a problem, I think.
on one more stop from here.
Well, they could have done that in any case, I reckon. I think all of the leaders needed one stop. I don't think this is scheduled at all. Let's see.
See when it was last in the pit lane.
Well,
no,
only
it's only
5 laps ago, yeah.
5 laps ago. That's the reason why it got clobbered at turn number 6 by one of the LMP2 cars. What a shame, because that's been a great run for that car. I think that was a right front puncture on that car. I'm sure the pit lane team will get to us and find that out. Get down to the number 1. So let's drop them right out of contention after a great run. I think that, I'll be honest with you, I was going to say this earlier on, but I didn't want to jinx it. I think this has been one of Madison Snow's best drives. He's been right up there with the pro guys all the way through, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Some very, very impressive times, working his way through traffic in some exalted company.
Yeah, and of course he started from the pole position, didn't he?
Yeah,
and,
third overall in that class, if you will.
Yeah, ahead of most of the pros.
Yeah, that was his qualifying lap as well yesterday. Well, that is a great shame. Hearing as well that the number 13, Matt Bell,
I think that
had a flat tyre as well. So that was it. So it was Matt Bell who hit him.
I think so.
AWA car. Oh, Matthew. It's not the big market on a Saturday night, Matt. It's turn 6 again. It's been an action area, hasn't it? 10A, 10B, turn 6. Turn 1 has had people spearing off at odd angles as well. Matt Bell back out of the pit lane in that AWA number 13. Did you get the points, Jeremy, for the
Yeah, no,
MEC?
I was waiting for the. I checked several times for the unofficial results on the website. And then come to check again now.
There's another tranche of
right
points at the end of the race, of course. But Inception seem to think that they've wrapped things
pretty
up.
sure they have.
Still a balmy 18 degrees Celsius or 64 Fahrenheit on track and in the air as we head into the closing stages of the 2022 IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season with the 25th Motul Petit Le Mans here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Philippe Albuquerque leads by 10.3 seconds from Earl Bamber at the front of the field. That is enough for the 10 car to win the championship. Minolta Acura and Wayne Taylor Racing, the 02 Cadillac racing car trying to keep them honest. Renger van der Zande, the second of the Cadillacs from Chip Ganassi Racing, the 01 white and black car, 4 seconds behind his teammate Tom Blomqvist, trying to get some time back. He's not gaining on the cars ahead of him at the moment. A little bit quicker than the leader last time around, but not much. And just those 4 now on the lead lap. In LMP2, Dragon Speed from Tower from PR1, and it's those 3 on the lead lap there. That's the 81 Evel Knievel leathers coloured car, the 8 black and orange Tower Motorsport, and the 11 PR1 Matheson Motorsport car. In P3, 8 seconds between Gabby Chavez for Andretti Autosport, the 36. That is a mostly white with black and green car. From Garrett Grist for the Junior 3 Racing, the number 30 machine in second. And then just still on the lead lap in third, Matthew Jacobson for the Stars and Stripes 33, Sean Creech Motorsport. Jordan Pepper for Inception Racing by 17 seconds in GTD, the number 70 black and red McLaren from the Acura of Gradient Racing. 17 seconds, as I say, that is a blue and silver car. Number 66 ahead of Bill Auberland by 2.1 seconds in the BMW M4 GT3. And in GTD Pro, 5 seconds between the bright yellow number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus and the BMW Team RLO. That's the sort of red and black number 25 car, and then the Corvette another 3 seconds further back as Montoya pits from the lead in Sebastian Montoya pits from the lead in LMP2. And the points, Jeremy.
And the points in DPI, the number 10 car was leading at the 8-hour mark, so they will extend their lead in that championship. And they're looking really good there. It's not been a good day in terms of the Michelin Endurance Cup for the number 60 car that came in with the lead and now trails by 3. So they pretty much have to win the race to overcome that deficit. In LMP2, that's already been, it was number 81 Dragon Speed car took maximum points at the 8-hour mark, but that title has already been won by the number 52 team.
Although they ended up in the wall, of course.
Even though they were out of the race. In LMP3, Riley Motorsports has, I think, they've tied up that championship now. I think 42 to 35. So yes, Riley Motorsports has clinched unofficially the LMP3 Michelin Endurance Cup Championship over the Sean Creech Motorsports entry. Yep. In GTD Pro, still tight there. Risi Competizione leads on 33 points to the 31 of Corvette Racing and a 30 of Pfaff Motorsports in the Porsche. It was the Vassar Sullivan number 14 car that took maximum points at the 8-hour mark. They are 4th in the points table, however, and can't now win it. In GTD, indeed, Baz Leinder's spot on there. His team took maximum points there and now cannot be beaten in the GTD Cup. So Inception Racing, car number 70, now has 40 points. Nearest challengers would be AF Corsa on 33. So again, championship clinch there in GTD.
Thank you, Jeremy. Michelin Endurance Cup continues next year, and we do have the Sprint Cup as well next year. It was allegedly going to go away. The two Cadillacs are in, 01 and 02, but I want to head down to Andrew down at Paul Miller Racing for an unscheduled stop for Madison. Looked like he'd been attacked after a great run through to the front of the field. What's happened down there?
Well, John, you read it absolutely correctly. He was attacked, and he sustained a right front puncture. They've changed it. They don't think there's any other damage to the car, so they whacked a new right front on, and off he went. But obviously, you know, it had big consequences.
Yeah, it's knocked him out of that great battle that he was having with Robbie Foley in the Turner Motorsport. I think I put one of those two in the Pro category. It just feels like they should be in the Pro category in some respects because they've been battling so much. They were battling for second and third in the GTD category. Sorry, mate, that third and fourth. It's Phil Ellis now in fourth position. That said, the top four are still only separated by 25, 26 seconds. In that, it's Jordan Pepper for Inception McLaren, then Mario Farnbacher for Gradient Acura, Turner Motorsport with Bill Oberlin, the BMW, and Winwood Racing, Phil Ellis. Yes, that's McLaren, Acura, BMW, Mercedes. Then in fifth, continuing the different manufacturer variety, Ferrari, AF Corsa, and Porsche GT3, making the top six in GTD, 6 different manufacturers. Andrew is at Dragon Speeds. Who have you got, Andrew?
Well, I've got the team boss here, Elton Julian, but there's a bit of a discussion going on at the moment with the Michelin tyre guys, and I'm quite sure Juan Montoya, the granddad, as it is, who's there. Elton, can I just don't... just another discussion going on. Hang on, we're going to be with him in just a moment.
Let's go to Nick Damon while we're waiting for that, Nick.
Yeah, very quickly, the 48 Alley Cadillac came in, as did the 01 and 02, the Works Chip Ganassi Cadillacs, all of them just for tyres and fuel. While they were doing, I noticed the 13, the Matt Bell AWA LMP3, which caused those problems with Paul Miller Motorsport #1. I think that served a drive-through, because it trundled down for no discernible reason apart from that. I'm sure it was responsible for that accident. The only thing I would say, and I'm interested if Jeremy can confirm this, I just get the impression that the 2 did a slightly faster stop than the 1. So I'm not sure if you got that information.
02, yeah,
02 and 01, yeah.
Cadillac. Okay, yeah. We'll check that. We'll check that out for you. I don't think that the AWA car has served that penalty. It's still sitting on the screen.
Elton, Juan Montoya's still got it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he sure. He never lost it, for sure. And the little kid has it too.
Yeah. You're having a really big battle here for LMP2. It's going both, could go either way, but you're right up there.
Yeah, we're good. I mean, we've had, unfortunately, a lot of niggling issues the whole race with starter issues and fuel pump issues. And so we're managing what we've got. It hurts us a bit here and there, but the pace is okay. Everybody's doing a good job. It's going to be tight at the end, managing the problems that we have, because it does cost us a bit of time here and there, but hey, it's a great race.
Well, what about next year? You're going to be in the mix here? Next year's plans?
If I had an LMDH car, I'd love to be here.
Will you?
I don't.
Like you?
I don't know about next year, but we're trying for the future.
No, because you've been right at the top of this. You've been right at the top of this game with your team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously the first batch of cars seems to have gone to the regulars, and so it seems that we'll wait for the second wave and, you know, give us some time to prepare for that. But I appreciate that statement. I think we've proven ourselves that we're capable and more than able to deliver.
Thanks very much, Elton Julian, a pretty good racer in his time as well. Almost made it to Formula 1. You know, he was a Ligier test driver.
British Formula 3, I remember him in, Andrew, certainly. LMP2 could still be very competitive at Daytona. The GTP cars will be fast, but will they be reliable? And There's no word yet on whether the P2s will need to be balanced down a little bit for next season. The hope is that that won't need to happen, as had to happen in the WEC. It'll take about 30 horsepower or so out of those cars. A little bit of IMSA family and sports car family news now, because standing alongside me to my right in the Haggerty Global Sports Car booth, global broadcast booth, Dennis Paul. Now Dennis is normally just down in front of me on the starter stand, and he's managed to not get covered in Georgia Clear. You're not as red as I thought you would be, Georgia. Welcome, Paul, Dennis. Welcome to the broadcast booth. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm getting a little emotional.
I imagine you are. How long have you been on the starter stand for American Le Mans Series in IMSA?
26 years as a chief starter, and I did 6 years before that as an assistant.
So you have seen every one of these races mostly from that stand in front of me.
I've been at the start and finish of every Petit Le Mans.
I've only missed one, but I'm very envious that you have done them all. Now, the reason that you're up here is to have a little chat, and the reason I put you on air is, for the foreseeable future at least, when you go back down there to check the race, this is going to be your last time at an IMSA race for a wee while. Explain why.
Well, my research is going very well, and we have a treatment for cancer, for about 2/3 of cancer, and we're working our way through the FDA process. And so over the next year, we'll be getting into what the FDA requires to get approval to treat humans. And so
this is work that you've been involved with for how long?
This is an 11-year process.
Yes.
Yes. So
almost a life. Some people's half a life's work in some respects for the people who are down. And that is effectively your day job, isn't it? This is what you do to chill out, to clear your mind, and to come and have your enjoyment.
Yes, when you're working in the lab like this with all the frustrations and everything, you have to have something outside. And this has been a wonderful, wonderful distraction for me.
Well, you've been here every time I've been here through the IMSA and the ALMS period since I was brought over here in '98 by Dr. Don Panos. Yellow flags on the front straight. I think, has somebody just gone around, or was that just a blue flag? Might have just been a blue flag, but somebody was well off in the dirt for a moment, so a partial yellow, very quick in and out of the yellow flag. So I've not known IMSA and ALMS without you. You formed a strong bond with Tony down there when we came together with Grand Am, and the ALMS and the duties were split or shared between you. That was a nice touch, I thought.
It was. Well, when they announced the merger, I contacted her and we talked, and we've known each other since probably 6-7 years before that. So,
well, we're going to miss you, but we wish you all the best for what you're doing, and we understand, even though you're deserting your family here in endurance, we understand why you're doing it. Dennis, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for all the times you and I have sat together and talked about your work and also all forms of motorsport. Let me shake your hand and wish you all the best, and I'll be watching you when you're waving that flag down there tonight in about an hour and 23 seconds time.
Yes, and I'm sure I'll be back at these races in one form or another.
Well, you know you're welcome in the Haggerty Global Broadcast booth anytime you want to be, okay?
Thank you very much.
Dennis Paul, our chief starter for IMSA, who's been around for a very long time and has been an integral part of the IMSA and the endurance family since the ELMS days. He's going to stand here and watch a bit because it's not a bad view from up here, actually. Nick Damon has the Acura number 60 out of the lead. Tom Blomqvist, we just had the number 10 car in as well. Nick?
Yeah, this is the standard stuff. It's good news for Shay because they're giving her a new windscreen tear off. You know how she is very keen there. By the way, just to reiterate, you can do windscreen tear offs in virtual racing. And it will cost you time if you do them at the wrong part of the stop, so it's all done properly. Away it goes, tyres and fuel, and rolls, same driver, so that's the Tom Blomqvist out for another stint.
Well, we can get you some.
A great stint again there for Tom Blomqvist, really good pace. Further, not only that, he turned 35 laps on that stint in the number 60 car. This is the ploy that that team has employed during this race. I hope it's going to work out for them. They're planning certainly their final stop will be significantly quicker than everybody else's. I don't think they're going to do one less stop than anybody else, but they will certainly will need less fuel. They eked out just one more lap though that time than the number 10 car, which is their chief rivals. But this is still a fascinating contest, and there's an hour and 22 minutes remaining, so that'll be 2 more pit stops, I would expect, before the end of this race.
Jeremy, what did I say in the morning warm-up? I said that ACCA can probably do 35 laps.
Yeah, but it comes down to pace. They've chosen to stretch their fuel loads and haven't been going quite as quickly as the Cadillacs.
No, true.
The Cadillacs are doing.
I mean, this is a mind game that's going on. It is. Fabulous mind game.
That's exactly right, Andrew Marriott.
A couple of questions coming in on the Twitter. Turbo Lag says, does Romando Angela still have a chance at the GTD Drivers' Championship, Jeremy? That's a good
GTD
question.
Given that his problems in this race, he's running in 9th place now.
Well, we'll let you work on that.
I just need to call out the points. I mean, he was leading from Stephen McAleer. Where's McAleer now? McAleer is 8th, and they are 9th. So McAleer's only 1 position ahead of him, so that's not enough. Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, okay, I can.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Figure out where they are now.
It doesn't have to happen immediately.
Well, otherwise I'll forget. So.
A couple of questions about, is there a way to re-watch this race later? Yes, there will be. It'll be on the IMSA YouTube channel in a couple of days' time. Normally takes a couple of days to get uploaded. Let's go down to the number 1 team and the number 1 car. That's Paul Miller Racing, local team, local driver as well, lives just round the corner. Brian Sellers, crew of luck for that team in the last few minutes, Andrew.
Yeah, Brian Sellers from Flowery Branch. That was bad luck. Bad luck. You got punted, I think, or carded.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate, obviously. I mean, the difficult thing is you hate to place blame on anybody, but when you're a car that's racing up front and you have contact with a car that's seven laps down, it's pretty inexcusable, you know. You have to find ways to coexist in races like this, and being that far behind and making those kind of moves isn't you know, it's not right. So fortunately the race isn't over yet. You know, it's crazy to say that there's still a lot of time left, but there is. Definitely puts us in a little bit of hole, but you know, it's never over until the checker flag waves, so we're just going to keep our heads down and try and recover the best we can.
Yeah, because those top 4 are still only separated by, what, 30 seconds or so?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tight. It's been tight. It's been tight the whole race. I mean, a lot of different leaders, a lot of cars have shown really good. It looks like now that the Knights fall in the 70 McLaren and the 66 Acura are really strong, and it looks like they kind of may be the class of the field right now. But you know, you never know. It's this race has seemed to be, at least from GTD's perspective, all about being in clean air. And the ones that can be in clean air and out front seem to be the ones that set the pace and open gaps pretty comfortably and pretty quickly.
And Madison had a great battle with Robbie Fowler.
Yeah, he did. Those it's great, those two. You know, you've seen them grow and progress kind of together. You know, they're just such great competitors, and Robbie has really done a great job over there with Turner and Bill and all those guys, and it's fun watching those two. You know, they constantly going at it in qualifying and in the race, so it was a great battle.
Ryan, thanks so much.
Thanks to Shea, who's let me know about Roman and the GTD Drivers' Championship. Roman DeAngelis, Turbo Lag, asking this on @IMSA Radio. He's still leading it. Stephen,
no, Roman DeAngelis is leading it right now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Roman's still leading it.
Yeah.
Stephen hasn't gained enough points at all to go through. Yeah.
True, but Ryan Hardwick and Jan Halen, the points as they stand right now, 28.78 for DeAngelis, 28.55 for Hardwick and Halen, who are currently running in the 5th position, and 28.40 for Stephen McAleer. He's currently running in the 8th position, just 1 position ahead of Roman DeAngelis, but that can change on a fairly regular basis.
So, Turbo Lag, does Roman still have a chance of the GTD Drivers' Championship? Yes, he's still leading at the moment in the 16. Right, Porsche hasn't gained enough points to challenge just yet, but Jan Halen is charging hard.
The Porsche would need to make, it would need to be 3rd. And it's currently, where is it right now? 5th. So he's going to make, he'd have to make up 2 places. And the Aston Martin not gaining any places.
Yes, indeed. So coming down to the business end of the season and the business end of this race, listening to live coverage of the 25th Motul Petit Le Mans, and Nick Damon has this update from the pit lane.
I'll have an update from the horse's mouth, actually. It's Mike Conway just out the 31 Wheel and Engineering car. It just seems, Mike, the car's lost a bit of pace. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think when I initially got in, it was just kept getting screwed with traffic, to be honest. I kept getting cars at the last corner, and it just completely was ruining my lap. So, yeah, about 5 cars went by me in the space of like 5 laps, and I was like, oh, I just couldn't do anything right out there. So after that, got the rhythm, and it seemed to be okay, but we definitely don't have some of the pace of the other guys. So I know I'm trying to do what we can, but hopefully Pipo can pull something out of it now.
You need a couple of yellows, don't you?
Yeah, I think maybe a bit tight on fuel, we're going to start saving, really. But I think that plays into the hands of the Acuras. They can do 2-3 laps longer than us, so I think they're pretty good to go, maybe to the end. Yeah. So, yeah, let's see. We need some goes.
Well, let's hope things pick up. Thanks, Mike.
Mike Conway still in with... still has to finish his WEC season as well, of course, with Toyota Gazoo Racing, the GR010 Bahrain, and it's 6 hours at Bahrain this year, isn't it? We'll have that for you, full live free coverage over on our sister service on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's a couple of weeks away, a bit more than that actually. Earl Bamber with a 10-second lead over Philippe Albuquerque for Konica Minolta. Renger van der Zande in 3rd, another 2.4 seconds further back. And then Tom Blomqvist 17 seconds further back. So 30 seconds between the top 4 who are on the lead lap. And the 2 Cadillacs off the lead lap are the unusually the Wheel and Engineering number 31 car, Pete Waterani, and Mike Rockefeller for the Allied Cadillac. Mike Rockefeller, who's been doing quite a lot of the development work for the NASCAR Cup Car to Le Mans project, the 24 Hours Camaro, and has been driving some road course races in the new generation of Cup car as part of that. Testing here not so very long ago.
I believe so.
Yeah.
A couple of days ago, I believe.
Yeah. Went well, apparently. Well, he knows his way around a GT car and a Le Mans car, so good call, I would have thought, to get some feedback, get that car dialed in. Whether he's part of the team that goes to Le Mans or not, we don't know. But, that will be the Garage 56 entry for next year, just for an innovation. All kinds of rumours about what that car might actually turn out to be, and how the motive power unit might be, or what might be added onto it, shall we say. A really serious effort being made by IMSA, NASCAR, Chevrolet, and all of the other partners, Hendrick Motorsport, of course, as well.
Blomqvist is losing quite a bit of ground now to the Cadillac ahead of him. About 20 seconds behind. Made a pit stop only relatively few laps ago, 7 or 8 laps ago. Cat was about 13 seconds when he came out of the pits. Just looking at the relative performance at the moment in GTD, Jordan Pepper is at the wheel of the Inception McLaren. Now that's been leading for a long, long time. The gap though has come down quite significantly, down now to 7.5 seconds over Mario Farmbach, who's really been flying along there. He in turn is pulling away from the BMW of Bill Oberlin, but closing upon him is Phil Ellis in the Winwood Racing Mercedes, looking to go 3 in a row here, and that car is it's a bit of a long shot now for the championship. It's the better part of 100 points behind Roman DeAngelis, so unlikely, but when I last looked at the points, he is running now in the 4th position. If he can win it, then that'll give him an extra 70 points, which is significant. That'll get him a lot closer to Roman DeAngelis and or Stephen McAleer and or Ryan Hardwick and Jan Halen.
If Mike Conway only does the 6 hours of Bahrain, by the way, it'll be 2 hours short for Toyota Gazoo Racing. It is, of course, an 8-hour race. Thank you, Rob, up in London, Lomas, London producer, the main control room there. Nearly 2 o'clock in the morning as we're heading through a clock hour, and the last 70 minutes of this race, 2 o'clock in the morning in London, British summertime, 3 o'clock in the morning, those of you sitting up watching and listening in Europe. Extraordinary pictures for those of you on our global, the international TV feed, all free of course, no subscriptions, no ads. You are watching on the onboards in particular, but also the outside shots. Way lighter than it actually looks from out of our window. It's absolutely extraordinary. Super dark. Just been talking to Dave Miller, our technical guru here, who gets us on the PA and 98.1 FM Road Atlanta radio. He's been on the infield. It is absolutely chock-a-block still on the infield, and there is a party going on out there. People watching the motor racing, listening to the motor racing, but there's a great party atmosphere. I know there's a few people here from Europe for the first time. They've made the journey over, quite a few marshals as well here, including Dead Squirrel. Hello. Sorry we haven't managed to bump into you so far. It's well worth the trip here. Direct flights to Atlanta from London, and lengthy-ish flight, 9 hours or thereabouts, and then depending on the traffic, an hour and a half, a couple of hours up the road from Atlanta Airport to Road Atlanta here. It's all getting a bit tight again out at the far side of the circuit at turn 6 and 7, as the leader there was, or the number 10 car rather, was passed by the 01 Cadillac going into turn out of turn 6 and into turn 7. Now, dragging back down the back straight. Did Philippe Albuquerque get that back? I don't think he did. Now, this makes things interesting, Jeremy, because now we've got 2 Cadillacs at the front of the field. They're starting to stretch their legs with that big V8 engine, and that means the battle for the championship is 3rd and 4th position. The 2 Acuras, the Konica Minolta car, with a 15-second advantage now over the Michelin Racing machine.
Yeah, and there's still an hour and 8 minutes remaining, and I think 2 pit stops. So it's not over yet. Was it the number 10 car was about 20 seconds or so ahead of the number 60 car, and as you just said there, the gap now is under 15, so it has been creeping closer. This is been a brilliant stint from Tom Blomqvist once again, though the Cadillacs have definitely got this in hand in terms, I think of the overall win.
Yeah, the championship though, Jeremy, the championship,
That's exactly right.
Mike Shank versus Wayne Taylor, Acura versus Acura. Rock, paper, scissors out the back, is it? Come on, let's have this. Couple of seconds, or second and a half from Tom Blomqvist to Philippe Albuquerque last time around. Albuquerque caught in traffic. The number 10 car as the leader. The leader's just gone past us. Here comes the 01 Cadillac. Gap between first and second this time around is 10.3 seconds. Renger van der Zande with a little bit of clear air. Then Philippe Albuquerque. So where is the 60 car? Just going through now. Was that the 60 car there? Yes, it was. Right, okay. And it's still about 15 seconds, with another couple of tenths taken away. So Blomqvist is pushing along.
Yeah.
Traffic for all of those cars on this lap around. As the leader is now on the back straight, Earl Bamber, who's been quick all week, in fairness. Forceful, but certainly quick, Jeremy. The New Zealander playing pretty coy when we asked him earlier on the week where he's going to be next year. Remember, this time last year, he's wearing somebody else's overalls, drafted in to that squad to help out, and did a really very good job indeed. He's going to rock up somewhere decent next year, isn't he, Bamber?
Bamber?
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if we didn't say where he was, actually.
As a third, just as a third driver.
Well, good point. Yeah, they're just running. Well, have they announced who's driving the car in Europe?
No, not in Europe.
Yeah.
Not in Europe. So he's got WEC experience, Jeremy. That's a very good point. With world champion in LMP 1H in 17 for Porsche. In the unbelievably quick 9:19.
He's certainly made a few mistakes this year, hasn't he, Earl? I think it's fair to say, but he's also produced some brilliant performances. And did he win Sebring, didn't he? Didn't he win Sebring? He made hard work of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made hard work of it, but he did win the race. And yeah, it's been he's been really impressive this weekend. I think he's, generally speaking, has shaded the 01 car.
How about this for a story as well? Tower Motorsport, Louis Delatraz, who's impressed me again this weekend. 1:11.1 last time around, fastest lap for that car, and faster than all bar the leading pair of Cadillacs in TPI. Yeah. It's amazing what a little bit of space and a determined driver will give you. Still 17 Celsius on the track. That's 63 Fahrenheit in the air and on the track. So still a bit of residual heat in the pavement here. Bamber by 12.6 seconds, making that 13 seconds from Van der Zande. Albuquerque just trying to stretch away. Made a little bit of time, a second or so on Blomqvist that time around. We are an hour and 4 minutes away from the checkered flag.
That lap by Louis Delatraz, 11.1. It's still half a second outside Colin Brown's LMP2 lap record set a couple of years ago. The fastest lap last year was Scott Huffaker at a 1:10.7. So he's not down even to that time yet, but he's charging along with Delatraz. He leads by just about 7 seconds over Montoya. So he's edged away a little bit during this last stint.
How long can the GTD cars go, Jeremy? Here, about an hour, a little bit over?
Yeah.
So we're getting down to last stop territory for those, aren't we? An hour, an hour and 4 minutes, an hour and 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think they made their previous stop just around about, I think it was just less than 2 hours to go.
Right.
So I would expect him in about another 8 or 9 minutes.
Shea is among the GTD teams down in the pit lane. Evening, Shea. Any signs of people beginning to shake off the cobwebs down there and make their last pit stops?
Hello. I'm down in the pro section of the pit lane. I've sort of embedded myself down here for the moment being. And the first team who looks like they're going to be making their last stop, Corvette Racing. crew for the number 3 up on the wall with sticker tires.
Nick Damon,
Well,
he's
also-
got some GTD standards.
Well, also getting up on the wall are the leaders in GTD, ordinary, not pro, and that's Inception Racing and McLaren. We're getting ready. I can see the fueler putting on his gauntlet gloves. Can't see a racing driver, so they may be sticking with Jordan Pepper. But the Corvette has made it to Shea.
With fuel tires, they give the thumbs up when looking inside the left front wheel well. They wanted to make sure the suspension was all good. Antonio Garcia has never won Petit Le Mans. He is the one who's going to be in charge of that changing here tonight. They've done the tire change, waiting on the fuel. Windshield tear off. This car should not come back to the pit lane during the race again. Corvette Racing fully prepared to clean the front of the car as well, cleaning off the headlights, making sure Antonio has everything he needs to try and go out and win this race. It has been, gosh, longer than I can remember since the last time Corvette won at by Antonio.
Yeah, that car came into the pits in 5th position in the class, so he's certainly got some work to do this final stint.
That should trigger the rest of the cars coming in. They might be rolling the dice a little bit from an hour and 2 minutes out, meaning a tiny little bit of fuel saving or a little bit of help. But what they've done here is they've started to ask a question, Jeremy, of the rest of the GTD pros, because if a safety car comes out now, they've done their final stop, and that would get them to the end of the race. Everybody else would have to cycle through the pit lane and end up behind them. So let's see what happens with the red number panels on the GTD Pros. Nothing from Lexus so far. Inception are looking to do the same thing in GTD in a lap or so's time. No movement from Faf on the pit wall either, Shea says. And the number 23, Shea Adam, is that a bit of movement I can see there through the binoculars?
It's so casual though, John. I mean, they're
sneaky.
Almost, yes, and you know what? The 25 Rahal is doing the exact same thing. At least the 23 Aston team, they have tires up on the wall. Rahal's just sort of like doing the Homer Simpson stretching and relaxing, like, no, I'm not going to do anything now.
Nothing, move on. They're second at the moment in the 25. Thank you, Shea. No movement from the leaders in class. We'll keep an eye on that. The 74 Riley Motorsports prototype LMP3 car has been in and out. Nick Damon was watching that.
Yeah, they're actually parked now. They came with a big number 4 on the side of the car, saying they are in 4th place, and they have rolled through and actually having a full service, but no driver change. And I see the O2 Cadillac is trundling down towards Shea.
It is, Nick, and it was on the pit lane speed limiter, perfectly executed. They are not doing a driver change. Interesting. Leaving Earl into the end, they are giving him a new drinks bottle. Gatorade in there for this time. And for the tires, they are doing 4. Those look like light and scrubbed tires, I would even dare to say, as the car is getting ready to be dropped off the air jacks. Now, there we go. And the fuel nozzle is still attached. No time lost. They're up to 25 seconds stopped in the pit. It will be a 30-second stop for a full tank of fuel. And the nozzle comes out, and away goes Earl.
They can't go to the end from there because you can't get an hour out of a DPI. So they're going to be about 20 minutes. So they're going to need half a tank of fuel towards the end of this race. So the choice is now for them, do they run 20 minutes or so and fill it back up again, or do they run 40 minutes and throw 20 minutes of fuel in? That's the choice as Renger van der Zande comes into the pit lane as well, and we've got GTD callers as well. Let's go to Shea first of all.
25 BMW is in, no hint of a driver change here. So is that still John Edwards, who is staying behind the wheel? I believe it is. They are doing 4 sticker tires on this car and fuel. It's Connor De Filippi, of course it is. And for the 01 Cadillac, it is fuel tires and no driver change. Renger van der Zande is staying aboard, but they did just hand him a nice little drinks bottle, and they're refueling the one that's pressurized inside the car. Nick?
Well, Shea's told you what I need to see. Her eyesight is so good. She worked out there was Connor De Filippi getting in the 25. Stay in the 25. So yes, actually the 25 have been fooling us the whole day, because what they actually do is they suit up the second driver to give the drinks bottle to the driver in the car. So there's a couple of times they caught out Andrew and myself.
out goes that tranche of stoppers, including the 0-1. Renger van der Zande staying in that car. Let's that settle down, and we'll do another in-race update for you. I'm going to quickly run through the LMP3 field before they come in for their last stops. Gavi Chavez for Andretti Autosport, the 36 leads by 16 seconds from Junior 3 Racing. Garrett Grist behind the wheel of the number 30. Matthew Jakobsen in the number 33. Sean Creech Motorsport is off the lead lap. In GTD, Jordan Pepper for McLaren is ahead of Gradient Racing, and the Acura of Mario Farmbach is 70 from 66 by just 5 seconds now, and 22 seconds further back, Bill Oberlin for Turner Motorsport. He's battling with Windward Racing and a charging Phil Ellis in the black and silver number 57, and it's pit stop time for the rest of the classes. There's your in-race update from VP Racing Fuels. We'll keep you updated with 57 minutes to go. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, the last stints for the two Ganassi run Cadillac Racing entries, 27 laps for the number 01 car, 26 laps for the 02. So I think what they're doing is they're evening out those final stints in terms of getting better tyres rather than running as long as they possibly can.
Just want to make a note, Jeremy, that it was fuel and tyres for Jack Hawksworth to get him to the end in GTD Pro, and the same strategy for Ross Gunn for Heart of Racing team. So Madison Snow will be leading as he crosses the line, but he does that in the pit lane as he comes in GTD. So it'll be Daniel Serra who leads for Risi Competizione, as Mike Rockenfeller makes the pit stop for the Ally Cadillac. The stress, the strain, Mike Shank and Wayne Taylor hardly can bear to look. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. 9.5 seconds, 10.5 seconds between Albuquerque and Tom Blomqvist, between Konica Minolta Acura, Wayne Taylor's team, and Mike Shank's MSR racing machine. Between the two championship protagonists, 10.5 seconds after 9 hours of racing, after a full season of racing. That is what the championship is coming down to, the last 55 minutes, and it's all live here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV via IMSARadio.com. If you're outside the US and you're listening to us now, you can have uninterrupted coverage right to the end on the international TV feed by hitting the live video tab at the top left. If your bandwidth compromised, or you're traveling, maybe driving in a car, you can't be watching the video, we know that, then just use the audio on the same page. It's RS2. And of course, if you're in the US, Sirius XM 207. And here at the track, if you have to go away from trackside, 98.1 FM, put it on the car, put it on in the RV, settle back and get ready for a phenomenal 55 minutes of racing. Huge gaggle of GT cars coming into the pit lane. Shea Adam is watching these stops.
I had Pfaff Motorsports, and it was fuel and tires for that Porsche. Fuel and tires as well for Maxime Martin in the number 27. Motor Racing Aston Martin. We've got the 79 Mercedes in from WeatherTech. That is fuel and tires as well. And we've also got who was the other car that was right in front of me? Can't remember. Nick, who have you got?
I just had the leader from LMP3, the 36 car coming. I see the Gabi Chavez brought that one in, and I'm pretty certain he stayed in the car because he was doing all the heavy lifting. The 96 Turner BMW came in from third place, and that is getting a driver change. There was a driver change also for the number 1 Paul Miller Racing. The 5th place 54 machine, the Flexbox car, comes in from the lower reaches of P3. I've had a great number of cars trying. There's a 21 AF Corsa car. We told that Brian Sellers was the man who was pedaling now the Paul Miller number 1 car to the end. Another P3 or another P car swings into view, and this one is exciting. This is the 30, which is now the Junior 3 car. That is now scored in the lead because it got past Gabi Chavez during the last stop. That one's also staying on board with the same driver, so it's all happening. Garrett Chris is remaining on board with the Junior 3, and we're waiting. The odd thing was, I actually got up on this pit wall about 5 laps ago. I was certain Deception Racers were coming in from the lead of GTD, but they still haven't come in yet, John.
Jordan Pepper still pedaling that car quite nicely. Jan Halen stayed in the Wright Motorsports number 16 Porsche. Daniel Surra in the lead. Risi Competition Ferrari, and Stephen McAleer has gone out in Team Korthoff number 32 Mercedes. And that car has diffuser damage, is telling me. It has been hit. Robbie Fawley's gone out in the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. He'll take that one to the end. Tristan Nunez is in the PR1 Matheson Motorsport number 11 that's gone out in third place in LMP2. I haven't seen him whether Garrett Christ has actually stayed in that car, though Nick seemed to think he had. Yes, he has. Nick was absolutely spot on. And at the front of the field, the gap between first and second, the two Acuras now, because they haven't made their stop. Philippe Albuquerque still 9.9 seconds, Jeremy, ahead of Tom Blomqvist, and that's the battle for the title as well.
Yeah, it is. That's the battle for everything there. The question is, can they possibly stretch this fuel load long enough to be able to get to the end with just one more pit stop? On the last sequence, the number 60 car was out for 44 minutes.
We've got a caution, full course caution, Jeremy, and this is, it's the 01 cars in there. That's Renger van der Zande. Side by side going in. It's both of the Ganassi cars. It's both of the Ganassi cars, I think, that have come together. They were side by side going into turn one, and Earl Bamber and Renger van der Zande have come together. What's the first rule of team racing? Don't hit your teammate. And this, with 51 minutes to go, has blown this wide apart. The 01 car was coming up alongside, I think. Yeah, absolutely. 01 on the outside, Earl Bamber on the inside. There wasn't room for two Chip Ganassi Cadillacs there. That is going to be a very awkward debrief. Doesn't matter whose fault it was. It really doesn't. I know they're racing for the victory here. Down through turn number 12, it looked like Bamber was held up a little bit. Van der Zande came round the outside, and then there was contact as they were going into the turn in for that corner.
And he didn't leave much room on the inside, did he? Let's watch this. Clearly the number 02 car was held up pretty badly.
By the Korthoff car.
Yep. But, that's not relevant at all. I mean, those two, of course, they're battling for the third position in the championship.
Chip's going to go mental.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
He is going to go ballistic here. Public service announcement for the pit lane. Stay away from the Chip Ganassi perch. Shea Adam is very, very bravely standing in front of that. What is the attitude on that pit perch at the moment, Shea Adam?
Well, from the 02, it's complete and utter disbelief. Let me walk to the other side where they're separated by Lexus. Yeah, for the 01, it's utter disbelief.
That's basically
thrown away right there, and
it's a win for Cadillac thrown away here. They've handed the win to Acura, and of course now we've got the battle for the championship and the battle for the win in this race are going to be line astern on the restart. And now, how long is this going to be? Because we're only 50 minutes away from the end. It looks very much to me as though Renger van der Zande, who is staring a hard Paddington stare towards his teammate in the number 2. Neither of those drivers are out of the car, Jeremy. They think they might be able to get these going again. I'll be amazed if that's true. Every single safety vehicle is down there at the moment. It looks like Christmas illuminations.
Is Chip Ganassi going to let him get back in the wheel? Get going again, because they're not going to win the race, that's for sure.
Earl Bamber is closest to being pulled out because they've got the toe strap on that car, and that is almost rear wheels. I think he's going to drive that back. I really do. Here comes the BMW safety car past us. It's picked up the number 10 car, which is in the lead of the race. Right. This actually might give it gives the two Acuras, of course, the chance to go for the victory as well as the championship. Pipo Derani is not on the lead lap, although he wants to win this for Cadillac. His new teammate Alexander Sims on his way to this circuit tomorrow. Hello, Alexander. And he's coming to do the test on Monday and Tuesday. Well, Bamber's out of the gravel first. Didn't think I'd have to commentate on it recovery.
Race out of the gravel trap.
Yeah, race out the gravel trap. There's a little bit of fouling on the front of that car. They're just going to sort that out. Oh my goodness me.
Who's leading in GTD?
GTD will be Gradient Racing, I would have thought. Yes, it is. Now, how did that happen? Mario Farmbach has got past Inception's McLaren, and that wasn't a pit stop from McLaren, was it?
I think the...
Oh, there's big damage on the front of Earl Bamber's car with the bodywork. I think they'd have been better taking the nose cone off that car, and he's gonna ground it out on that curb if he's not careful. Maybe he's just waiting for the cars to come through. He's fired. No, he's spinning the wheel. He's got the car centered on the curb, and the left rear Michelin is pawing for grip. So he's out of the gravel first, but he's not back on the track. This is more like some kind of extreme game show or something, isn't it? Here comes Renger van der Zande out of the gravel right now. Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question of Andrew Murray, but Andrew, would you like to get back down to the pit lane and have a word with Chip? Yeah.
I haven't turned his mic on because I was scared what he was going to say, but there was a look over the top of his glasses there, Mr. Marriott. Chip, you've known Chip for a long time. He is going to be apoplectic about that, isn't he?
Just extraordinary situation, wasn't it? He is, and I don't know what you thought, John, whether Van der Zande was more to blame than
I don't think it matters.
I think it doesn't matter.
I don't think
Van der Zande had the momentum on the outside line.
But why? Why do it there?
Exactly. I agree with
I
that.
mean,
racing.
He did the right thing to pull alongside him. He had the momentum. He was going faster into turn one.
But he couldn't get. There's no way he could have got around the corner on the line he was on.
No. Well,
he had to turn in.
I mean, but the drama here is fantastic. And now we've got all this going on, trying to pull these two Ganassi cars out. And
Pits are open, Andrew, and in comes the two cars that are battling for the championship lead. Shea Adam is there. 45 minutes, Shea. They're going to need a little more help to get to the end, but this is going to be a long yellow. This could be their last pit stop.
It could be, John, and they are doing fuel and 4 tires for both of the cars, which are pitted 1 box apart. Now the question is, who needs less fuel? They are doing the tire change on both cars still, trying to complete them. No driver changes. Very critical. Tire changes are done. Both cars are off the air jacks. It is Shank that moves first, and then goes Wayne Taylor Racing, and there is a cheer down here at the pink team, while there is a little bit of sadness going on at the blue one.
So wheels and tyres and fuel for the 33, the LMP3 car. They are running Hauer versus team. The leaders have gone past. So the John Creech Motorsport car. Now, actually, there were less takers in the P2 than I expected. There's one that past me going past Shea now. So we had a plethora of P3s, but the P2 so far, whether a different part of the track, I don't know, have beyond Dragon Speed, they've elected not to stop so far. Interesting.
They were already in the pits 3 or 4 laps ago. This is going to be a long caution. There's a chance they might be able to get to the end from here without needing that stop.
Quick note about that GTD battle. I think both Gradient and Inception pitted just before the yellows came out. We're checking that at the moment.
They did. I think everybody, I think that had completed the round of pit stops. And the number 66 car was out just ahead. I think it was in the lap before we went yellow. In actual fact, the Inception car that had been leading, and it was about 5 seconds ahead of the Gradient car before they made their pit stops.
So that is a turnaround there for Gradient, starting dead last, remember.
Yeah, the number 66 car had come in several laps after number 70 car at the previous stop, so we would have needed a little bit less fuel.
Yeah. Fuel it is. So the Chip Ganassi team, Shea Adam, are preparing for the arrival of their battered Chargers.
They are up on the wall for both cars. Now they're settling actually a little bit for the 0-1, which is strange, but they are still fuel nozzle and everything up in the air ready to go for when the 0-2 does get in. Both of the cars have new noses up on the wall. The 0-2 is on the back straight. The pits are open this time around for GT cars only, and I do see what appears to be a Ferrari all the way down on Nick's end of things. Other than that, I am completely alone down here for now.
I think everybody just made their stops in GTD. I don't expect anybody really to come in.
Well, Chetilar's in right in front of us.
Yeah, they're not in contention.
The 47, the blue car, and they're getting a bit of extra work to get that car ahead. Right, let's check the damage then. Wenger van der Zande needs a new rear under tray and rear bodywork side. The rear suspension, I think, on the right looks a little bit damaged. Hard to say, they do run a lot of camber. That's the problem on that, but it was wobbling around, I think, Andrew, a little bit, that right rear wheel. Here comes Earl Bam, but that's nose damage on that car. Both headlights, remarkably, still working. And other than that, that doesn't look... Oh, and as I say, both headlights still working. They just go out, and the front wheel is catching and has locked up because it's been jammed with the bodywork, and that's spectacularly trailing sparks down underneath the car now as the wheel is locked. The tyre has been rubbed through, and that is the wheel scraping on the way in. Now, is there any further damage on that car? They have dropped laps, of course.
Doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't matter. In it comes with a locked left front down to Shea Adam.
I did not turn my mic on any earlier, John, because the noise it was making, scraping just kind of carelessly along the pit lane, was awful. It smells awful as well, as if they did have a tire down, but they are changing all 4 of the Michelins before they go to work. The engine is off. The left front was completely locked. That's probably what was causing the smell that I'm currently enjoying right now. They are going to be replacing the nose cone entirely, but they need to look and make sure that the suspension isn't damaged. That's what they're doing right now on the left front, reaching around these brave guys who are in there with a brake disc that's been working hard for almost 10 hours so far. 3 laps lost already. The floor is badly eaten away. I mean, Jaws has clearly gathered a couple of alligator friends to have bites at this, and that is the sound of carbon fiber just breaking as it gives up, and the nose cone completely deteriorates. There's nothing left of it. The floor has now come off in a segment of its own. The nose actually came off in 4 pieces because the splitter was that little bit that was sticking out from underneath the center of the car. So it looks pretty bad from initial glance, but all the bits that are beneath the bodywork, they are in position, which is the most important, because the bodywork in some sense is superficial. So if they can put this new nose on, they might be able to send Earl back out, at which point he would be 4 laps down. And, well, they're still fighting for 3rd in the championship with their sister car, who still hasn't made it back to the pit lane.
Yeah, just in the, I think just coming into the pit lane now, Wenger van der Zande. Earl Bamber wants to get out of the pit lane and get sent because he doesn't want to have to talk to Chip Ganassi, I wouldn't thought, Jeremy.
No kidding. The number 8 car for Tower Motorsport has just come into the pits as well. That's a late decision, which is going to drop him behind the other 2 contenders in LMP2 who made their pit stop a couple of laps ago under caution. So that was a bit of a miscue there, I think, for Tower Motorsport, and that could be costly because Juan Pablo Montoya is going to lead the class for the restart. Tristan Nunez is going to be 2nd, and Delatraz is going to be back in 3rd.
Now, here's interesting. Nick Damon.
Yeah, whilst all the excitement of describing the various self-disintegration of the various Cadillacs was going on, the number 10, the Konica Minolta Acura, trundled down the pits. Felipe Albuquerque said, I assume he took a bit of a splash to make sure he got there, but that would have given up some track position.
Oh, lots, yeah. Did he take tyres?
It's the other end. I think more like Shane might know, but I think she's more like was staring at the death knells of the other car. In fact, the 2 remaining Cadillacs are now coming down the line, the 48 and the 31. So they're the ones who will give it a go at for the GM brands. But interesting to see whether we're going to see the Meyer Shank car as well.
Well, that's an interesting bit of tactics from Konica Minolta, Wayne Taylor. A splash of fuel. We thought it was... they hadn't been into the pits too long. and they took new tyres, but Tom Blomqvist has steered out, so he'll get track position. But there will be...
He had the track position already, of course.
Yes, he did, because he got out quicker in that pit stop sequence. So Wayne Taylor possibly thinking, well, we don't have the track position, let's make sure we've got plenty of fuel so we can turn it up full rich. He'll get way back through again because there will be a DPI split, so he's not going to be all the way behind the GT cars. Blomqvist has stayed out, eschewed the opportunity to come into the pit lane. Meantime, Shea Adam, give us a quick update on the 01 Cadillac.
That's the sound of it. It is being told to go. Renger is being ordered to go as the pit exit light is on. Dang it, they're going to lose another lap here. The tail piece was missing completely when it came into the pit lane. The engine cover was also with a large bit missing from it, but they put new bits on of each of those and sent Renger. The suspension bits are all good. And Renger, very obedient, very smart driver, stops at the bright red light at pit exit.
It's interesting about that, as Nick sort of mentioned in my ear there. Nick did mention in my ear, didn't sort of mention in my ear, Jeremy. That's quite savvy, isn't it, from Wayne Taylor? Because they've come in and taken more fuel. So must feel there's a little bit of a question mark about getting to the end. But now Meyershank can't come in because they lose the track position. So they're going to have a fuel advantage in terms of turning it up to 11 to the end of the race.
That's right. Yeah, exactly right. And the question is, how tight did the Meyershank team cut it when they came in during this caution period to put their fuel in? Did they top it off? If they topped it off, they'll be fine. If they didn't top it off,
if they're slightly short fueled for track position.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the critical
and
thing.
We don't know.
And we don't know. And also, by the way, the two Cadillacs, the two Cadillac racing entries, whichever finishes ahead of the other will finish third in the championship.
If they get to the end. If Chip Ganassi doesn't take them out and whip them before they get to the end of the race. Andrew.
Yeah, just looking at LMP2, I see Montoya has just gone back into the lead of that. Probably through the pit stops. Jeremy will know a bit more than me. So it's now Montoya, Nunez and Delatraz, who was leading that class, has dropped to third.
Yeah, because Delatraz came in on the previous lap. I'm not quite sure why Nunez would have come in just now. That doesn't really make any sense.
I'm being told it's a catastrophe for the 01 and 02. Yeah. Not mine, that one. Not mine. So here's how it stands. Let's have a VP Racing Fuel in-race update. In GTD Pro, as the class split for DPIs is ongoing. GTD Pro, Jack Hawksworth, Vathis Sullivan is leading from Pfaff Motorsports Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet, 14 from 9. It's the plaid Porsche and the bright orange. And number 16, Vathis Sullivan leading. Connor De Filippi for BMW Team RLL, their last outing for the M4 GT3. The red and black car in third. Fourth, Daniel Serra for recent competition. And fifth, Tonio Garcia for Corvette. And they will end up line astern. They're all on the lead lap. As in GT Daytona, Mario Farnbacher for Gradient Racing. All very tight, with the McLaren of Inception sitting behind them, Jordan Pepper. It's Farnbacher versus Pepper, 66, the blue and black car, and the 70, the red and black Inception McLaren. Both mid-engine cars, those, of course, ahead of the first of the front-engine cars. That's Winward Racing. Phil Ellis has been very quick at this stage of the race in the 57 black and silver Mercedes for Winward. Then Robbie Foley in the white liquid moly BMW M4 GT3. Brian Sellers, of course, is right back in the mix now after the issue that they had when they got clobbered by one of the prototypes.
And guess who he's behind?
And he's right behind Robbie Foley, so that continues. And Jan Halen for Wright Motorsport. So the top six in GTD are right back on it. Gabby Chavez for Andretti Autosport leads from Garrett Grist. And Virginia 3, Sean Creech still on the lead lap. Felipe Fraga is a lap off the lead, I think, in the Riley Motorsports number 74. In LMP2, we've just mentioned Dragon Speed from Tower Motorsport. That's the 81 white with the blue and white stripe with the stars on it. from Delatraz from Tower Motorsport in second position, and in third, Tristan Nunes for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. And at the top of the shop, it's Tom Blomqvist ahead of Philippe Albuquerque, and the two Acuras then vying for the championship ahead of Pipo Durrani, Whelen Engineering at Cadillac, and Earl Bamber and Renger van der Zande back out and running. We've got a lap or so before we go green. John Doonan, president of IMSA, have just joined us in the Hackney Global Broadcast Centre for IMSA Radio and IMSA TV as we actually go back green, and he's telling me that quite forcefully as Blomqvist goes through and restarts with 32.5 minutes to go. This is the only time that President Doonan gets to watch racing when he comes in here. He's too busy with the running of IMSA in other times. John, I'm going to ask you one quick question now. I'll come back to you later. How much are you paying the script writers for this? Because quite frankly, whatever it is, it's not enough. Awesome, isn't it?
It's unreal, and I just said to someone upstairs in the suite, after 24 hours, 12 hours, 6 hours, all the 2 hour, 40 minutes, throw in a couple 100-minute races, and it comes down to this. You can't script it. I'm so proud of our balance of performance across our technical team. So proud of the drivers and teams for the way they perform, but nobody wants to hear from me right now. They want to hear the call for the final 31 minutes.
Don't go away, Mr. Doonan. Blomqvist, Albuquerque for the championship, and as John Doonan says, the 2022 season for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship comes down to the last 31.5 minutes of the 25th Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. My goodness, the Acuras looked like they were not in the run for the checkered flag and the top step of the podium, but the two Chip Ganassi cars have taken each other out whilst they were battling for the lead. A big hit into turn one. They're both running again, but have lost 4 laps, and probably a little bit of respect from Chip Ganassi as well for those two drivers. Earl Bamber and Renger van der Zande both back in those cars and rolling. Pipo Durrani's not out of this either in the Whelen Engineering number 31 car. They've been laps down today, but he is the best of the Cadillacs running. And what about Kamui Kobayashi? Well, he's 1 lap off the lead now, Jeremy, isn't he?
Yeah, he was. Both of the Action Express cars were a lap down, but when the two Acuras came onto the pit lane during that pit stop sequence, that allowed Pipo Durrani to get back onto the lead lap. And not only that, of course, with that class split, he's able to haul right up onto the tail of the two Acuras.
In GTD, Mario Farnbacher has Jordan Pepper right up his tailpipes as they are on the far side of the circuit going into turn number 7, the 66 NSX Acura. What a run this would be for those guys. Turbo problem in qualifying till Beckelsheimer didn't do a flying lap, started dead last of the 43 cars today. They've fought, they've scratched, they've scrapped, and they've strategized their way in the front. They've been quick as well. Fastest lap of the GTD race has gone to Jordan Pepper. He's had to take that from Kiffin Simpson in that 66 car. So it has been plenty of pace for that 66 car, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's been a really good performance by all of those 3 drivers in that Gradient Racing Acura. 400 laps, by the way, completed. Nice round 400.
Yeah,
we're not going to get anywhere near the race distance record, which is 465, but who cares about that? It's been an absolute... We knew it was going to be pretty exciting, and it's certainly lived up to those expectations.
Pretty exciting, Jeremy. Come on, Mr. Shaw, you can find a better adjective than that. Probably. It has been. Let's keep it.
And
I think I need about 6 heads and 12 eyes to watch everything that's going on. John Doonan is with us. I'll ask short questions, John, and keep my eyes on what's going on outside. First of all, congratulations to you, to IMSA, and to the Michelin Road Atlanta team. A fantastic event. Obviously, some worries about the potential weather implications. It hasn't materialised, and the fans have turned up in their tens of thousands.
They sure have, and you know, looking at what we had as a forecast early in the week, everybody was very frightened. Certainly the folks in South Florida and Daytona Beach, and now on the Carolina coast were impacted, but the good Lord had us here today and frankly for pretty much every day of the week.
It's been beautiful.
Been beautiful, and so we're grateful for that. Rick Humphrey and the entire team here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta did an outstanding job. The place is jam-packed.
It is.
Every one of our camping spots were sold out. The suites and everything here in the Michelin Tower were absolutely sold out, and I think they've been entertained with an amazing race today. There's no question. I think Don Panos is smiling down on us
Exactly
after
what I said
25 years.
Exactly my words,
what a race, and we all know how so many of them have ended coming down to the last lap in the last corner, but certainly in this case, the last 30 minutes.
Tom Blomqvist by 0.9 of a second down through the S's clear track. In front of him for a moment or two. He's going to catch some GTD class traffic, and Simon Mann in the number 21 Ferrari that will be first up as they're going round into turn 7.
Interesting, isn't it, that Philip Albuquerque has been given the closing duties at Konica Minolta Racing. Dad deciding that Philip Albuquerque is the man, rather than one would normally have expected Ricky Taylor to be doing the final stint of the race.
So that is a total battle for supremacy in this race and in the championship. The pink and white and the black and blue under the Fox Factory Bridge and down towards us, now crossing the line. And it's still about 0.9 of a second, 0.935 of a second. Brilliant season, John Doonan, as the clock winds down.
Just a very quick note there.
Sure.
1 minute 10.7 last time for the race leader. His fastest lap of the race won 10.4.
Yeah, and Pete Durrani a 10.5.
Exactly.
Louis Delatraz, fastest lap of the LMP2 race. He needs that because he's got Juan Montoya trying to hunt him down. 110.887 for the LMP2 leader. Delatraz has been absolutely mighty today. Gabby Chavez has pulled out 2.5 seconds in the LMP3 battle against Garrett Gris, Andretti versus Junior 3. Mario Farnbacher can't shake off Jordan Pepper in that very quick McLaren, the Inception Racing car. They've pulled away 3 seconds from Phil Ellis, who has been quick early on. He's just put the fastest first sector of the race in it. In GTD Pro, it's Jack Hawksworth, but he can't shake the Porsche of Pfaff. Our champions, provisionally at least, and the BMW M4 GT3 of Connor D. Filippi. They've been up and down the field as well. Here comes the battle again across the line. Blomqvist still holding, out of 1.9 seconds now as they start hitting the traffic. What a way to end this season.
And could the best news for Tom Blomqvist be the fact that Pipo Derani is right with Philip Albuquerque?
Absolutely, absolutely agree with that. People with the Cadillac is the Saul Cadillac in with a chance. Might have been a little side-by-side contact a moment or two ago. Philip Albuquerque, who is trying to fight his way through in that number 10. It's a fairly distinctive colour scheme. We'll keep our eyes as he's coming through that train of cars now.
Also, the two Ganassi cars were separated by half a second last time across the line.
And remember what Jeremy said, whichever one of those two finishes ahead will be third in the championship. We restore to some form of raceability as they come through. They've got all of that traffic to go through. My goodness, that's close between Mario Farnbacher and Jordan Pepper down towards turn 1, and then they've got the lead battle coming towards them as well. 24 minutes on the nose of the 2022 season for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. John Doonan is shaking his head in utter disbelief, as I think we all are around the world. What is it, coming up to 3 o'clock in the morning in the UK, 4 o'clock in the morning for the international viewers on our global stream, flag to flag, and the whole of this year's championship comes down to these last few laps, and nobody is safe at the moment in any of the 3 classes. Some of the championships have been wrapped up, but not at the front of the field. John Doonan, this is IMSA Racing. This is exactly what you're just giggling away here.
Yeah, I love IMSA Racing. I love endurance sports car racing. It does not get better than this, I got to tell you. Look, I mean, you got the 10 cars slicing through the GT leaders. It just doesn't get any better.
And he has to do that because he's lost 4 seconds to Tom Blomqvist, and he had Pete Motorani breathing down his neck. This is when President Doonan becomes enthusiast, becomes fan Doonan to our right-hand side. Big season pretty much starts on Monday for 2023 right here, John, with 3 of the 4 manufacturers with their GTP cars, and we had the 4 of them sitting on the grid earlier on. I mean, these DPIs are signing off in style, aren't they? Brilliant stuff.
I was going to say, where are the 2 Ganassi cars? They were separated by 0.3 of a second.
Don't even say it, Jeremy. Do not
so
even.
It's into 7 now. There's a bit more of a margin between them right now, thankfully.
I presume that Mr. Ganassi has been on the phone to them.
Well, it doesn't really matter now, does it? I mean, they're not going to win the race.
He's not on the pit perch, I'm hearing.
Isn't he?
He's disappeared from there. DPI, John, this is the 59th and final race. There was a few people who were a bit snarky about DPI. Oh, it's just a repurposed LMP2. It's not a proper sports car. As now we've got a battle in GTD Pro, and that was a push, big push all the way down into turn 10 here, and the BMWs come round the outside. They touch under the Fox Factory Bridge, and here comes the Ferrari. That's the top 4 all together in GTD Pro, and there was all kinds of bumping and boring. The BMW is throwing up dirt. The Ferrari's gone through again.
Because the Ferrari pushed it off the road.
By that 62 car. So that all started with the push from Jaminet on Jack Hawksworth. That pushed them wide. Conor de Filippi come down the inside. Daniel Surratt down the outside. That was the top 4 in the class. It looked like the BMW was odds on to go through. Surratt goes to the right-hand side, and it was nearly 4 wide under the Fox Factory Bridge. And let me tell you, that is not physically possible through there. And then Surratt just eased out, and behind them
is the GTD leader, isn't it?
Correct.
He's a lap ahead of them.
Yes.
On the road, all but, I guess all but a lap ahead, actually.
Yeah, absolutely right. Mario Farnbacher, Jordan Pepper, and then 2 seconds further back, Winward Racing and Phil Ellis. You can't take your eyes off this for a moment, John. Just go back to the DPIs. As I say, some people were a little bit snitty. Yeah, it's just an LMP2 car. It's not a proper prototype. I think the last 59 races, and this one in particular, would rather give light to that.
There's no question, and I, as you know, was fortunate enough to be part of developing a special DPI program for Mazda, and obviously they won the race last year in their final event in a DPI competition. But if you look back, the cars are far more than just a polished up LMP2 car. It's a credit to Jim France and his vision to allow, much like the GTP days of the 80s and 90s, manufacturers to come in, take a prototype race car, get it in their design studios, style it to their brand, represent their brand with a proper powertrain that fits their road-going brothers and sisters. And look what has happened since 2017 with Cadillac, with Acura, certainly with Mazda, Nissan over that time. And look what's coming. We had them on the grid today with Acura being back, BMW coming back to the top category, of course Cadillac back, and now to bring Porsche back into the mix. And then wait, Lamborghini comes in 24.
And just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. By the way, in the battle for third in the championship in DPI, the Earl Bamber 02 car taking service in a closed pit is a stop at 60, so that is going to hand that position back to Renger van der Zande, and he will go back ahead in that battle for third position, the internecine battle between Cadillac Racing.
As if we have not enough going on here. In LMP2, Actually, on that last lap, Delatraz pulled away a little bit from Montoya, because the previous lap they were separated by less than a second between the number 8 and the number 81. So Delatraz leads, Montoya is chasing. And the second and third place cars both turned their fastest laps of the race last time around. Durrani has just done the same again now. The bad news is Durrani, in third position, is 2 seconds behind Albuquerque, who is 3.5 seconds behind the overall leader. 17 minutes to go.
Still traffic down through the S's for the leader, and sitting in behind Gabby Chavez, leading for Andretti Autosport in the LMP3 category as he comes through now and heads down towards turn number 6. It's still that Auto Nation Sirius XM machine that leads out onto the back straight. Got a bit of room to stretch his legs now, Tom Blomqvist, before he catches Simon Mann in the AF Corsa number 21 car. That's the next car ahead. See, it was the 36 car that he's just gone by. Thought it was the leader. It was the leader, sorry, Gabby Chavez. I was absolutely right. Absolutely extraordinary race coming down to the last 17 minutes.
Yeah, and Chavez has pulled away a little bit from Garrett Grist, who in turn has pulled away a little bit from Malte Jakobsen. Jakobsen got back onto the lead lap in that Sean Creech Motorsports car number 33 in LMP3 during his final last caution period, and I thought was really going to put the pressure on the other two, but Gabby Chavez has extended his advantage now. It's over 6 seconds. The number 36 Andretti Autosport car has over the number 30 car, and a similar gap back to Malte Jakobsen in the number 33.
And still the GTD and GTD Pro battles are not sorted. Mario Farnbacher and Jordan Pepper are not only living with the pace of the Pro guys, and why should they not? Because the cars are the same spec and the same BOP. It's all about the drivers, and Super Mario and Jordan Pepper are right there, and they actually might start getting held up by Daniel Serra, Jack Hawksworth and Mathieu Jaminet, as well as Conor De Filippi, because that's the 4 cars ahead of them. So we've actually got, if you will, the top 6 GTD and GTD Pro cars fighting it out in their 2 separate classes. And the 2 GTDs, of course, are almost a full lap ahead of the cars ahead of them. Antonio Garcia just a little bit further back from that battle. He's still not won this race in his time at Corvette. Hasn't had to sometimes when he's been in the championship battle in the lead. Coming down to 15 minutes from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. We're live from trackside on RS2 around the US in crystal clear stereo, Sirius XM 207 around Road Atlanta, 98.1 Road Atlanta FM. This is not a one to look away from. This has been a super season. Up through the gearbox for the Pfaff Porsche, 6th gear, down the back straight, looking at the back of the number 14 Jack Hawksworth. The AM car went out early on after a contretemps with Loic Duval in the Mustang sampling car, coming down through turns 3 and 4. Big incident, both drivers walked away. Testament to the safety of all these cars, that of all of the accidents, they've all walked away. He's the leaders, and it's down to nothing, down through the final corners. Again, traffic playing its part. They're side by side almost. They are side by side. They're 3 wide, going past the WeatherTech AMG. But holding on to the lead, Tom Blomqvist just about gets it. Now he's got more traffic ahead of him as he goes over the top of the hill. That is the Winward Racing car that's right ahead of them.
Talk about pressure. Talk about pressure.
No
I mean,
pressure.
This is absolutely amazing. And Albuquerque there, he was very wise. He didn't try and press the issue around the outside and risk going off the road. Okay, I'm not going to get him this time. I'm going to tuck him behind him. By doing so, Tom Blomqvist has taken full advantage of that. He got through some traffic, and he's put several cars in between himself and the second place car. That was brilliant driving by Blomqvist there.
Brendan Hartley.
15, by the way, last time around, so 5 seconds again slower than when they are in clean traffic.
And so much of that was down at turn 10. Car moving slowly. That's the 10 car. That is the 10 car. Philippe Albuquerque moving slowly down the back straight. He's off the pace, and that's why Brendan Hartley was heartbroken. He must have heard something. They've got a damaged car. It's crabbing to the right. There's damage to the rear suspension on that number 10 car, and the battle for the championship is gone. It's going to go to Meyer Shank Racing as he heads to the pit lane. So was there some damage? Was there some side-by-side action here? It was when he came down through the final corner as he goes past Winward Racing. Did he cut across there? No, that was, well, maybe it was when he went past Winward. It was very tight now through turn 1. Didn't see a shudder. Maybe on the Winward. Yeah, it was. It was a side-by-side contact on the Winward car. And that is exactly why his teammates were up on the wall. So maybe just a puncture on that. Shea Adam is watching. Is it a puncture? That can be changed quickly, or is it suspension damage?
It's not a puncture. All 4 of the Michelins have air in them. They are taking the engine cover off. They're going to look at the wishbones on this car, but I think as soon as they get the engine cover off, they'll be able to see that, yeah, left rear wishbone is bent. That's it.
Left rear wishbone with a kink in it. That is not supposed to be there. Pipo Derani now 7 seconds away from a victory with 12 minutes to go, and they don't have to win the race. Meyer Shank Racing want to win the race. They don't need to. Jeremy Shaw.
They want to finish this season the way they started it, with that win at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. They haven't won since then, which has rankled with that team because they've been in position to do so several times and lost out in the closing stages. They don't want to lose out again.
Bookend to the season would be nice with the
there you go.
two big races. John Doonan, we haven't been able to talk to you, but you don't care because you've been loving this, haven't you? See what we've got to deal with? Can you tell these guys to calm down, please?
Yeah, credit to you all for all the effort throughout the year. But to be honest with you, besides trying to watch the race, my phone is blowing up with people watching this. And, you know, to give you some quotes, some of the best endurance sports car racing on the planet, bar none. It's just so fantastic to watch. And I think the biggest beneficiaries of this are not only the fans that are scattered all over Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but the folks watching on the feed around the world, the folks watching on Peacock, who've been able to watch Flag to Flag thanks to our relationship with NBC, the folks that saw the opening several hours on NBC Network today with a great call from the boys and the folks in pit lane next door. I mean, it's so rewarding for the sport, and that's all this is about. You know, when Bill France Sr. and John Bishop founded IMSA, this is what they had in mind. And my staff and my teammates and I at IMSA just want to keep living up to those core values, and we're delivering that for, again, the fans, and that's all that matters.
Just a side note here, Earl Bamber taking fuel in a full service in a closed pit. That's the penalty. Stop plus 60, that will drop him behind Renger van der Zande and promote the 0-1 car into third. Sorry, Jeremy?
He's finally making that stop. That was called a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm presuming that we're having a word about that, saying the pit wasn't. I'm not sure. The pit must have been closed, I suppose, because they drove round pretty quickly.
No,
John, a couple of questions about the end of this year and next year. It's the end of season banquet tomorrow night. There's going to be some whooping and a hollering. The single make championships and the Michelin Pilot Challenge ended up. And again, look at the drama that we had there, not least in the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Challenger Series, close to your heart, where we had a tie at the line and then decided on count back on wins, which was then overturned because there was a penalty on somebody else, and the guys in the pit lane, we went another 5 minutes past the end of the season. Same in Porsche, Carrera Cup North America, presented by the Cayman Islands. Every series this year has delivered.
It has, and you're right, tomorrow night is the WeatherTech Night of Champions. We'll be handing out some hardware and some Tudor watches. We are proud to finish our season here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and what an incredible finish across Idemitsu MX-5 Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, which we're proud to sanction, and certainly the Michelin Pilot Challenge. But we were blessed with such a beautiful day today, and it's just a fitting end to what has been a tremendous 2022 season. And can't thank all the fans enough for coming out to the track, but also for watching and tuning in and listening. And if they like this, good news, it's going to get even better.
Calendar already sorted, which is nice. Couple of clashes with ACO events, which nobody likes, but unfortunately some of these things just can't be avoided, including this race next year with ELMS. I know you'll have talked to Pierre Fillon and Frederic Lequian about that. This race moves back a week. Their final race of ELMS moves back. Sorry, this moves back a week. Yeah, they move forward a couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, it's a little tricky, but I think we got some action here in pit lane.
It's just the number 10 is out, so.
Exactly, they just signaled.
Oh,
yeah,
we've got a car off.
Yeah.
That's the Windward car. So that was the car that was hit by, and that is the third place car with Phil Ellis. That was the car that was hit by the number 10, and that's at turn 1. Now, has he had a failure? I think that's right rear failure for that car, where he was sideswiped by that number 10 car. And that great run by Windward has come to an end in the barriers at turn 1. Now, has he got suspension damage? I think he's got steering damage on the front as well, because he can't get the car to turn out of there. Phil's doing a really good job. We stay in green at the moment. That is at turn 1. It's partway up the hill, actually, at turn 1. Can't think that anybody needs a pit stop now. Absolutely extraordinary. We'll keep an eye on that. Here comes the leader down through 10A and 10B. Rattles the curb under the bridge. Pick a colour on those flag signs through there. That's what I was taught around here. Goes past the Cetilar Ferrari down towards turn 1. There'll be yellow flags waving there. So reduced speed. Sorry, John, just the thought about the clash next year. I know that that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's no question. As we talked about at the State of the Sport, there's a lot of factors that go into the schedule. There's venues availability. We like to keep consistent date and venue equities in our calendar. There's television windows. There's impact on the teams when we go out to the West Coast and try to do 2 rounds. We like to not have back-to-backs. We like to not have too many races in a short span. So a lot of factors, and we're in constant contact with Pierre Fillon and Frederic Lequian from the WEC. So more to come. I don't think at the moment we have any chance of changing the IMSA calendar for 2023, but we'll continue to do our best. We don't like clashes. No. Nobody likes clashes. Nobody likes clashes, and especially as we converge the world of endurance sports car racing, we only want what's best for the fans. And thank you again for the opportunity to be up here with you all as we close out the season.
Full course caution. That'll, I think, end this race. John, highlight for you from the season? Can you pick one?
No, I think there's an awful too many, and tonight certainly is that. But you roll the clock back to the Rolex 24, the 60th running, and you had Jaminet and
at the end,
Luther coming through the bus stop, which is now the Le Mans chicane. So many close finishes throughout the season. Last stint passes for the lead. Really proud of the entire community. Thanks so much for again making the call weekend in and weekend out.
Thanks, John. John Doonan, and it looks like the 25th anniversary race could end under yellow. This from Dave Alcock. Thanks to John Doonan and the rest of the team for giving us racing fans a fantastic year's racing and the coverage. As always, you exceeded my hopes and expectations. I think he speaks for a lot of people on that. So, Jeremy, a couple of real heartbreaks for the front of the field. A message from Wayne Taylor to Felipe on the radio. You had to go for it. So absolutely, he feels it was the right thing to do to be pushing that hard. But what a shame a really good run ruined for Windward Racing.
I'm not sure either's to blame, to be perfectly honest. It was just they were just sort of going for it. The number 10 car is going for the lead of the race. Number 57 car was trying to trace down the other two leaders in GTD, but it was just sort of contact that's happened.
It does mean Robbie Foley's up into third, and Wright Motorsports are up into fourth in that category. And by the way, where is the Wright Motorsport car in fourth? Where's Roman DeAngelis in that for the Heart of Racing? He is in seventh position. Well, Maxime Martin is. So Roman DeAngelis will still take the driver's title in GTD. By the way, Jeremy, you were spot on, because the 02 Earl Bamber car has had a secondary penalty for not serving his original penalty within 4 laps. So you were spot on with that. And there is joy unabounded, Andrew Marriott, on the top of the pit perch as Tom Blomqvist can cruise around now. I don't think we're going to go back to green here. It is a short yellow, so the pits won't open because the white flag. Yes, the white. That is the white flag, not for course vehicles. So it is going to be Meyer Shank Racing, and Mike Shank has won the battle of wits with Wayne Taylor Racing.
Well, yes, he can't be beaten now by the number 10 car, assuming he gets through tech.
We just saw Elio out there. Is there a fence he can climb?
We'll find him a fence. There's not really big fences for Elio, but he said that would be a nice problem to have. So this is the final lap of the season.
Arisi, another success here for Arisi. Well, that is going to spur him on to get that prototype, isn't it?
Let's just take a breath for a moment and give ourselves the opportunity to run down our final in-race update of the year. Here's the top positions. Meyer Shank Racing are going to win the race with the number 60 car. Tom Blomqvist is bringing it home ahead of Whelan Engineering, with Pete Tarani finishing it off. Allied Cadillac bang up to third for Kamui Kobayashi and the rest of the 48 team. That looked unlikely further on. Louis Delatraz and the rest of Tower Motorsport will win in LMP2 from Dragon Speed. Juan Pablo Montoya finishing off the race from them, and PR1 with their remaining car will be in third. Let's not forget the 52 cars won the championship, although it ended in the wall. And in LMP3, Andretti, who've dominated this race, the most race laps led, I would say, from Junior 3 Racing and Sean Creech Motorsport. A brilliant win in GTD for Acura. So a double win for Acura. And that's Gradient Racing. Mark Miller and Andres. Last win for them was with CJ Racing, Wilson Racing in VIR in the IMSA Championship in 2016. They clinched the MX5 Club here as CJ Wilson Racing with Stephen McAleer in 2012. Stephen and Chad won the Conti ST Championship here at 2015. And once again, that team, and particularly Mark Miller and Andres, who runs the team, have won at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And GTD Pro, it's 25 years since Racing Competition won the first race here, and they'll take it in GTD. Lexus in second with Vassar Sullivan, and BMW M3 GTD and RLL wins it. Let's go down to Meyer Shank Racing and Ollie Jarvis.
2 years in a row, Ollie. This is pretty sweet. But hey, you're an IMSA champion now, my friend. How does it feel?
Yeah, that feels good. Wow, what a race. I mean, it looked like it was kind of, we were out of it with about an hour and 20 to go, but I've been on the receiving end where I led it a few years back and we had an issue, while we were coming to be leading. So I know how the 10 feels. They've had a fantastic year. So full credit to them, but for Meyer Shank to come away with victory in the championship, that's something really special.
Bookend the season 2 with the Rolex to begin it. Petit, does it get any sweeter?
No, we won the 2 that count and the championship. So that's all that matters.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Just up the way, we have the just grab a quick word, the winners of GTD Pro. It's James Collado and David. You're going to have to kind of climb over the engineer. James, well, congratulations. You look shocked.
We're not
We're not sure if we won yet. There's a little bit of an issue going on, and we'll see what happens in a minute.
What's the issue?
I can't say now because it's not looking good.
Okay, well, that's thank you for that. Exclusively, you may not have won there. Well, I hope you do.
Well, let's see.
Oh, well, there we go.
Shit.
Climbing over a pit wall here, trying to find our GTD champion for this year. That would be Mr. Roman DeAngelis, and there he is. I see him. It's easy to find him when he's so tall and happy. Roman, congratulations. You did it. GTD champion. How sweet does this feel?
It feels good. I just want to share with the team now. Just, I don't know, I was lost for words right now, so hopefully I find you after. I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone first. So.
That's a deal. Enjoy, Roman.
It's Roman DeAngelis, Heart of Racing, Aston Martin. John Ferrano from the winning team in LMP2, Tower Motorsport.
He's gone off to do some back scratching.
And champion.
He is a champion
as well, yeah.
He's just taking the congratulations of his strategist, John Ferrano. Congratulations, the race and the championship.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, race, championship, drivers' championship, team championship. I mean, it's all here tonight. This is just unbelievable. What a team effort. These guys are fantastic, really fantastic.
And Jean-Louis Delatraz just took it home.
He sure did. He did a brilliant job there at the end. Getting by Montoya it's not easy to do. So he really did a great job, got by him, maintained the lead right to the end. It was beautiful, beautiful.
Great, thanks. Thanks, John.
I can tell you that Reese have not run. They have been moved to the back of the class. Drive time violation. The 62 car has been moved to the back of the class. So the team from Reese competition has not won. It will be Vassar Sullivan. She is trying to chase them down at the moment. They've just heard that news, I think, that they've won the race. It will be BMW in second and Pfaff Motorsport in third position.
Ben Barnicoat and Kyle Kirkwood can run way too fast. So I'm going to see if I see any of our other champions along the way down the pit lane, and I'll shout up.
Nick Damon's chasing them down as well. Jeremy Shaw, what a cruel way to lose it. That must be somebody not doing the 2 hours and 30 minutes. That could be, or going over the time that they've been set. It's unfortunate, but rules is rules.
And there's no excuses this time. I mean, you know, the
full race
fiasco at Watkins Glen due to the race being stopped early. That was.
Okay. I've now, thanks to Nate Siemens, has just popped in. It was the 4 hours and a 6 hour period, Daniel Serra, in that last run. That is often the one that catches people out, Andrew.
Yeah, and of course Beaky Sims retired from that team, who used to, he was on it.
Yeah,
and,
indeed. Rick Mayer and the rest of the team. Nick Damon has caught up with the winners in GTD Pro. That's the Vassar Sullivan guys.
Still running past me. Congratulations, Carl.
Oh my gosh, what an incredible moment for the team. We thought we had the win there. That caution definitely hurt us, but rules are rules, and this is our first win in endurance racing. It's absolutely incredible. It's a huge moment for Vassar Sullivan and all of Lexus. They've been in this for years, and they've never had an endurance win, and this is the time now to celebrate for us.
Great stuff, those cars. So just running more than 4 hours in a 6 hour period with Daniel Serra, and that changed the result.
Carl Kirkwood there for Vassar Sullivan, but what a win at the front of the field. 4 hours 11 minutes, not even close. Let's get down to Gradient, their maiden victory in GTD and in IMSA competition. Mario Farnbacher brought it home, but you've got to say, Jeremy, that was a full team effort till Bechtelsheimer did his bit. Kiffin Simpson had the fastest lap of the race for quite a long way through, and I think it was only Jordan Pepper late on, or about 3/4 of the way, 2/3 of the way through, that beat his time. That was a great team effort for Gradient. Fixed the turbo problem after the qualifying session, started dead last, and have won the race, finishing 18th overall and their first victory.
And the 7th different manufacturer to win a race in GTD this season. That's a pretty remarkable stat on its own. BMW has done enough to win the manufacturer championship in GTD. GTD Pro, of course, was Ferrari. Was Porsche. Was Porsche with the FAF Motorsports. But that win then for the Vassar Sullivan team, that will move Ben Barnicat up to 2nd place in the points ahead of the Corvette.
Josh and the rest of the Andretti team, that's amazing stuff for the P3 win.
Yeah, mega. This year we've had our chances, and for one reason or another, it slipped away. So it was a nerve-wracking race. We had a lot to lose for the last half of it, and finally happy to just get some reward, and very happy for the team. First full-time run in the championship. I'd like to thank Andretti for the opportunity, and so good to finish on a win.
Congratulations.
Colin Brown, John Bennett, champions. It's not something new to both of your titles, but LMP3, this is the first time. Colin, at the end of that race, I saw you were making some pretty bold dives into turn 1. You still were trying anything for that win.
Yeah, we were kind of a few laps back, I think, so we had to be kind of smart about it. Those races are tough when you're in a position to only lose, really. So, it had to be the normal rhythm and the normal cadence, but a bit conservative and a bit smart. Obviously, with the gap that we had in the championship, it would have been dumb to throw it away. So had to race hard, but pretty smart at the same time. So those are always tough races when you've got to be, I think, smarter than your heart desires. But you got to keep the big picture in mind. Proud of these car sport guys. They did a great job on pit lane. John and George did a great job in the car today, and being smart, right? I mean, that's the name of the game. You got to be smart. You got to be fast when it counts, and I feel like we did a good job of that this year.
Just to nip in here with Mario Farber. Super Mario, super light final stint.
I have absolutely no words. It was war out there, like literally war. There were parts flying and crazy moves, and it was just crazy. I had so much pressure from behind, and in front of me was like just war, and I don't know, I just tried to maintain a gap and don't burn off my front tires, and we did it.
Congratulations, Mario Farnback from the 66 car. This is the man. Till, you've won.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it.
First win, one of the biggest races in the world.
Yeah, and from last place as well. So last place in the whole race, and ended up winning out of all the GT cars, including the Pro cars. So
how much do you pay the scriptwriter?
Yeah, not enough.
Great stuff. 66, so gradient car there. I'm going to have to help with the surname again. Thank you so much, Bechtel Scheinmer.
John Bennett, I didn't get a chance to talk to you, but this is your team. This is your beautiful organization that you've created with Core Autosport. You've had 1st or 2nd in the championship. I think this is the 5th time now in the running of you and Colin. You going to come back next year? We're going to get more of this. Please say yes.
Oh, yeah, I'll be back next year for sure. I think Colin said it very well. It's, at the end of the day, at the end of a long season, it really is a team effort. It sounds a little bit cliche, but we've had a great group all year, and of course our 3rd driver, George Kurtz, who was in all the long races, did an excellent job. So that's what happens when all the switches are on, and just so pleased to be able to share a race car with Colin, who's always as fast as lightning, and look forward to coming back next year.
George and Colin still have a championship that they're fighting for next weekend. You're going to be there cheering them on?
Yeah, absolutely. George and Colin will go to another series in Indianapolis and contend for another championship. So super exciting for them and for all of us.
See you in January.
Absolutely. Look forward to it. Thanks.
With Tom Blomqvist. Tom, how nerve-wracking was that last stint?
To be honest, I had something was in me, the last few hours there, I was so motivated. The car started to come to me, and we had nothing to lose. So I felt like I found something extra. I was doing moves that I didn't really. I felt like I was in some sort of zone. There's a few times where I could have gone completely wrong, but someone was looking down on us today, and I think we were meant to win this. So yeah.
What was it like when you saw the 2 Cadillacs in the kitty litter?
Well, it wasn't really going to change our race because they were behind us anyway at that point, but I was actually a bit gutted because I think they were quick and they could have, you know, spiced things up. But anyway, we won the race. So
And the championship.
Yeah, we were at the front and won the race. So, I mean, what a way to finish this season. I mean, the win and obviously the championship, man, that's amazing.
Thanks, Dom, and to win DPO. With Elio Castaneros, Elio, I can't see a fence for you to climb.
I know, right? But you know what? We don't need a fence. These guys did an incredible job. The entire MSR team did an amazing job. This is, remember when we talk about 2 hours to go, it was like we need a sort of like a help, and it did. This place is all about that. Actually, IMSA is about that. It's always last minute, and great job as well for the number 10. What a great championship. But in the end of the day, the winner is Acura. They gave us a great car, and not only we conquered the Daytona 24 hours, and now these guys did a championship. I'm just glad to be part of this amazing organization.
Fantastic, thank you, Elio.
I somehow feel as though the run of second positions for that car in the middle of the season might not be weighing too heavily on their minds now from Shank Racing, Jeremy Shaw.
No, brilliant performance. I mean, that really was. They've earned that the hard way, no question about it. They were helped to win the race certainly, but they did. I mean, they had a strategy. They kept to that strategy, and then Tom Blomqvist, he really was inspired in that final stint. You know, that car, out of the first 393 laps in the race, it led 12 of those laps, but it then took control in that final stint, and Tom Blomqvist did the rest. Brilliant performance.
Nick's got Jack Hawksworth.
Jack Hawksworth, fantastic final stint, but when did you find out you'd actually won?
About 30 seconds after the checkered, so that whole race was just wild, like the ending. Yeah, but I'm just so happy. This has been a long time coming for this team, and yeah, the guys have worked they've worked so hard for it.
There was about 25 minutes to go, and you were pushed into 10A and 10B by the Porsche. Then 3 cars came round you. It was almost like the World War II.
I had more contact in the last 30 minutes of that race than I think I've had the whole season, probably the whole IMSA career. We had the pass into 10 or 7 on the Porsche. We had contact then, and then it hit me 3 or 4 times. And God knows how the car's still in one piece. Well, God knows the car is still in some pieces. But yeah, awesome.
Jack, great stuff. Thank you, mate.
Mark Miller, technically, this is your second Petit Le Mans win. The first one came with you driving back in 2016 in the Viper. This one, though, completely different role. You're still in a fire suit because you're still doing over-the-wall duties. But talk about your role today.
I helped our fearless leader, Andrew Slavens. This is his first WeatherTech win. So I'm pretty stoked for him.
Yeah, what a first win for Gradient.
I think I am the longest running employee for Andrus for the almost 12 years now. So this is really special for us. I wasn't behind the wheel, but watching my teammates here from Daytona win this race, I'm 2 for 2 here because this is the only really competed in 2 of these events, and in 16 with Riley and the Viper for their last run in the Viper to win, and this year couldn't be prouder. All these drivers, the entire crew, every stop was absolutely flawless. Drivers put in mega stints. Till started out with a couple doubles that just rocked it, and Kiffin, really showed up here completely prepared, and really was rock solid in his double at their end to set us up. And I mean, I can't say enough about Mario. I mean, everybody knows why they call him Super Mario. He put in these stellar, shaved the 15 seconds off the lead, and that last stop, we really kind of were setting ourselves up for a win. Got a little bit of help, but you saw how crazy this GTD field is. It's awesome.
Well, that was the one question that I had for you. As terms of not being in the car driving, is there anyone else in the world that you would have preferred to have in this Acura besides Super Mario?
Absolutely not. I mean, me, but...
That's why I said besides you.
Absolutely not. I mean, Mario and I have become really good friends over the last year, and his not just an amazing talent and great, not just with the Acura, with any GT car, but especially with the Acura, with the confidence level he's got. But he brings up everybody around him, and that's the type of guy I like to spend my time with, because that's the type of guy I am. So I really, really have enjoyed it, and Mario deserves this win for sure.
Congrats to the whole team.
Thank you.
Shea Adam and Nick Damon down in the pit lane. They're going to stay there for Michelin Post Race Tech, exclusively live on RS2. We're going to hand over the PA 98.1 in just a second or two for the formalities. Thanks to everybody here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and all of our technical staff. What a season we've had here. In 112 days, we'll be back at the Raw before the 24. And in the 59 races, the winning cars in the DPI categories have covered 13,300 laps. That's 42,060.28 miles. That was before this race, and so that is now 43,134.7 miles since the start of the DPI era at the Rolex 24 in 2017. And we start a new era of GTP. They're on the track here on Monday and Tuesday. They're on track at the Raw before the Rolex 24 in those 112 days. Andrew Marriott and Jeremy Shaw are alongside me at the end of the race in the Haggerty Global broadcast booth. Shea and Nick down in the pit lane. Stay tuned for Michelin Post Race Tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production. For more, check imsaradio.com and subscribe to IMSA Radio wherever you get your podcasts. The checkered flag ends the race, but not the race talk. Have your say. Ask the experts. Make your point. Post-race tech. The end of the race is only the beginning.
So another season comes to an end, the 25th running of the Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we're into Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT. Andrew, Jeremy alongside me, Nick and Shea down near the scrum by the podium and pit in there. So we're all going to have a part to play here, as are you. Already you are looking forward to next year, but let's have your submissions, please. Hashtag Michelin PRT, if you don't mind, to at IMSA Radio.